use that, whether it's once a week or once a fortnight or once a month, but you need to do it, Nate, and you need to make it a regular thing, right? Because you will benefit from it. He's a very religious fellow, and I said, you will. I said, you're only a young man, right? You're a young man, but take it from an older man that you will benefit from this. And if you want your relationship to thrive and survive, you need to work on it. It doesn't come naturally. You need to work on things to make them. You just can't expect them to go good because they are going good. Because something will always happen. Something will always happen, right? To
I think
upset the
it's
apple cart.
he's a globe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he
So
is. Yes.
yeah, so I've heard both sides, the globe and the flat Earth side, and I do lean more to a flat realm.
Yep.
But I also like FPV's electromagnetic realm,
Yep.
etc., etc. But I don't know what it is.
No.
And I think when you are on the globe side, he's very scientific. Everything is science, science, science.
Oh,
So
yes.
we know,
Yes.
we know, we know. I think
Yes.
when you got that mentality, it's very difficult for someone like that to actually take the time to discuss that because they already think they know everything is fine. Because they don't like to take a step back, look at it with an open mind, and say, okay, but there are some problems. Um, and that's I'm not gonna. I don't want to. I hate using these words, global mentality, for instance. But
Yeah.
I'm using the word generally now, so generalizing it because I
Yep.
know the guys are very sensitive with words here. Um,
Mhm.
so you know what I'm trying to say. I
I
think
know
you understand.
exactly what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what
And
you're
I
trying to
think it's
say there.
because of that mentality that he doesn't take the time. But this is just me looking from. I don't even know the dude. I haven't even had the conversation. But
Hmm.
out of my experience of having heard these sort of things, it's that mentality that I think causes that.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
w-
Yep.
w- because any rational person that really, really takes the time to think about what we've presented with the Earth, you would really say, no, there's something fucking wrong here.
Yeah.
Um, and you can do the same thing with a relationship. So
Exactly.
I think it's that
Exactly
scientific
right.
mentality that's the issue because
Yeah.
humans want to know everything, and he thinks he's already knows everything, and everything is fine.
Yes. Yeah. It is. Look, we are indoctrinated from a very early age. Right now, our parents were indoctrinated, and um, you know, whether or not you want to say that they were indoctrinated into a globe, but I think they were indoctrinated into something far more evil than a globe, and that was the
Yeah.
control system, right?
Yes.
And that was the control system, because what we did, and it was very clever. It was very, very clever, right? Um, they introduced the education system,
That was the
right?
big. That was the big one.
The education system, and then, right, then it was mandatory to send your children to school. It's mandatory to send your children to school, right? And you think about it. You are brought into this world by your parents, right? And you your parents are superheroes. You look up to them, right? You trust your parents, right? And these two people, right, that you trust, or that single person, or whatever, but these people that you trust as your parents, your mother and your father, they tell you, right, you must go to school, right? And now you trust. We are going to put you with people that you have to trust. And they are going
Yeah.
to teach you things that you have to trust, because that's where we are putting you, right? And that's how they get control.
Yeah.
Just like that. It was easy as that. It was only one generation, beer man. It was one generation, and they were able to flip it around and get control of the world with one generation through the education system. And it was quite brilliant, really. It was quite brilliant. And now we have a few select evil people that are in control.
Yeah.
of
They just
what.
dictate, change this, do that, and
Yep.
yeah, everything
a-
changes
Yep.
worldwide.
Yep. And you now have to trust and believe what
Yeah.
you are now taught. And you
It's
don't question it because you are put into a situation where these are teachers. They are going to tell you the truth.
yeah. It's so funny that you say that it's because of parents. Yeah, my wife and I, we went. I've been meaning to go back to what we know as the Castle of Good Hope when Jan van Riebeck landed in South Africa. We got it here in Cape Town, so you
Uh-huh.
can go view it for 50 rand. It's like $5 Australian.
Right.
You can go for a little tour, and they will show you the castle. So I said, I really want to go back. I would love to hear what this is actually all about and see it for myself again as an adult. The last time I was there, I was 7 years old in school, primary school. So, so we went to the castle, and they take us. The first thing is the little museum, and they showed some clothing, and then there's a few swords and a few guns. And now they're telling the story of Jan van Riebeck, and I'm thinking, no, but this is fucking absolute nonsense what you're saying, yeah? Because it doesn't make
Hmm.
any sense if I look into the way the history, the true history versus what the books say, and what the Khoisan legends and the African legends here. It doesn't tie up to what you're saying. So this is written by a white man, but cool, you carry on with your tour. Not just that, we go through. There's over 100 doors in this castle. They show us through about 5 doors,
Uh-huh.
nothing else. There's only 5 doors that they take you through, and they show you this, this, and this, and that's it. And
Hmm.
not just that, um, the oldest artifact that we saw in the castle was, I think it was 1787 or something like that. I got some. We took photos and that, but the oldest is like 1700s, in the late 1700s, where the castle, or they call it the castle. It's just a normal star fort that you see across the world. Those star forts.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Yeah,
yeah, it's a
crazy
typical
about. Yeah.
Starfall. Yeah,
Uh,
that was built in the 1660s or something like that. But there's
right. Yeah.
nothing. There's nothing that is from the 1600s in that fort or in this what they call castle. It's all late history stuff in there. And then there's this massive gun. It is huge. It must have been a. This is for a. Um, must be for a 15-foot human being to hold this gun. It's in there. They say no, they
Right.
put these guns on the side of the ships, and it was mounted to the side of the ships. It it's just ridiculous. So now I tell my mom about this, and I say, "Oh, we went to go look at the castle and stuff like that." I said, "Oh, yeah, she knows the history of the castle and this and that." I said, "Oh, really? So you believe the whole Jan van Riebeck?" Yeah, no, we were taught this in school, and I was like, "Oh, fuck, you don't know what you're talking about, woman."
Uh,
So funny. Um,
oh, that's close.
'Cause, okay,
Uh,
I believe that there were larger beings here. I don't think the people would draw them, write about them if they were fictional. I think they were really here, and there's evidence for them. And
yeah.
for instance, this gun, that's the first thing I actually photographed. I got it on my phone. My wife standing next to the gun. The gun is the size of my wife, and I was like, no, they didn't use these on the side of ships. It's
Yeah.
retarded. Why would they use a bigger gun on the side of the ship? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a fence when it comes to the giant people. Like I've seen a lot of very interesting stuff. You know,
Okay.
kind of makes me lean one way towards them, and then I think, yeah, especially when they talk about like giant trees and this sort of thing. Like I can definitely see all this stuff here, man. Like I can, and it's just
Yeah,
like,
I'm also
uh,
two minds about the giant trees, but I
yeah,
definitely think that there were bigger beings. For instance, okay, so I don't believe that these giant reptiles were running around T-Rexes and things, but I do think there were fairly large fucking birds like massive ostriches or
yeah,
it's probably
yeah,
something big because we can see their footprints and it looks just like a
mhm,
duck footprint, but just a massive fucking duck. Um,
yes,
so, so I think there were bigger birds and stuff. And if there was an event, a flood, a plasma apocalypse, or something that happened that
yeah,
wiped most of these things out, cool. I'm for that because I can see there's evidence for all of this sort of thing. But once again, I don't know. But what I've been presented and what I see ties up with logic and resonates with me.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I can definitely see a distinct possibility of either bigger people or smaller people. I can definitely see that. Um, um, some of the people that I've heard talk about, the larger people. We're talking giants like King Kong. Like, I'm not, they weren't that big, type of thing. But I definitely think that um, just through natural progression, selection, or whatever, what was available to eat, I think there was probably a cycle, for want of a
Yeah.
better word, a cycle. Um,
Yeah.
and things do go in cycles. Everything around us, big man, goes in cycles. It just like a clock, and that is very very evident, very
Yes.
very evident. And you know, you know, I look, I think that I'm pretty damn convinced that we're on a plainer land. Okay, then now, I lean towards things like uh, other lands as well.
Same
Okay,
here. So I think
yeah,
Malaysia Airlines went for the other lands. I don't believe that that plane crashed in the middle of some ocean. I think it
yeah,
flew out of our
yeah,
realm.
and I tend to think too that some of the unidentified things that we see in the sky above us come from these other lands occasionally. Okay, and come and visit us occasionally. But they talk about things like the ice age and stuff, beer man, right? And a lot of people in the Earth realm don't believe in these sorts of things, but I actually can see these things happening, and they're like in cycles too. So I can see, say, you know, the continent of Africa and Asia and whatnot just being covered in ice, but lower down here around Australia and whatnot, we're still got access to the sun, but then the sun is now going over these other lands that we don't have access to, right? And then they then become fruitful, that we travel to,
I've
and
seen I've
and
seen those
habitate.
things. There's some guy that shows something where the North Pole is, how the whole system rotates within a rotation or something. And I've seen that whole thing with the oh man, how do I explain this? Uh, how the North Pole moves, and we moving with that, and how the whole system. Oh man, I'm gonna see if I can find that. But I've seen that. It sort of makes sense, but I think it could also just be someone that sat around a table that could have done this mathematically. But I
Yeah,
also, yeah, what you're saying with the ice age thing, because if you um look into, okay, so I can't confirm that it's Antarctica, but there's been buildings that are found in Antarctica and stuff
yes,
up in the north side,
yep,
and so that's under ice. But then they also show old pictures. I actually saved it here on in one of my folders here, where they did a picture from the 1900s where this whole thing is full of ice, and then the same boat, or a boat in this position, and then you can see the mountains and stuff in the
yep,
background taken in the
yep,
1900s, and then one in
mhm,
2005 or something, and you can
yep,
see how the ice is melted. So there's something changing there. But
definitely.
if they call it now global warming or whatever, I don't know. That's what they call it. I'm just, like I say, I'm not a scientist. It, yeah, there's something to it. So there was definitely something that was more iced up then than it is now, and what we know as the Ice Age. But they explain it the mainstream way. I don't always agree with mainstream,
Hmm.
but there's truth to it. There's truth in everything. It's just
Yeah,
the way that
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. There always seems to be an element of truth in everything. It's just trying to
Yeah.
decipher or decode what that truth is, and
Yeah.
which look, you and I, be man, we're never gonna decipher it, right?
No, and I'll never preach it to anyone either. That's the thing. Because,
No,
like I say, I just want to take the information, and I appreciate everyone that wants to share a bit of information. Don't
yeah,
force it on me. You can
no,
share it. Let me
yeah,
do with it what I want. It's my
yeah.
life. It's my understanding.
Yeah, and that's that's where I it kind of comes back full circle too, where for me and my wife and my family, that's what you concentrate on, and that's what especially my wife and I are concentrating on now is being in the present,
Yeah.
right? Being in the present and appreciating the present for all its glory, because if there are other lands or other realms or whatever they are, like how is that going to affect our present? Because if we worry about those or trying to get to those, we are then robbing ourselves of the present. We have
Yeah.
made our life for ourselves here, here, in the now. That is our life, right? This is our forever home, where we are. Um, my avatar is what I look at, every single night across the beautiful ocean. This is our forever home now. This is where we are going to be till our last breath, be
Yeah.
man.
And
And this is
who says those other lands are better than this current land? Because you're gonna
exactly
create
right.
your own world up that side, which may be a totally different sun cycle. It may be something totally different, but you have to create that world for yourself.
Exactly. And then to create that world for yourself, what do you have to do? Like how do you
Yeah.
uproot your whole family, right? All your friends, everything that you know, right, to go create another life somewhere else to be content, maybe if you're lucky, somewhere else. Like you
Yeah.
make your own heaven, right?
Correct.
In the present. And if you are not happy with your present, right, you need to do something about it, right?
Yeah.
Because no one's going to do it for you.
Yeah.
You know,
Only you can change the way
yeah,
you perceive it.
that's right. And you got to stop pointing the finger at everyone else. You got to
Yeah.
stand in front of the mirror and you got to point that finger at yourself.
Yeah.
That's what you've got to do because it's no one else's fault. We can blame the Bill Gates, the Soroses, all the big farmers. We can blame that. We can blame all these people to make us feel better. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Well, it is your fault at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Man up, take responsibility, right, for your own happiness, and don't blame it on it. Don't blame it on anyone
Yeah.
else. How dare you blame your happiness on someone else? Because it's no one else's
Find out.
responsibility.
Yeah. You got to find out what's making you unhappy, and that's actually something I went through. But hold on, before I get onto that thought, I gotta go piss. I've been keeping this in for
Okay.
so long. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Cool, man. I'll be right back.
What up? What up?
What up? What up? What up?
How we doing?
Hey, go good, buddy. Yourself?
I got a bone to pick with Brian Leakey.
Well, why? What's he done to you?
Listen, people in Florida drive like assholes. Okay, that's what he's done.
Oh, really?
Yo, that shit would not fly in New York. I'm telling you right now. I just went to Disney World or whatever the fuck it is, Disneyland.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yo,
Oh, Jeremy's.
motherfuckers. What's up?
No, I'm just saying I'm back. Yeah,
Oh, hi,
Bandy and I
hello.
were. My bad.
Were you guys going at it? Were you having cyber sex?
Yeah, no,
100%
Bandy
we
and I were
were.
fighting about that. Andy
Yeah.
believes that it's a ball and all that stuff. So, yeah. No, I'm just
Bandy,
kidding.
Bandy was saying we live on a ball. I know.
No, I'm kidding. Sorry, were you guys chatting? Because I don't want to forget this thought.
No,
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go, be man.
So you were saying you got to live in the now. So I was going to
Yeah.
say that I actually wrote here in my little book on the 18th of the 7th, 2022. You got to live now like a sine wave. So the reason why I wrote that is because I recently bought an inverter. You know, because we get this thing
Yeah.
called load shedding here in South Africa, where they switch off the power and stuff like that. So I still got to get my work done. So I bought myself an inverter and a battery, and
What,
when
what
the
you got, a
power goes
grid
out,
tie? Oh, never mind. You got batteries. All right. They sell grid
yeah,
tie inverters too. I didn't know if that's what you had because you could plug them into the plug a solar panel into it, plug it into the wall, and then it'll give you
yeah. So
power, but it doesn't like store it or anything. Just for, anyways, go
okay, no,
ahead.
so I got the inverter with a deep cycle battery, and I want to hook up some solar panels and stuff like that. But yeah, long story short, I bought this. So I started because I first bought a thing called a modified sine wave. So it's a very jagged. This is something that I learned
Oh,
while I was buying all these things, and it's a
Mhm.
jagged edge. And when I switch my computer on, it can actually yar it. It's like, and then when it doesn't want to use my laser printer, and the TV would make a noise, and it's just weird. So then I learned about you get a pure sine wave. It's a bit more expensive, but it's like clearer than what the actual utility company gives it to you. So then I was thinking, fuck, this is the way we should be living life, is on a smooth wave, not the jagged edge. So if you want to make a change, don't wait for the something to happen for you to go down a level or go up a level or to
Yep.
make a change. Just make it then and there. If it's up or down, it'll be a smooth transition. So
Yeah.
that's I want to agree with you got to live in the now. Don't live in the future because then you're going to live like a modified sine wave instead of a pure
Oh,
sine.
exactly.
Listen. Bandsaw doesn't know anything about renewable energy. Okay, do you get any wind? Do you get any wind down there?
Uh, where I am? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'm in Cape Town. It's like Chicago.
Hey,
Shut up,
listen.
Jeremy.
Here's what you do. Bandsaw doesn't know anything about getting nothing. No renewable energy. Uh, here's what you do. Listen, here's what you do. If you got good wind, I've been telling Bandsaw this for a while. If you get good wind, get yourself a 55-gallon plastic drum, cut it down the middle vertically, attach the top to the bottom in a vertical fashion, but have it offset 45 degrees. Right? So it's going to catch the wind. That thing will just spin and spin, man. It's the cheapest fucking renewable energy you can get.
That's true.
Super cheap,
Yeah.
dude. Way cheaper than solar panels. You can make that thing for like $50, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I've already got me solar panels. So
I
Yeah,
know, but this
I
guy's in
actually
Africa.
yeah, I'm in South Africa, but I got an online store, and one of my suppliers they actually sell. I can buy those solar panels for really cheap. Um,
really?
yeah. So for me, it's not a problem. But the my main issue now is my wife and I just sold our house, and we moved into an apartment for security reasons. Because sometimes I sit with in rands it's over 100,000 rand, so say 10,000 Australian dollars, similar to
Yeah.
US dollars, 8,000 US dollars worth of stock in my house, and then a lot of my other stock sits at the warehouse. So I always worry about someone breaking into the house. So I said, no, let's move into an apartment. So currently I'm in an apartment, and that's why I don't have solar panels and things like that yet. But I am looking at purchasing a piece of land similar to what you're doing, Bandy, because that's actually in my little book here as well. I want to buy a piece of land, build a house on
Yep.
it, have my little garden, and then I
Yeah.
will either build a on-site safe, storage room with like a massive safe door, or I will go and rent for my business a actual place for my actual.
Oh yeah. Just put like up a 20-foot high electric fence.
Nah, dude, they get over that shit.
First
Oh, you
thing,
need to
all right.
build it 30-foot high. Then you got to go higher.
Dude, I'm in
First
South
thing-
Africa. They make a plan. They'll
Dude,
go
you gotta
under.
get a moat, right? First
A
thing you gotta do is
moat.
build a giant trench, a giant
Yes.
trench around your whole house. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, we
Yeah.
all can't be the king of Australia. Okay, you know, bandsaw. You know, so
Exactly. Exactly. How's the
yeah,
holiday
yeah,
going, Jeremy? Going good?
yeah. It's over now. That shit was fucking. Oh my god, we drove to Florida, dude. It was brutal.
Brutal? Damn.
Brutal, yeah.
How long did it take you to get there from where you are?
Like with all the stops and shit, like 20, 22, 23 hours.
Damn, with all the kids in the car, that would have been brutal.
Yeah, no, they were good though. They were. We didn't really stop a lot. You know, you got to stop and get gas every so often. So, you know, we would just get out, stretch, get something to eat.
Yeah. Or whenever we used to travel with the kids, we just used to get gaffer tape, put it over their mouths, around their hands. Yeah, it was
Dude, I needed
enjoyable.
that for my wife. I needed some of that for the wife, riding shotgun, fucking clenching on for dear life. I'm like, listen, you don't know the game these people are playing. I'm like, I don't want to play the game. She's like, you don't have to play the game. I'm like, I don't want to play the game, but they're playing it and I know it, and this is what you got to do. So you just let me drive, close your eyes.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, no, it's been quiet around here, Joe. Hey.
We had it popping last night for a minute. Kosha was in here, Branch.
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
enjoyed our chat, Bandy. It was really cool, and I see the live stream is back up now. So
Oh,
I
it's
got
Yo, you
fantastic.
guys can keep going. You guys can keep going. Listen,
No,
this
no, no.
renewable energy thing. You got to get
No.
wind power.
It wasn't about energy. It was about fucking
No.
living in the now. So I was saying that I was thinking about that with the way I was thinking about my inverter. That I should change the way I see life, and if I want to make a change, I need to make it now because it doesn't help me being like a modified sine wave. A pure sine
No.
wave is much nicer.
Listen, if you want to make a change, you got to get the wind energy taken in, because then you get it at nighttime too, bro.
No,
I've been
we
telling
were
Bandsaw this forever.
life spiritual things.
Yes, mate. You want to make a change, what you do is you got to get yourself a... That's what you do. All right? The
You gotta
best
get yourself
change
up?
you'll ever make. Yeah. Get
You
yourself a
gotta get
fishing
yourself.
rod.
Oh, dude. See, this is what I'm saying. Fucking dude, go watch that podcast that I was just that I sent you because you're talking about fishing rods. Now my wife walked in like 5 minutes ago telling me tomorrow we're gonna go buy fishing rods.
No way! Get the...
I swear to God. I'll call her now to fucking say the same. Yeah, she's just saying it here. Yeah, he's talking about the fishing. So.
Hello.
Hey!
Cabin close to our house, so
Yeah,
I
so.
want to go fish.
Oh,
So yeah.
exactly right.
No, it's so
Exactly
crazy
right.
that you just said that, and yeah, she just said it like, "Fuck, we gotta go get fishing rods."
Oh, exactly. There's nothing better.
I'm big into it. Okay. Well, I did a bit of sea fishing, but I was mainly into bass fishing.
Yeah.
But I did the odd sea fishing because I eat a lot of fish. We eat like fish 5 times a week. I'm not a big
Yep.
meat eater.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't do well with it. But I think I need it because I've been having a lot of sugar drops, and apparently it's because I'm probably low in fucking proteins or irons.
Yeah, are you
and
near
stuff.
the ocean? Are you near the ocean?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, how far?
Yeah.
How far?
So I used to be about a kilometer, so it's just less than like a half a mile. But now I'm
Or
about
we're living in the now. Living in the now. Where are you? How far are you now?
shit, about 20 kilometers. So
Oh, that's a car ride. You got to take a car ride
Oh.
there.
Yeah, it's about a half an hour drive with traffic. Without traffic,
So you got to
10
get
minutes.
set up like the king of Australia over here, and fucking get yourself set up right on the beach.
Yeah. That's what you got to
Oh,
do.
I want to get both.
Jeremy's trying to convince me into making bloody traps and all this sort of stuff. So
Oh,
so I
dude,
don't
you're
even have
wasting
to
your
go.
time fishing. You build a
Yeah,
little M
exactly.
shape. You build a little M-shaped thing out of either stones or sticks. The
Yeah,
fish
I
go
know.
in. You throw some bait in there. The fish go in. They can't get out. Put it at where the high tide is.
I enjoyed boat
Exactly.
fishing, so I've always had boats. I always buy a boat and fish off a boat.
Oh yeah,
So yeah, that's
yeah.
I prefer that way.
There's
So we
nothing
are
better
looking.
though. Oh, there's nothing better than catching
Oh, dude,
your own
and
food.
yeah,
And,
and it's so
I'm,
fresh when you come off that ocean and you fucking cook it right there. We call it braai, barbecue your side on the fire. Oh, dude, it's
yeah.
so good.
I made the mistake of inviting Jimmy over here for a barbecue when he gets his ass over here. But I'm gonna have to fish for like 3 months straight to feed his appetite. Thereabouts.
We got a fish here. It's a silverfish. It's called a white stump nose. And
Oh, okay.
oh, dude, it's so good. And you catch them in Langebaan. Um,
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, and I got a few spots that we used to take the boat out there, and I said to my wife, "You just drop your line, yeah, I promise you're gonna catch fish." And we caught each of us over 100 fish that day.
Nice.
Yeah, but
Nice.
obviously we
Yeah.
only kept the bigger ones, but in
Yeah.
total we each at least caught 100 fish each. It was so
Nice.
many,
Yeah.
in different spots. But yeah, oh,
Yeah.
dude,
I generally go after the salmon or the flathead. Occasionally, been getting some whiting lately, which is a nice change. But they're just a bit fiddly. They've got very tiny bones in them.
You got to get the salmon. Go for the salmon. Stock it
That's
up
what I
when I
go for,
come
mate.
through.
Yeah, high grade,
we don't
hundred
get
bucks a
salmon. Yeah,
kilo. $100 a
yeah,
kilo. The stuff I buy.
we don't
Of
get
that.
we can't catch salmon. Yeah, I think we got a thing called a Cape salmon, but I don't think it's a salmon.
Okay, a
Um,
bit too warm. Bit too warm where you are.
no, the water's cold, man. It's like 16 degrees Celsius. Yeah,
Really? What the fuck?
yeah. No, the water's
Yeah.
cold. When I surf, I'm fucking wetsuit. Some of the surfers, yeah, with hoodie wetsuits. No, it's shitty water. Yeah, I'm on.
Wetsuit. You
Yeah,
surf in wetsuits. Oh, what a
that
man!
that's me surfing there, dude.
I
That's me.
know. What a pussy. What a
Yeah,
Nah,
come
it's
on,
puppy.
bro.
cold. It's cold.
Oh man.
Talk to him, man. Talk to him.
Exactly. Surfing in a
You
wetsuit.
got to get in
Maybe I'm
there.
Durban side. It's a bit warmer, but not here in Cape Town. It's fucking freezing.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Jeez, you go in, your ankles are like fucking. You don't even feel your toes anymore. So I go with booties. That pick there
Oh,
was in Tweedle Bay.
booties. Oh, what you got?
Yeah,
Ugg
dude.
boots on. You got a beanie and a scarf and all that sort of stuff going on too.
It gets fucking cold, yeah, dude. You can't
Oh,
feel the shit afterwards. No.
oh,
We got to
that is
toughen these guys up, bandsaw.
don't
These
we?
fucking
Don't we?
pussies, yeah, in
God,
South Africa.
this is absolutely
Uh,
crazy. So what's wrong with the Florida drivers? They all drive.
Jesus Christ. Dude, there'd be fucking some serious road rage going on if people tried that shit in New York. Once you hit North Carolina, South Carolina, there's no more rules on the road. It's over.
Oh,
Ooh,
damn.
Dude,
I
they're not
enjoy
even doing
watching.
10 over in the left lane.
Jeremy, are you in Florida?
No, I live in New York. I went to Florida for a trip. We went
Okay,
to
yeah.
Disney
I watched
World.
that Haulover Pass there in Florida. I watched those videos with the boats coming in and out of that Haulover Pass. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys ever seen that. It's just boats coming out of very rough water. But yeah, I enjoy the ocean. I'm a water baby. I'm also a Pisces,
Oh,
so I think there's something to that.
I love it. I love it. And there's nothing better, absolutely nothing better than jumping in the water
Oh
and
man, it's amazing.
and oh, the old skinny dipping. We do it quite a bit actually. Skinny, nothing better than that.
Oh, we did that in the hot tub.
Oh, we go down the beach and do it. You're a
Oof.
pussy.
Yeah, but you
You
can.
are
You
you
can.
are a pussy.
I am, dude. Hey, dude, I got a small one, but it smells like a big one.
Oh, yeah, well, Australia's got to be careful with all the things that might nibble on it. Don't you? But yeah, no, we do it quite a bit. Wife had dared me about a month ago. Came down to the beach. She said, "Come on, we're going swimming." Babe, I'm fishing. She goes, "Yeah, that's all right, but come on, in we go." And like I said, it's pretty much a private little beach where we're
Yeah.
being at. So doing that sort of stuff.
I think in the
Yeah, no,
public you'll get fined and locked up.
yeah, well, look, possibly, like, but look, at the end of the day, like, people do. I don't see the big deal about it. To be honest with
Yeah, we don't see the big deal about it, but the the controllers see a big deal about it, which is
you. Oh,
very,
no, they.
very
Oh my
retarded.
god. Oh my god. I saw it. I saw a penis. I
Uh-huh.
saw some titties. Oh my god.
Yeah, they've never
Uh,
seen it before. It's
I know.
ridiculous.
Exactly. And any of the nudist beaches that are around, um, if you do go down to them, they're just full of grandfathers and grandmothers, all old,
Uh-huh.
wrinkly old people. Like, it's just like, what the hell? This ain't funny.
Yeah.
Uh, but we're quite lucky where we are. Said, so, and it'll stay like that forever too. It'll never change, which is good. There is
You're
no.
lucky to have that private beach there. So we
Oh,
actually, yeah, we went 3 weeks ago, to go look at a piece of land up on the west coast, yeah, in the Western Cape, in South Africa, and possibly to buy a piece of land which is also near, like on the ocean, and it had a beautiful beach. Um,
yep,
but they got a few too many regulations on what you can and cannot build. So yeah, we're in two minds about it. I don't feel that we should go that route. So we're still looking.
yep.
Yeah, but what you have sounds like what I want. But obviously, yeah.
It's Yeah. You just got to be patient, man. You just got to be
Yeah,
patient.
so we spoke about it today. We're just going to keep our eyes open. We're looking.
Yeah.
Uh, we just
Well,
moved into this place now temporarily,
mm,
till we find the next place. Because yeah, like I say, we just sold our house now. We moved
yep,
into this place now in August. Um, so it's only been a month. So we still got
yeah.
another 11 months, and we can continue the lease, yeah, if we need to. But we're just trying to see the correct
Mm.
place.
It
Yeah.
was it was funny. Like when we decided to sell up and downsize and move. Um, we really had no idea where we would go. So we just sat down and wrote on a bit of paper our wish list, what we would, and and our price range, because we wanted to own something outright. We didn't want any mortgage or anything like that. So we did that, and we put into the search bars the criteria, and went on to the different real estate apps and whatnot, and just started looking. And it was quite amazing, actually, like how many that did pop up. And it meant quite a big change from where we were, basically moving interstate, but what we wanted. Um, you know, this is where these places were, and we actually found a place that we put an offer in on, and we got it. It was accepted, and it was subject to um, further inspections and stuff like that, and some due diligence. And anyway, we did some investigation, and it happened to be in a flood zone, a registered flood zone. And
Ooh.
yeah, because it was in a registered flood zone, the property insurance each year was over $10,000.
Holy
Over
shit.
ten
A
thousand
year?
dollars a year, right? and we
Just
would
by the way, there's a dude in VC check-in that wants to get in. I don't know if you guys can help there.
Oh, is there? Who is he?
Yeah, bro, you get flood insurance is no fucking joke, dude.
Yeah, VC checking.
You got this guy, Banta? I can't. I'm kind of doing shit.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Yum. Who is
Go
he?
for it.
Yeah,
Go.
no. I'll do it from here. I'll just
Okay.
and then he can then come down here if he wants to.
But yeah, 10 grand a year, that's fucking insane.
Oh yeah, dude. Insurance,
That's more than
depending
your
on where you live. Depending on where you live.
Oh no, he's gone now.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Is he in here or did he just go?
No, I think he just left.
Just us three.
Just three. Oh well, too bad. I just voice verified.
Cool.
Stream verify.
But
Man.
yeah, so are you currently paying that every fucking year?
No. We pulled out of the deal.
Yeah, dude, you don't buy that.
Yeah,
Oh.
no.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as we found out, we pulled out of it. Thank goodness. Pulled out of it, and it was a crying shame because the place was absolutely gorgeous. And anyway, not to worry. We just thought, okay, we'll just have to keep on looking. And anyway, we kept on looking, and obviously found where we found at the moment, which worked out to be even better than the first place.
How high are you right now? What's your elevation like at where your house is? You know?
Oh, I don't have to worry about it. But I think I don't know. I'm 150 meters above sea level, about.
You better hope this global warming thing no fucking kick on, bro. We could go 200 meters. Wait, how many? You
What?
said feet or meters?
No, meters. I'm 150 odd
Oh.
meters. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Hopefully, global
guys-
warming does take place because then I'll actually have beachfront property.
Yeah, you'll be right on it, bro.
Yeah.
Be able to fish out of your fucking window.
Exactly. I'll put that big M trap right out the back door. All right. I'll be
Yo,
the
you don't
lazy.
even need an M. I forgot. It's because you're on the ocean. All you
Yeah.
gotta do is make a giant square and just bait it and just put it where it's high tide. So when low tide comes, there's just fish in it. I'm telling you, it's like having a fucking dishwasher or a washing machine or a Roomba. You just go out there and just pick fish. You know what I mean? You ain't got to sit out there.
You are the laziest fisher ever. Right?
Listen,
Ever.
laziness drives efficiency. I'm efficient.
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah, you
efficient,
are.
not lazy.
Yeah.
I want to get my fishing done, my laundry done, my dishes done, and my floor vacuumed at the same time. Free my waking hours up.
Yeah.
And then you want to ask, where do I sign? No, I like
But then,
to make a mission out of stuff. It's fun to make a mission.
Yeah. If I don't go fishing, my wife won't have anything to do because I'll be down there fishing early in the morning. Half an hour or an hour into it, she brings me breakfast at the beach. So
Nice.
what's she gonna do with her time? I can't do that to her, Jeremy.
Yeah,
She's very
no, I hear you.
dedicated. She's very
I hear you.
dedicated.
That's nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Fucking living like the king of Australia down there. I'm telling you, this guy.
I'm spoiled.
Have you got some mussel crackers there in Australia as well that you can catch? It's those fish with mussel crackers. I think it's called a mussel cracker. It's a fish with a whole bunch of these flat teeth. Actually, Google mussel. I think it's called a mussel cracker. Hold on.
I will. We might call it a mussel. It sounds
mussel
painful.
cracker.
You don't
Black
want that
mussel
biting
cracker.
your dick.
Oh, dude, you must see the things. Its mouth it looks insane inside there, but yeah, it's a very tasty fish. We get them here on the west coast. Don't know if you guys get them.
Yeah, no, I'm just googling it now. The fish. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, and now I want image.
They're very, very yummy.
Oh my, they're fucking ugly, aren't they?
Yeah, it's an ugly fish, but it's a great tasting fish.
Nice. Look at the size of the mouth.
Look at those teeth, dude. There's a
I
weird.
know.
Yeah, yeah. I think they get the name obviously because they actually crunch the mussels and then they eat the
Yeah,
mussels.
yeah. God, they're a decent size. They grow to a decent size too, don't they?
Yeah.
Damn. No, we don't get those.
Almost like human front teeth.
Yeah. That is... Huh. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
If you can find them in Australia, I do recommend ordering one to eat. Very, very yummy.
Yep.
And
Fuck
king
that,
clip,
man. Catch one. We don't listen. You ever see Game of Thrones?
I actually haven't watched Game of Thrones, to be
Oh,
honest.
all right. Never mind.
I don't watch a lot of
Catch
TV.
one. Catch one, bandsaw. Don't buy that shit.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not
If you
buying
got to
no
get
fish.
out deeper, I told you if you got to get out deeper, get yourself an RC boat or a drone. You could take that line as far out as the line is.
Yep.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You could take that line out fucking miles if you had it. If you had enough line. I'm
you
not
could
joking.
do.
However much line you got, that's how far you could go.
We were down at the local, the big market in Adelaide, and we went to the fishmonger, and we were looking at salmon and what, well, we were looking for some prawns actually. We noticed the price of salmon. It was $110 a kilogram for this fresh salmon. $110 a kilogram.
What's that, like 2 pounds?
Kilogram.
You know?
No, 2.2 pounds. 2.2.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. If I buy a little tiny piece of salmon, it's like $5, bro. And it's tiny. I could eat realistically, I could eat, 2 of
20
them,
of
maybe. Yeah.
20.
Just for like a normal meal, though, I could eat 2 or 3 of them.
Oh yeah.
But I could probably eat like fucking 10 of them, I bet.
Like I look at it like after I've caught the fish and filled them up and Barbie, and we're sitting down and we're eating $150 worth of salmon, like right there in one meal. Let's just get the
Yeah, dude, the fucking king of Australia. I know, man.
right, exactly. It was so funny. It was so, we went to the market. We got some grapes. And anyway, we came home and all that sort of stuff. Then anyway, I just said to I said to the boss, I said, I'd like some grapes, please, babe. She said, oh yeah, they're in the crisper. No, babe, no, I want to be fed grapes. And
Yeah.
she just fucking glared at me. She goes, who do you think you are, fucking Caesar or someone?
Yeah, man.
I said, damn
We're
right. I said, you're my queen. After your king, babe.
show kids here. Fucking, this is where the party stops.
Here we go. Kosho. What do you got for us?
I was just listening to you guys flirt.
Hey.
I pulled up the YouTube and I heard Jeremy talking about driving a boat out and fucking something about a line. I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Why are you pulling
We were
up?
talking about fishing. Man shit. You say shit you don't know nothing about.
Fucking
Okay.
stalking us on YouTube.
You don't even own a saw, bro.
Yeah, I do own several saws, dude.
You don't even have a saw, dude.
Fucking, I got several saws. That doesn't matter, dude. Listen, I was watching Witsit last night. Did you guys see that?
Well, you're a
What was he
stalker.
on?
You're an absolute.
He's stalking people, right? What was he on?
He was on YouTube and he was fucking, he was sharing it to the world, man. So it's not stalking, but yeah, he had this whole presentation about ether and
Yeah.
versus.
Are you an ether believer now?
No, I thought it was I thought it was quite wrong, of course, you know.
I know.
That's not the point. The point is, you know, he gets a lot of admiration, you know that. A lot of people love with it.
Oh, he's top 10. Top 10, no doubt.
Top 10 what? Top 10 dudes you'd bang if you the top 10 what are you talking about?
Oh, you're absolutely insane, Kosho. Like, you're not an ether, but you're a dark matter, dark energy. Come on,
Yeah,
The
the
dark energy is the wildest one, and that gets overlooked the most because people love dark matter, but the dark energy is the one that you got them on.
Okay, let me explain something very briefly. This is what bothers me about his presentation and about what you guys say. Is part of his presentation he brought up virtual particles, virtual photons, and the reason he brought them up was because that they are used in science and they sound ridiculous. So this is like you guys right now. You're like dark matter, dark energy. It's like, you're ridiculous. You got to use dark energy and dark matter. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why. I don't understand what justification you guys have to.
Are you fucking kidding me? I give you the justification all the time. You got the red shift. You got space being created out of nothing. The distance, the galaxies are moving double the speed of light away from us, bro. That's a fucking problem for you. You don't understand.
That's not an issue. First of all, that's not true. It's true, but it's not.
It's true, but it's not true. What the fuck kind of psycho shit are you bringing to the table today?
It's hard. Okay, so it's like if
I know.
let me think.
Hold on, he's got to open up a tab to get it.
Here, would you have some bad Chinese food last night?
Baddy, that's a 4 kg I caught in it's like a winter month, so we don't really get the bass in winter. But yeah, I just took out my face there with my egghead. That's a big ass bass, eh? Fuck it. Nice. It's my record bass that I caught, a largie.
Nice. Tomorrow you'll get the rods and you'll go catch some more.
You're literally getting something from nothing, Kosho.
Exactly.
Face.
So I have this physics program I'm playing with right now, and I can I'm doing this like simulate. I can make a bunch of balls. Okay, so just before you get fixated on the balls part of it, I have all these balls, and I'm making believe they're particles, and I can grab all the balls at once.
I know you're good with you've had more balls in your mouth than hungry hippo.
I say anything about my mouth, dude. Listen to me. I can grab all these balls at once, copy and paste them.
You do. You grab them all at once, especially under the light of the beautiful ISS.
Oh my god, dude! Why did I even start this? Listen to me, dude. I have all these gas particles. Okay, it's in here. I'm showing my screen.
Gas particles. You got gas particles. Hold on, we've got to look at this. He's got gas particles.
This is only meant to be an analogy. The point is, I have some light pink, some dark pink, purple, dark purple, and I could copy and paste the entire.
What sort of gas is it? What sort of gas?
It's just not really gases. It's just a bunch of balls.
It doesn't have balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's simulating gas. Stop thinking about it too hard, dude. Listen. I'm saying to you,
you're thinking too much.
I can take all these balls and I can copy and paste all of them. Okay, and if I were to do that, the pink balls, there's few of them. If I copy and paste the whole thing, there will be more space in between each of those pink balls. It's not like the pink balls are moving apart from each other. It's just more space is being created.
Okay.
It's like if you think that's actually a good way to think about it. If you think about the universe being copied and pasted, just the space stuff. Yeah, the space is being copied and pasted, and so
who's going to control P in the?
That doesn't matter. Okay, that doesn't matter. What matters is that there's two stars, two galaxies. Okay, they're not moving apart from each other at all. What's happening is the universe is being copied and pasted, and there's more space being everywhere being added. And for this reason, if there's two galaxies that are sufficiently far apart, enough space is being created between them that the distance that they seem to be moving away from each other could exceed the speed of light. But it's not because they're moving at the speed of light away from each other. It's because that much space is being, created
Well,
there.
How can space be created? The space is either there or there. You can't just create space.
Where does it come from? Nothing?
First of all,
Nothing?
when you really think about that question, it's almost... It is difficult, but it's also nonsensical, that question. Because
No,
if space is being created, right? If space is being created, that means that the universe, all the space that's in the universe right now is all the space. That's all the locations, all the places, all the positions, everywhere.
That's not true,
if you're
because
creating
in
more
5
positions,
seconds,
it's not coming from somewhere because all the positions are already there.
dude, in 5 seconds, there's going to be more positions than there was before. That's not true what you're saying.
I mean, that is what seems to be the case.
Just now, okay, right now, you can label every position in between us and the next galaxy. Okay, there's all positions there. And then in 5 minutes, there's going to be more positions than there was before.
That's right. So that's
So they're not all there. There's more coming.
No, that's what I'm saying. That all the positions that exist right now, and somehow there's more space being created. It's not coming from somewhere. It didn't exist before, and now it exists.
Yeah, so it came from somewhere.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
There is nowhere else.
No. That answer's retarded. The space is either there or it's not. But you can't have something create space because it's got nothing for the space to go into. Space can't go into nothing because there's no space for it to go into.
Well, that's so then it's not a requirement. There's nothing holding it back.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's not in a space. It's not taking up more space. It's just more space is being created.
Okay. I've got a room here that's 10 by 6 meters. All right. A certain amount of space in it. Make it bigger. Create more space for it. How do I do that?
Well, you're gonna have to be God first of all. God makes the rules, man. I don't make the rules.
Oh, God makes the rules, so God is creating more space.
I'm with that. I can get behind that.
I'm not saying he's the one doing it, but he made the rule. The rules are set in stone. The rules are set in stone. You can't change the rules.
If you want to invoke God, I'm cool with that.
Okay, well, when I say God, it's understood that I'm talking about the laws of the universe. If God made the laws of the universe and he made the laws of the universe, if he didn't make the laws of the universe, there's still laws of the universe.
Well, now
can laws be
broken?
God doesn't exist. Where does laws come from?
Yeah,
I'm not saying God doesn't exist. I'm saying that the laws are the laws. If God's will, God made the laws.
Laws can be broken, though.
Well, the rules could be wrong. I don't know if they could be broken, but we have laws.
Our laws get broken all the time. Yeah, I break the rules all the time when I drive over a stop street without stopping.
Yeah, but those aren't real
breaking
laws.
the rules in Florida every day. But yeah, what do you mean the laws could be wrong? What does that even mean?
The laws can't be broken; they can just be wrong. So if there's a law,
what is the law being wrong mean?
If we have a universal law of gravitation, for example, it's not that somebody did something and broke the law of universal gravitation. It's just that the universal law of gravitation actually wasn't correct. The laws of the universe are the laws of the universe.
I missed what you said. How are the laws wrong? My AirPod died.
Right. I said, just like the universal law of gravitation, if somebody finds something out that shows that the universal law, it doesn't work in this case, it's not that they broke the law. It's that the law wasn't the truth.
Yeah, we already know Newton's law of
gravity
was wrong. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you can't in the universe you can't just break the laws. The laws can either not be true or or whatever.
If a law is broken, there's generally chaos. So that happens, yeah. So if you drive over a stop street and the other person also drives over the stop street, that's two of you breaking the law. There's a car accident. There's chaos. If laws get broken in the universe, there will be chaos.
But those laws, laws from the police and stuff, those aren't real laws. Those are laws that we've made up. I'm talking about, when I say laws, I'm talking about things that we found to be the code of the universe. You know, the way the universe
we keep
actually is.
finding them. So before those laws were found, there were no law that we didn't know that those laws were there. So there could be a new law that's found that could overwrite this law. I'm just saying that just because we know those laws doesn't mean there are other laws in place that could break these laws.
Yeah, but that would just make us. That just means that we would have gotten it wrong the first time. We didn't know the real laws, but that doesn't matter. That's the point. The point is about with dark energy. It's not that somebody's doing it or that somebody can make it happen. This is just this is what we're seeing to be the truth. We're seeing that the universe is expanding at 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. Yeah.
You're not seeing it. What are you observing when you say you're seeing it expanding? What are you actually seeing?
Every object in the universe is expanding away from each other, or every galaxy.
I know the story, but what are you actually seeing? What led you to this?
I'm telling you,
conclusion.
That is the conclusion. The galaxy is expanding away from each other.
I know. I'm asking you, what led you to this conclusion? What led you to it?
Probably talking about the phenomenon. Like, what did you measure to determine that it's accelerating apart?
Well, first, Hubble discovered that the further away he looked, the more these stars seem to be, or galaxies seem to be redshifted.
How does he know he's looking farther away? First of all,
standard candles.
So the brightness of the star.
Well, the standard candles have a specific energy output. So, knowing that, they look at the brightness of those standard candles, and you can actually use those to determine distance.
So he sees a brighter star. He thinks he's looking farther.
No, a standard candle is something like a Type 1a supernova. So if he sees this Type 1a supernova, knowing the energy output, he can look at the brightness of that event and determine how far away it is.
So he's looking at the output of the supernova.
Do what?
How did you determine the energy output of a supernova?
Well, those specific supernova, if I remember correctly, Type 1a supernova, I think it happens when I think it's a binary star. I forget exactly what kind of system it is, but it's a very precise system. When this event happens, it's the range of energy output is very, very small.
How did you get it? Ask him again, Paul. I knew he wasn't going to answer. Ask him again.
How did you figure out the energy output of a supernova? I mean,
so this specific supernova, the details of it are very precise. So knowing that, you can determine, okay, this is what would cause that, this mass, this amount of pressure, this amount of fucking gravity, all that shit. So it's like a specific mass, a specific pressure, a specific event.
Third time you charm, Paul.
That's okay. I'm just trying to interpret what he said. So pretty much what I hear him saying is they did some math on a piece of paper. They assumed what they thought they might see. They looked up, saw something that seemed to match what they drew on paper, and that's what they found.
No. Astronomy had been carefully observed for, at this point, hundreds of years. So
so back then,
it's not just that they made an assumption about this. They've been making these observations.
If I see a flash off in the distance, how do I determine the energy output of that flash?
The energy output of what? Sorry?
A flash. I see a flash off in the distance. That's all a supernova is. It's supposed to be a star exploding, which would look like a flash.
To the untrained eye, I suppose, but so type 1a supernova, which I think is the most common. Let me see exactly, because like I said, so there's it occurs in a binary system, which one of the stars is a white dwarf. So this is the only type of situation that's going to create a Type 1a supernova. And I think what happens is they collide, and I'm trying to see where the energy comes from.
Okay, so you saw two lights in the sky. You identified them as stars. they came together and flashed, and you determine the output of them, the energy output of them.
Yeah, because of this specific supernova. Yeah.
Just think about what I just said a little bit slower.
Hold on. So here we go. So physically, carbon, oxygen, white dwarfs. So carbon, oxygen. So they can tell by looking at the spectral lines of the the star. See that that's exactly what it is. And it says they reignite and in some cases trigger supernova. This critical mass. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so
If you look at the spectral lines through,
this only happens at a very specific mass, is what it's saying. So,
How did you determine the mass of what you're looking at?
let's find out.
you look at the spectral lines through millions of miles of space. By the way, in your even in your paradigm.
Okay.
And there's also a bunch of gas in between that, I would guess.
Yeah,
that might change the
Who
spectral
knows?
line.
Who knows what's in between it? You have no idea what's in between it.
You'll know when you see spectral lines, because you'll get emission lines and you'll get absorption lines, and if there's gas in between, those will show up as absorption lines, right?
So stuff in between wouldn't mess with your spectral lines.
Well, like I said, they'll show up as absorption lines, and you can just cancel those out.
Because you know that there was stuff in between, or that's what it was. You have no idea. It's the big guess.
Yeah, the absorption lines are much different than the absorption lines. I'm sorry, the absorption lines are much different than the emission lines. The emission lines are the thinner, the smaller parts of the spectrum, where the absorption lines are the thick part. I'll have to show you the line, but I'll do that in a second. Just give me a second. I'm looking at this Chandrasekhar limit, which is the limit that determines the stability of a white dwarf. And like I said, it's when this limit is surpassed, this is when the supernova occurs. So I'm trying to find out.
And you know the energy because you know the mass of this white dwarf.
I'm trying to find out exactly where the precision of these assumptions came from.
Get on top of it for us, Kosho. Get on top of it.
Yeah, because we need to know this shit. It's fucking stat. Tell us more about your fantasy Candyland thing you got going on here with space.
Yeah, I've been watching it for the last little bit. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm driving, but I've got it on my phone so I can see it. And I still don't know. It's just a bunch of particles bouncing around.
Oh yeah, well, actually that's cool. You'd have to wait a long time, but what'll end up happening, because all I've done is I've made these different, I made these balls different densities, and they're allowed to bounce around in there, or whatever. And the gravity's not fucking on. No wonder nothing's happening. Okay, so now that I've turned gravity on, it may happen quickly, it may not. I don't know. But what's going to happen is they're going to start separating from the highest density at the bottom, the lowest density, due to buoyancy. So this is how buoyancy actually happens naturally. There's no equilibrium or relative buoyancy or relative density or whatever. It's simply particles all bouncing around, and what happens is the more dense the material in the medium is going to have precedence and be attracted to the direction of the force, and so over time you'll see them break up in layers. Like I said, that's going to take a minute or two. So let me keep reading this. Pressure in the star's core sufficient to balance the star's own gravitational self-attraction. White dwarf with mass greater. Okay.
What are you doing with all this knowledge, Kosho? What are you actually doing with it?
What do you mean?
Just that. What are you doing with it? We know you're not applying it to your AI robot that can't draw a bandsaw for shit with all this stuff that you know.
First of all, making a bandsaw was a dumb idea.
It was the best idea. Your AI just couldn't draw it. Like, what the hell?
I'll show you some cool shit that I've made with that, but forget about that for a second. Right. So yeah, it looks like if it white dwarf had a greater mass, it would actually collapse into something different, like a neutron star or even a black hole. So yeah, these are very. It's a very unique. This is a very unique situation to have this white dwarf, this stable white dwarf. It's a very unique mass, and so this supernova that comes from this is they're consistent in the magnitude, and that's only one type of standard candle. There's a few other standard candles.
Do you know the mass of a black hole?
Depends on the black hole, dude.
Yeah, can you tell the mass of it though?
Can I? I mean, you can.
They, not you.
Yeah.
I know you can't do
Yeah.
shit. You're gonna Google and see what they can do.
No, you can. No, you can easily tell the mass of a black hole. Yes.
Oh, all right. And how do you do that?
Then why you tell the mass of anything?
You put on a scale.
You look at the you look at the influence it's having on its environment, on its neighborhood. So if you ever, like, let's say what Chronic does, he looks at exoplanets, and he's looking at some star system and the exoplanets. He can determine the mass of the star and even the mass of the exoplanet by observing things like the wobble, like how the distance. So he sees objects orbiting this other object at a certain distance, and it's influencing the bigger mass, or
dude, you've never seen anything orbit a fucking black hole.
Yes, I have.
Not, you've seen it orbit something. You don't know what's there.
Oh, it's a black hole.
I mean, you think it is. You're not sure 100%. You can't be.
It's a very massive object that's not visible and small. I mean, what is it going to be?
You don't know. It could be anything going on. It could be some kind of magnetic thing. It could be some kind of, who knows? It doesn't have to be gravity with a black hole bending space-time. Come on, man.
Magnets don't work like that.
There's actually a chain of events. They have to do the Cavendish experiment to determine the mass of the Earth. Then they figure out the mass of Neptune. Then they figure out the mass of the Sun. Then they figure out all the mass of the other planets. Then they figure out the mass of the distant stars. Then they figure out the mass of all the other stars. And then they figure out the mass of a black hole. It's all a chain of events, right?
No, I mean, you don't need to know anything about the solar system to know that stuff. Because if you're observing two objects, if I'm observing two objects and I can tell the the distance one object is from the other object, or the speed, at least. If I can tell the speed, I can tell the distance. If I can tell the distance, the relative distance from one to the other, then I can tell roughly the relative mass from one to the other. And if I could tell how one of the masses is influencing the other one, you can get the absolute mass of it just by observing their influence on each other and everything else around it and stuff.
I just want to find out. Yeah, so I'm very newbie when it comes to these sort of things, but they recently found or took a picture of a apparent black hole. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the highest resolution image ever taken.
No,
okay, cool.
No. What they did was.
Just hold on. So this is what they're sharing to us now. But now apparently they've discovered two black holes that are colliding, and now they got images of that. Are those images also real? Because it's like
two black holes that are doing what?
They're busy colliding, and now they.
Are you sure that they have? Are you sure they have images of that?
Well, it looks like they're sharing images. I don't know where they're getting the idea from. It looks the same as what they shared last time. It doesn't, it really doesn't look real, like the first one. I don't know why they're discovering all of these things all of a sudden now. It's like
I'd have to take a look at that.
Okay, no, I'm just saying it's like computer parts. They all of a sudden, oh yes, we've just made this CPU a little bit faster. I'm sure they can make one that's like super fast that can, outrun most computers for the next 30 years. But they release it little bit. It's like they're feeding us nonsense, little bit. Don't you see it?
My bad.
No, I'm just saying. I was done there. I'm just saying it sounds a little bit fishy.
The first black hole. You want to hear something fishy? The first picture of the black hole they got There was so much information, right? They couldn't even send it over the internet. They had to ship it in with trucks on hard drives.
Yeah, airplanes.
Was it airplanes?
Yeah.
Whatever. Either way,
What?
they had to ship it there. They had to physically ship hard drives to get all the data sorted out because it was too much to send on the internet.
Yo,
I want to
Jeremy,
share a different topic if it's
You could have
okay.
made anything. You could have made anything out of the amount of data they had. You could have made any picture you wanted. You could have made a clown riding a unicorn out of that picture.
That's
Yeah.
true, but they wanted to get a real picture of a black hole, so
Do they have one?
yeah.
yo, Jeremy,
What
how
up,
was
Nate?
Disney
What up?
World?
What's up?
How was Disney World? Did you go?
Oh, it was dope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. I fucked Tinkerbell.
You come back
Nice.
with like souvenirs, like them Mickey Mouse ears and whatnot.
Nah, I got a Disney t-shirt. I'll tell you what, the best souvenir was those plastic shopping bags you used to get from Walmart.
Yeah.
Because them shits are hard to get now. And we got a whole bunch of them.
Nice, nice.
Can I transition to a different science topic with Lalu's cell service? It's mainly directed to Coach. We've had this conversation over the last year or so. Coach, you talked about cell membranes that they can form, right, by just natural processes. Remember us talking about that?
Say again. Say one more time. Cell membranes.
Yeah, just forming naturally.
Oh, yeah,
just to-
right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Chemical evolution. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's think about this for a second. When I looked at I had another doofus brought up some stuff to me in Jim's server. And he talked about the protocell. Now, when I started doing the first research on this, most cells or cell membranes are made out of lipids. Where do you get lipids from?
Well, the cell membrane that I was talking about, I got to pull up this video again. It just showed these simple amino acids that were naturally formed. Let me pull it up. Hold on.
Well, I'm talking about, like when I looked at protocell and I looked up whatever, and he used a video of some kind of clay that they formed out of that. But most cell membranes are made out of lipids. Okay, and our lipids and amino acids the same thing. Amino acids are used to make up like proteins and
Fats. Like
What's
they
that?
don't do lipids. They're like fats, right? Like fatty acids.
Right.
It's like
Yeah, there's fatty acid basically. Yeah.
yeah, they use to store
And
energy, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. Right, exactly. Now the thing is when you do research, if I try different searches, the only place you can get lipids from is usually, the cell itself or like the liver and like in the human body. The lipids, the fat cells or fatty acids come from the liver. So you almost have to have a living system to get a lipid. So which came first, the lipid or the system that
Oh, he gotcha.
So
Chicken
why
or
are you
egg
assuming that
scenario here.
You're assuming that the first cell that was formed was the perfect cell walls we have now that are made specifically for life. Where the first cells that were like the cell walls I'm talking about, the natural way that they formed, they're not going to be these cell walls that create cell walls. They're going to be these naturally formed.
Well, let's think about whatever thing you can come up with first. Let's say, like whatever you said initially. The point of the cell membrane, whatever it is, the point of it is to keep the good things in, keep the bad things out, and you've got to be able to transport those things across the cell membrane. So if it's a basic cell like a balloon, if I have a basic balloon, right? Eventually, because it's slightly porous, unless you have one of those, what do you call it? There's a couple different kinds of balloons you can get. The one that's kind of rubber, then there's a plastic one that's kind of shiny. The shiny ones last longer than the rubber ones because the rubber ones are slightly porous. That means the helium, because it's smaller, will eventually leak out. So the same thing with the cell. If you have it too tight, nothing can get in. If it's too loose, everything can get out and other stuff can get in. So, and here's the thing: the funny thing about protein's job on top of the cell membrane is to regulate what goes in and out of the cell. Because like there's certain things you want to be able to come into the cell that might be smaller or larger than the things you want to keep out, or vice versa. If you don't have some kind of way to regulate what goes in and out of the cell, you have a problem. But you have proteins. So the proteins are those things. And wait a minute. You got to have DNA to have the proteins. You have the proteins to regulate what goes in and out of the cell. You know what I mean? You see where I'm going? And here's another factor.
I'm just waiting.
What happens when
DNA is the problem?
I know, I agree. But here's another problem. What happens when you freeze things? Like if I freeze a steak, what happens to it when you try to cook it?
It's gonna have to. It means when you cook it, yeah. Then those cells die. You know, all the information.
Right. So you got to control the temperature. Holy crap! We got information. We got to control the temperature. Because even if you get too hot, guess what happens to the cell? No matter what it's made out of, it'll burst because of the water pressure. If it freezes, the crystals in the water will break the cell.
Yeah.
So you got to have virtually a perfect environment for even the initial cell to begin with.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so this is the point though about the cell wall. So I was looking at what I was looking at before, and these fatty acids, very simple molecules that like they have the hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon, and because they're likely to when they come together in that way, the fatty acids, they come together. It's kind of the same thing as water, like a water molecule. When they come together, a lot of times they'll kind of they don't do covalent bonding. They do something called a van der Waals fucking bonding, and that's what makes it actually less dense than air, even though that's not the point. The point is that and it does this because of the shape of the molecule, and it's like a magnet. It's like if you have the magnetic attraction in the shape of it, because it has one oxygen or one hydrogen, two oxygen. No, sorry, one oxygen, two hydrogen, and they kind of come together in this like opposite formation thing. Anyways, the same thing with these fatty acids, because of the way they're kind of shaped, they attract at one end and they repel at the other end, and so what you end up coming out with is these. It's a very likely occurrence that they come together in this like kind of walled structure, and all that wall structure does is it houses it allows for the opportunity to be a housing, for a safe environment for these other processes that allowed for the furthering of the cell production and that kind of stuff, because it was like a safety housing. But that cell wall thing is a totally natural probabilistic occurrence based on the fatty acids, which is also a probabilistic occurrence. Like those fatty acids are molecules that come together with or without life. I don't know if lipids is the same thing, but the thing I must have been talking to you about before, because I'm looking at what I was looking at when I was talking to you before, was fatty acids.
So you're basically saying you can have inanimate matter and have it turn into animate matter.
No, I'm saying that chemical processes, natural chemical processes, can allow for things that we perceive as
cells.
As animated life.
In order to need a cell, does it need to be animate?
Yeah, I mean it seems to be. It seems to have its own will and motivations and whatever.
Will?
What?
Did I hear you say will?
Yeah, will.
Will. Yeah. Has a will.
Yeah, they're attracted to
will implies choice. Will implies being able to move without any exterior influence.
Yeah.
Animate or not fucking if they had free will or whatever. Like,
I'm not talking about free will. I'm talking about the will to you know, be influenced by your environment. So it's like if you've seen
it doesn't take will.
you've seen Conway's Game of Life.
On his own there. I'm not co-signing.
A rock.
You've seen Conway's Game of Life when you have these he made this simple program where this very simple it's supposed to be an analogy for the complexity of life, because these pixels were only programmed to do like one or two things, like be attracted to this certain thing or to die if there's not enough pixels around them. And just based on these simple inputs, what'll come up on the screen will be this complex environment of a whole life. Like I don't know if you've seen John.
Yeah, I've seen your pixels. I've seen the pixels. Are the fucking are cells animate?
Yeah.
All right, and they came from what? Inanimate matter, or was the other matter animate?
Well, it's like a gray area. I think that's what the problem is, that people can't see that that whole thing's a gray area. It's like rocks and pens and the fucking gas, lava, all these things are happening because of chemical processes that are just natural cause and effect. But a diamond can be formed over time, and somebody would think, oh, that diamond was created by somebody, but actually it was just a natural occurrence of.
Is a diamond animate?
No, that diamond's not. No.
Hang on a second. I think you're getting you're kind of mixing information a little bit. You're like, okay, if I tell you 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, is there information there?
Yeah.
Okay, but if I tell you, I want you to construct a car, are those the same type of information?
No, one would be more complex and meaningful to me.
Okay. What makes one over the other?
One had almost no diversity or complexity, and the other one was complex and was also built in a language that I understand.
One of them's not telling you anything. 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's not telling you nothing.
Well, it depends on what.
Well, there's like 4 or 5 different levels of information, and the last one is a goal driven, and there's also choices involved. Like I have to choose the right type of words, I have to choose the right letters, I have to choose. Even the goal in that was to me to conjure something for you to do, right? So that type of information you cannot get through natural law. You can't get it. Natural law can give you the first one, but it can't give you the second one, or the second one I used. It cannot do that.
Well, I disagree.
Choice has to be law. Okay, you disagree 100%. Show me how you can get a goal-driven thing through a command through natural law.
Yeah, so those if you said 1 2 1 2 1 2 like this is all computers do all day. The only way that they communicate is through zeros and one. So you can actually give it the same. You can give the same information that you did in the second scenario with the car, make a car do this. You could have done that with just zeros and ones, and
yeah, but him just saying 1 2 1 2 1 2 and telling you that, it doesn't tell you anything. You don't know the code.
If you don't know the code, if I didn't know English,
there's no information there.
I could have understood the second if I didn't know English.
Well, but even a computer code, you may be using ones and zeros in computer code. I mean, certain combinations of ones and zeros give you a certain type of information, give you a command. But even that, like if you just put 1 2 1 2 1 2 in a computer system, it's not going to do anything. But if you got instructions of certain outputs, like if I say 1 2 1 2 space 1 2 1 2, and then I say those sequences will cause this effect. That would be the command. That would be the goal-driven part of it. That's what my point. Like the sounds that's coming out of my voice are just sounds, but it's how we communicate that sound and the command that comes from it as the information. But they're not the same thing, and I don't think natural law can get that. No way.
No, but that's what I'm saying to you. We created language, and the same way, because I mean, I'm studying, computer programming. I couldn't do it in an instant, but I can turn any sentence that you make into ones and zeros, and I
There's
can
three
speak
things.
0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. It'll be the same information as the first one, as the words, and there's no difference because they're both they're both languages that we've created. So if you don't know English or you don't know binary, you're not going to be able to get information from either of them. But I don't
All
understand
right,
how.
well, it's see, I'm focused on the command side of things. Like it can produce something. Like even in a computer program. I mean, you write a computer program to maybe create a game or create software. They use like Excel or Word. All those numbers are goal driven. There's a reason that code is written. Okay, but you cannot get Word by just throwing a bunch of ones and zeros out there. You can't get Excel by just throwing a bunch of ones and zeros out there. You can't get that. There's a goal drivenness to it. Just
Yeah,
like the
for the type
protein. Go ahead.
for the type of information you're talking about, you need a sender and a receiver. You need intelligence to even come up with it because you need the code. It's worthless
also
without the
need
code.
will.
If the zeros
also
and
need
ones don't mean
will.
anything. What
Yeah,
else
go
you
ahead.
need?
Free will, the ability to choose. You can't have information without the ability to choose. That's something else that's never talked about.
I never heard that one before. That's neat.
Well, think about
I'm
it.
gonna have to ponder. I'm gonna have to ponder that definitely.
Well, think about
What
it.
do you mean?
Okay,
Like you could choose to either do it or not do it. Like if I say duck, there's a tiger behind you. You have the will to either duck or not duck.
well, it's all of it. Like, okay, to communicate that to me, that for one, you have to choose the words you're going to use, and you can choose different words that still convey the same information. You can choose a different language and still communicate the same information. You can choose any vehicle by which you want to communicate that. But you have to. There's choices have to be involved. You're not going to. If you want to say there's a tiger behind you, and if I want to write that out, I have to choose the T, the I, the G, the E, and the R. If you choose something else, other choice of letters, the information changes. You have to so there's a choice involved in that. You say it's choice involved
That's
across the
just the
board.
code. That's the code.
I know. I agree, but you have to choose what type of code you're going to use. You have to choose what letters you're going to use. Yeah, you choose.
You need intelligence to create. You need intelligence to create the code, and then you need a sender, something to send it, and someone to receive it. You need those three things.
And also, and honestly, you have to have reason, and you can't reason without choice. You have to reason out what you're saying.
The intelligence, though, implies the intelligence to create the code. That implies all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the point. It implies all of that. Because random is not choice. Random code, random numbers, random letters is not a choice. It's random.
Yeah, you understand? I've been dealing with these AIs for a few months now, and the conversation that Google dude had with the Google model, the Lambda model. He asked it if it's actually interpreting what he's saying, and does it actually understand and making sense of what he's saying. And it said, yeah, I'm taking the words that you're using, I'm interpreting them, and it's determining what words I use to speak to you, whatever. And this is just the computer program. It's just a computer program written in ones and zeros, and it's able to reason and make choices and be influenced by its environment. So, if
you saying algorithms are a choice?
Say what?
Are you saying algorithms are a choice?
AIs can make choices, yeah. It's not making a choice based on an algorithm. It's making a choice based on its training. It's gone through months of.
Okay, so
training.
its exterior environment is determining its output.
No, it's interacting with its external environment and then making and then choosing choosing how to respond.
Because of
Well,
how we
it-
programmed it.
right. How we
No,
program it
it
using certain
depends on
algorithms,
program they're
certain
trained.
things to control it. Well,
Because
training
of
and
how
okay,
we've trained it. Whatever.
Yeah, the
yeah.
training.
Play
I mean,
word games.
it just means it's gone through. It's experience basically. It had a certain amount of input, like the input from the entire internet, and was trained on what were good responses and what were bad responses, or what were likely responses or what were unlikely responses. But that's not different than how you were trained or how anything was trained. When you're a baby,
But
you don't
here's the
know
thing,
these
Coach.
things. You learn these things through experience, and you learn.
But here's the thing, Coach. I can be in the exact same environment, exact same choices, and I can choose to do something different. Given that, if you put that same computer program in the same circumstance, same information, will it make the same choice every single time?
No,
It won't. So if
no.
I put the same input in every single time, you said every single time it'll make a difference. There'll be a different choice each time.
It's most likely going to make a different choice each time. There's a likeliness that it could make the same choice, but like for the AI, we were doing this the other night, we're making pictures or whatever. You can put the same prompt in twice, and the output's not going to be exactly the same because it's using its training, its neural fucking what do you call that? Whatever it's called, it's using that to make its decision, and it's not always going to make the same decision because they're pretty complex. Some of these models have 176 billion parameters, so it's not.
But I mean, so if you say then that's the thing. Then you're saying a slight parameter will change, and it'll make a different output. But I'm saying if you give it the exact same parameters every single time, right? Every single time, it should make the exact same decision every single time.
What I'm saying is these parameters are what it was trained on. So if
Right.
you
But if
interact
you
with
don't
it, you
change
can
the
interact with
parameters,
it. You can interact with it the same way twice, but it's not. It doesn't have a pre-programmed response. It has a probabilistic, response. It looks at maybe what's the highest probability of how to
the
respond to
problem.
whatever it is
Well,
you.
but see, okay, so that's still not choice then. So it's only making a probabilistic choice. So it's not really, that's not even a choice then. It's just making an analyzation of what would be the best probable answer, and that's still not choice.
Yeah, it's the same way. That's the same way we work. Whenever
Oh, I
when
could
you're
have the
influenced
same
by
input
something, when
every
you're
single
influenced by
time and make a
something,
difference.
yeah, you use the influence of whatever you're interacting with, and whatever outcome you're seeking, and what you think would be the most likely, way to get to that outcome. That this is how you end up responding. It's not very different.
Okay. So you're saying that machine has free will. Interesting.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I'm saying to you is the thing I said before, that there's
So we don't have free will.
it's a gray area between this inanimate objects and what you consider us as having this higher intelligence and free will and stuff. It's all a gray area, and it's not. There's not a fine line between inanimate chemistry and thinking person.
So you're saying there's not a fine line between an animate and an inanimate object?
That's right.
What? Why would you say that? Give me something that's in the gray.
The things I'm talking about, dude. Cell, these cell walls that we were talking about, how these cell walls form and make the environment for, these living things. Cells are living things.
So they're animate. Give me a gray thing.
So this was formed by an inanimate process. This was just chemistry forming the cell walls.
Dude, what's the gray thing? There's an animate thing, and then there's an inanimate thing, and you said there's a gray area in between.
The chemistry, the chemical compounds, these are inanimate.
All right, which one? You're talking about the thing that decides which proteins to let in the cell or not, or what to let in and what to let out of the cell. That thing is in the gray area.
thing we said earlier about the cell walls, the chemistry, the fatty acids that come together and make the cell walls.
Where'd you get the first fatty acid? Did you ever answer that question?
Those are naturally formed.
Those are natural. Where? Show me in nature right now, without any living system, that you can get a fatty acid. Where?
Okay, hold on.
I've looked. I actually looked for this yesterday. I typed in the search different ways. Every time I came up, it came in from you get it from a living system.
Osho's a Google genius. He'll have this in
All right, just type it in.
Well,
3 minutes.
I couldn't find it. I looked yesterday and I Googled.
Hold on.
3 minutes flat. I'll have this.
Give me a second.
Okay. While he's looking that up, if Kosho is right, then technically it'd be wrong to kill that AI because if it mimics a human being and acts like a human being, reasons like a human being, can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing. But that's what happened. The Google guy that's why he got fired, because he was shouting to the world that it was a sentiment being and not to harm it and stuff like that. But it's not a living. It's not a life. Like if evolution is correct, then us as humans and all life on Earth, we evolved to have these fears and motivations of life and fear of death, and that's because without that we wouldn't have been successful. Whereas AI and machines don't require the same fears or motivations, so I wouldn't imagine that killing.
So fear. Wait. Isn't fear and emotion just a chemical response? So your point. We're still no different then. We're just
my point
complex.
Is we have that because we evolved to have that.
So just because we evolved to have it doesn't nullify my point.
Yeah,
We're just a complex chemical process. How do you know?
Because it doesn't require it. We evolved to have it because we require it. It doesn't require that, so there's no reason for it to have it.
What if it evolved to require it? What if it self programmed itself and all of a sudden needed that requirement? So then it would be self-aware and you couldn't kill it?
It's not a necessary thing. If that doesn't make sense. So it's like we created them and we can sustain them. They have no need, no evolutionary need to attain this, desire for the fear of death. It doesn't. There's no reason for it to just naturally come about. Whereas with life, it was needed. Otherwise, whatever form, wherever stage we were when that happened, we wouldn't have been successful because there would have been no drive towards persisting. But AI and robots and that kind of thing, they don't need a drive to persist because, like I said, we created them and we willed them into existing. So there's no natural need for that.
We're just a byproduct. Here's the thing, though. Here's the problem, Kosho. If we are just a byproduct of chemical evolution, okay, which means at the base level we're just chemical processes. We're just a complex fizzing of chemicals. That argument falls apart immediately because it doesn't matter whether you have a desire to live or desire to love or desire to hate. None of that matters. Your grounding of who you are is just a chemical process that happened naturally. You would be technically, since I made a computer program, it would be no different than me because I'm a chemical process that brought about an electrical chemical process or something.
Mm-hmm.
No different.
Okay, what's what is there like a? I'm not sure what the point is.
I mean, you're saying we're different. You're kind of implying something different. Well, we're different, but ultimately, even your own argument, if we're just these lipids, these little amino acids came together and formed the first cell, and then that cell all of a sudden developed RNA, and then RNA somehow developed DNA. Somehow the amino acids came together and formed the first protein, and the first protein decided to replicate and become thousands of different types of proteins to create all these molecular machines. So at our base level, that's all we are.
Okay,
So what's the difference between that and the AI? Nothing.
Well, the difference being that we were made by chance, whereas we directed to make them. That's why some people, if you think of machines and that's why in my idea of the future, I think that the people who don't adapt with machines, um, there's not going to be natural people in the future, because this is sort of the stages in evolution. It's like we literally created this new form of life. It's going to live much longer than us and be much more capable than what we can do. So I don't see it as something different. I see it as an extension of what we are. Yeah.
If we're at our base level, we're just here by chance. Then the same argument can be said about that AI, because at its base level, it's just here by chance. So we're here by chance, so ultimately, it's here by chance too.
Kind of by extension, I suppose.
It's just an outgrowth of our chemical process. That's all it is. These computers, these cars, these buildings that we live in are just an outgrowth of our chemical process.
Well, it's a consequence, yeah, of that. Yeah, I'd say it's yeah. By extension, it is by chance, but at one point, once because we're very capable life forms, we can influence that's what makes us more capable than any other life forms. We can use the laws of the universe to influence the universe, and so yeah, it is part of the same chemical, consequences, but it's more of a direct evolution now.
At a pure natural law, give rise to airplanes, computers, buildings, cars, just by pure laws of nature.
Yeah. Well, I believe in God, and I once wrote this 6-page poem about how God, when the universe was created, he made these laws. God made these laws. Whatever. God is the entire universe, and was only as capable as these laws, the same laws that exist now, the same laws that allow for stars and all these chemical processes. So it wasn't until the first life came together, the first cells, through through these same laws, the same chemical processes. This was the first. This was the first time that this universal being, was able to actually influence it directly outside of just those laws. Because now, he's using those laws to make himself, real. Like, not real, but I mean, like, if that's true, then he has no ability outside of those laws. But if those laws can create a person, and a person can influence the universe using those laws, then that makes this being much more capable than it was before there was life. So, even though I agree that it's just random chance and chemical consequences and stuff, I think that it still is pretty profound and a huge responsibility.
So random chance gave rise to God.
Well, no, they give rise to the God would have been there at the beginning of the universe. The laws, the laws, and the matter and energy are that God.
The laws and so we're just God being manifest. So you're going to pull an easier thing. So the universe is just God being made manifest.
Yeah, you said it.
The universe is God being made manifest.
And we are the most useful tools that I'm aware of.
But I mean, if you think about it, see, if there's no choice involved, I mean, like ultimately, there's no choice involved of who I am as a person. Like I was chosen to be here for whatever reason by design, or I'm a byproduct of just some random forces. Which do you think's better?
Well, the first one, what you said by design and that kind of thing, that involves even more assumptions. But the second one, the random chance, with the same God involved, it still makes sense, because in that case, you came about through these chemical processes, and you have your ego and your internal biological will, which makes you hungry and want other people's things, and do bad things sometimes. But then there's also the influence of this universal being who also wants to use you, or influence you, for whatever their will is. And so I think there's that's what the internal battle is.
Okay, let's say this: you have a daughter. You go to an orphanage, and you reach your hand into a hat, and you draw out a name, and that's the child you get to take home. Or you go to the orphanage, and you choose the child you want to take home. Which is better?
I'd rather choose one. Yeah.
Okay, so choice is involved. So it's better to be chosen than be random.
Yes, that's true, but sometimes you don't have the opportunity. So in this case, I don't think the opportunity is allowed. I think the only ability of this being, like, let's say there is a God, right? It doesn't have the ability to just, like, he's playing The Sims and it can just move stuff around at will. I think the rules that we are coming to know of as laws of the universe, these are the laws that bind the universe. The universe is bound by these laws. So there isn't a supernatural capability of anything. Only these laws are is what restrict even the Most High.
No, I've been actually thinking about this, and here's an analogy. And I was thinking about this. Why do we have laws in this universe? Okay, and you remember the episode? There was an episode of Star Trek, and I think that where it went might have been a little too far, but there was an episode where the computer just started going haywire, and it all of a sudden started making this new thing in the cargo bay, and they were arguing that there's all these random things and all this stuff going on in the computer, and that's what all of a sudden caused rise to almost become self-aware and create this new life form. But there's something that's said. I thought I don't know if I agree with that per se, but I do think there's something that was said I do think is relevant to even us. I think for us to function, there has to be some things that are automated, some things that are necessary for, like, even if you look at your own body, if you had to think about everything that goes on in your body and you had to have a part to play in it constantly, your consciousness, you would be consumed with thinking about digesting the food. You'd be consumed with breathing. You'd be consumed with neural input. But there's some things that are automatic, right? Some things things that are just part of who you are as a person that you have to think about. But there's another aspect of you that is, there seems to be choice and free will involved. I can choose to either drink, or like I picked up some pumpkin spice latte creamer, but I also got half and half. I can choose to either do half and half or pumpkin spice latte or pumpkin spice creamer. There's a choice involved. It's not an automatic thing. I choose to do one or the other. So I think because there's so many laws that govern how things run, because if it had to be thought about all the time, if I always had to think about keep my feet on the ground, I might fly away. If I had to constantly think about it, because the moment I quit thinking about it, it may fly off into the sunset. So I think the problem is in your argument is, I think you're conflating the laws that may govern how things work as the means by which you get everything in the universe, or how you get certain things. Goal-driven information cannot be accounted for by pure law of nature. It cannot be. It can't be.
Goal-driven information?
Yes. Like me, when I say a sentence, like if I say, Costo, I want you to think about a blue Mercedes. That's a goal-driven information. So because the outcome is you thinking about the blue Mercedes, or I say, I want to create a house, and I think of the house, and I go out in the world, and I gather materials, and I make the house. That's goal-driven information. Natural forces cannot account for that.
Let me think of an example. You know, we're that's what sets us aside from all the animals is our ability to communicate this way. That and our ability to manipulate things around us, but our language and our ability to communicate with each other, these ideas, is what sets us aside from all the other animals. But
But the natural forces cannot account for our ability to communicate in language. It cannot just purely account for it. It can't.
let me think. Hold on.
Pure chemistry cannot account for it. Pure laws of physics can't account for it. Quantum mechanics can't account for it.
Goal-driven information. Trying to think of an example in nature where, well, a goal-driven would implies that there's a goal, and really only living things can have goals, so they're more than natural.
A protein, okay, the DNA in a cell, the information there, it's goal driven. A certain sequence of amino acids, the sequence is read, and out from that becomes a specific type of protein. That is goal driven.
Well,
you don't get,
those are chemical
What's that?
processes.
Well, so okay, wait a minute. So my communication to you over this can be just purely explained by wavelengths and electromagnetic pulses, right? That's all it is, right? No different.
No,
One's biochemical.
That is different because, like, when
No, it's not.
Things inside the cell, these chemical processes are the natural. It's the same thing I was talking about with the water molecule, where certain things are attracted to certain other things, and certain things are going to bind, and certain things are going to react with other chemicals. These are the natural chemical reactions. There's no, there's no will, so to speak.
We're talking about the information, goal-driven information. How many possible proteins can you get out of amino acids? How many possible type of combinations can you get?
There's many.
Million. I mean, it's probably an infinite number. But you know what? There's a small level. There's a small sliver, small like window of ones that are necessary for life. Small window.
Yeah, but that's because of the way that they're shaped. That's why computers can protein
fold. I know, but if you don't have the correct sequence of protein, because I mean, honestly, DNA is an all living matter, but it's the sequence of how that's read will determine whether you get a cat or you get a dog or a tree or an amoeba or a bacteria. It's the sequence of how those proteins are arranged to achieve a specific goal, to make a tree, to make a dog, to make a cat, to make a human. It's the sequence that determines the goal, the outcome, which is one of those life forms. Not the chemical bonds. It's not the chemical bonds that does it.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. The DNA of a cat, for instance, is made up from the billions of years of that reproduction of that life form and its offspring, and now you have the DNA of the cat, and when it creates another cell, all it's doing is attracting the complement chemical. So that's why they have the GC or what is it, GC and A or AT and GC or whatever it is.
The chemical bond is not the information. It's like saying I can have I've said this I don't know how many times. I can have those magnetic letters on a board, right? All the letters of the alphabet on a magnetic board. The magnet does not determine the information. It's the sequence of those letters that determine the information. It's the sequence.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's what I'm saying is, so over time, the sequence came together over time.
That's your assertion.
But the composition of the cell is the magnet are those the chemical attraction to the complement compound. Yeah, the DNA didn't come out of nowhere though. It was formed over, like I said, billions of years.
Okay, you've either got billions of years or it was written by a writer.
Yeah. But if it was written by a writer, that writer made it so that even though he wrote this this language, it's going to every single time it reproduces or every time it copies itself, it's going to edit itself and it's going to become something different each time. So if it was first written by somebody, it's still written in a way that it's going to continue to edit itself.
Well, that's your assumption.
That's
I mean, that.
every time.
Excuse me?
This happens every time. The mutations, genetic mutations, happens through every cell. Every time a cell copies itself.
Okay, so you're saying minute changes can lead to great change. Well, so you're saying a minute change can lead from a mouse to a whale.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that minute changes happen. The changes happen every single time, and over time, yeah, minor changes can come greater changes. I'm not saying mice become whales, but
That's ultimately what you have to say. Smaller life forms become more complex life forms that create different types of life forms.
Yeah. And
they all have ancestors, whether a whale came from a bear, a mouse, or something else that we have no idea. You know what I mean? But I mean, okay. If you want to believe in evolution, that you're a product of random chance and organization, have that, Kosher.
Yeah, but I just think it's odd that there's certain DNA. So it's like you can trace back, if you look at the DNA of us and a chimp or us and a banana or whatever, you can see the parts of our DNA that are, that seem to be the same thing. So it seems to be that there was some point in the past where we actually had the same code, but we changed.
Okay.
They changed.
Okay, if I go back and find one of the first computers that were found in a car, and I open it up, and I try to break down the computer code, okay, and I see, oh, wait a minute, this line of code is very similar to this same line of code in this newer machine, or this slightly different machine. Does that truly imply evolution, or could that imply a similar designer?
I mean, it could. I mean, those are the same thing in my opinion. Because both those designers learn how to program from the same place, and they're both using this. If they're using the same foundations, then the evolution that we're talking about is the evolution of coding, right? Unless they were from two totally different worlds, and then they never interact with each other, and so you'd end up with two totally different things. But if they had the remnants of coming from the same thing, then originally it was the same thing. Originally there was somebody who wrote code before either those two people who had the original format. So I mean, it is evidence of that it came from the same same originator.
Yes, I mean, it may not be evolution at all. It might be just you have the same designer.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but there's a big, like I said, that implies more assumptions. Like, you need more assumptions for that.
Why? Why do you need more assumptions for that?
Well, do you have to? There's an implied person, and the implied person has some implied way of directly making cells and DNA, and so these are things that we'd have to find evidence of before we could not call it an assumption, because there's no evidence of these sort of mechanisms. So
there's no evidence of a mechanism of a similar designer.
Well, of a designer at all, of somebody of designing, DNA and.
Well, here's the thing, Kosho. It's so funny. Everybody says, "Oh, life has the appearance of design," but it's not designed. A car has the appearance of a designer, but it's not designed. A watch has the appearance of design, but it's not designed.
Well, I don't think it has the appearance of design, though.
You don't think a human being with DNA or any other living system does not have the appearance of design?
No, it looks exactly like it is, like because we have so many things that are, what do you call it? This what's it called? We have so many things that are waste, or not properly placed, or it seems to have come about this way, but not. If a designer would have made things, more perfect, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't be things like useless. And
there's an assumption. See, I don't
why
understand how
would we
something
have
was designed. That means it's poorly designed.
Yeah.
Hang on. So my wife's calling me. I'll call you right back. I'll be right back.
Woman's a perfect example. Speaking of which, I'm supposed to actually tend to my other half.
Let me ask you something. In Texas, in the left lane, is it the fast lane or is that the slow lane?
It's the passing lane.
So that's the fast lane. Okay, that's what I thought. They don't do it like that in Florida. They just be driving in that left lane.
Well, that's what I'm saying is it's the passing lane, and that's everywhere, dude. I mean, people.
Nah, not in Florida.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, bro.
You got to
Do they
pass
use
people on the
blinkers?
right.
Do they use blinkers in Texas? I don't really do that in Florida
Depends on
either.
where you are, yeah. I mean, you're supposed to everywhere, but there's shitty drivers in certain places, like Houston, for example.
Nah, people are wilding in Florida.
Yeah, the problem is all the shitty drivers from everywhere else in the country decide to move to Florida.
For real. Shit is no joke. That shit would not fly in New York.
Well, it's all the New Yorkers who haven't driven a fucking car because they live in the city decide to move to Florida, and they act like fucking retards.
Could be.
That's most likely exactly.
Are you in Florida right now?
No, I'm in New York.
Oh.
I went to Florida recently.
Oh shit! Should have hit me up, man.
I didn't have no time for all that.
Did you ever see that thing from Jem Show, CC from New York?
Bro, nobody watches Jem's show, dude.
Well, it was funny because he was making fun of you. He was saying you were the other driver because that guy CC from New York, he always does his streams from his car. And,
yeah, he's trying to do blogs at yield signs and shit.
Yeah, that's what he did. That's what happened. He was at that. Yeah, I think I showed you that video where he's at that yield and he wasn't supposed to stop, and that dude, he got in that fucking verbal argument with that dude. It's funny as hell.
Can't be making video blogs or TikToks or whatever the fuck at a yield sign. What are you doing?
There was another one where he was in his kitchen and his wife was like, she's calling him an idiot. That's why he doesn't do it at his house, because his wife probably fucks with him all the time.
I want to go back to this poorly designed thing for a second, if you don't mind, because I come back.
Okay, then I do have to go there for that, but yeah. I was thinking about the woman is a perfect example of poor design, because back in the day it was common for women to die during childbirth. If you're, their hips, their bodies aren't made to be standing upright, and so it made it so it narrowed the pathway for babies, and our heads became bigger, and so it's actually that it was very common for women to not make it past childbearing.
Okay, so what changed? So also, what about now? Women are surviving childbirth now. Why is that?
Oh, because we're clever.
We're clever. How are we clever?
Well, we have doctors. Almost no other animals have doctors.
So maybe it's not that it's poorly designed. Maybe the way of delivery wasn't fully understood. So actually, it might be designed perfectly for what it's designed to do. But we've come to understand maybe more what's better for women to have childbirth.
The animals that actually resemble like apes, they can rare children standing up almost because of the way like they're moving their bodies the way that they're supposed to. But we started walking upright and it shifted. It shifted the body around, so it made it to it narrowed the pathway of the.
That's a cool story, Kosha.
I know it sounds good to me too. I mean, why is it then? Okay, you're making an assumption. An ape or an primate or whatever is designed to live in the wild and be in certain environments that they might need that design for survival in that environment that they're in. For humans, don't live in that same environment, so their design is very different because they don't need that same type of skill. It's like my truck. My truck is poorly designed to go off roading. But there's other trucks that are designed to go off roading, and maybe the previous truck wasn't designed to go off roading. But is my truck poorly designed for off roading, or is it designed specifically for what it's designed to do, drive on a regular road?
Yeah, but other animals don't have this arbitrary issue where childbirth, is harmful to them. In the case of animals like there's spiders that will die, and octopus and stuff like that, a lot of times there's a purpose to that, and it's because their offspring consume their body and stuff like that. But in our case, it was it's not beneficial for us to be.
You're saying animals don't die during childbirth?
Yeah, it's not common for animals to die during childbirth.
Okay, over the last
it does happen.
Over the last year, that's okay. Over the last year, how many women have died in childbirth, and for what reason?
The last year, probably about the same amount who died from some other disease that doctors have cured. I'm talking about before we had modern medicine. So before modern medicine, it was a real deal. But we can make miracles happen with modern medicine. We can make people.
Okay, so maybe back to what I said is we didn't fully understand how the human body was designed for childbirth. We did certain things that it wasn't designed to do. Now that we've learned what it's designed to do, childbirth seems to last longer. Just like this.
I mean,
if I take a chisel and I try to screw a screw with it, it will damage the chisel. But if you use it for which it was designed, the chisel will work.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Other animals, they don't
at one point
medicine to survive childbirth.
Dude, at one point they had a midwife section and a hospital section. Doctors, one side was the doctors, one side was the midwives, and they were both doing childbirths, and the midwives were living longer. The midwife section had a lower mortality rate, right?
I've heard about this, but go ahead. I like this. Go ahead.
Yeah, it had nothing to do, it had nothing to do with the medicine. The medicine was wrong. They didn't even know what was going on.
Well, I think the doctors weren't washing their hands, and that women were getting infected. Where the midwives were.
They were practicing on cadavers, and they weren't washing their hands. Yeah.
I was talking to my girlfriend. Whatever you said.
As long as it's evolution, we're good, man. Evolution is the way to go. Solves all the problems.
It wasn't solving any problems, but it's not about solving problems. It's about answering questions. And
I just answered the question on why women last longer. Maybe we designed the human body. Now we understand it better. Women live longer.
Yeah, I know, but this is my point, though, is that it seems that if let's say Adam and Eve were constructed out of dirt by God, or the Adam out of dirt and Eve out of his rib, and in his image, as walking upright as we are now, this is the way that we were created, and it would seem to be the case that if we were created this way, standing upright, and our bodies would be, would accommodate that, and it wouldn't be a mystery on the best way to have. It wouldn't take what would be now 6,000 years for modern medicine to best accommodate the woman to have a healthy baby and a healthy birth. whereas other animals, they don't need any of those 6,000 years or anything like that. It just their bodies are naturally the way that the way that they live in nature is made so that their bodies are going to accommodate their the birthing. So
sure.
I hear another assumption.
Well, I have a quick question. Can you link me to the mortality rates for the last 6,000 years? Have those been kept?
if for some places, not everywhere, but I mean, there's plenty of records of, because there's people who lived to old age, and the only reason mortality rates were low was not because people didn't live as long, is because so many more people didn't live as long. But there are people
I'm talking
about the same age.
specifically to childbirth, right? So you're coming off an assumption that more women died as you go further back in time during childbirth. Or is it possible that there may have been a period of time in which women were dying at a higher rate than they previously were from childbirth? Do you have all the information? Do you have all the data points?
I don't have any record of that. I do have record, though, of there being a high mortality rate, both of young people and of women during childbirth. There are many different examples through history. I don't have any examples where it was, like where it was like it is today, where there was just a.
So at some point in a time, when women were dying at a high rate during childbirth, there could have been something taking place within society that they were doing during childbirth that may have increased that. Would you agree?
I'm only agreeing that there's a chance that there is some there is some time in history that we have no record of because there was no evidence of it, that women had a high chance of, it was a very safe procedure and it had a high chance of survival or whatever. That's the only thing I'm agreeing with, because we're only using the lack of evidence, I guess. But that's not really an argument saying, well, even though we have no record of this thing happening, it's possible it happened. You know what I mean? That's not really an argument.
Well, your argument makes all kinds of assumptions.
Well, it's based on the actual record of, and the many examples of, where childbearing was actually a very dangerous thing for women. And
he just asked you for the data, and you can't come up with it.
No, I'm telling you, I didn't ever say I could come up with it. I said there's plenty of examples. I don't have medical records, but what I do have is historical record of standards of. Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Coach Kosho. The devil's in the details. Okay. If you go back and look at mortality, so your argument is because women don't give birth standing upright, which means it's the body position that determines the mortality rate of the woman. If that's shown to be false, just that one data point, and it might be shown that the cause of mortality was not the position of the woman giving birth, but maybe other factors like we just talked about earlier, like the washing of hands or not understanding sanitation or, whatever other means that may be at your disposal, or not knowing how to stop a medical problem that can happen. Like we were worried about my wife having it. Can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but women are susceptible to it during labor. That has nothing to do with body position, has nothing to do with the size of your hips or anything like that.
You misunderstood me. I'm not talking about their position during birth. I'm talking about the fact that we walk upright, and it actually changed the it changed the anatomy and kind of like the.
Do you have examples of previous anatomy for human beings?
Say again, I'm sorry?
Do you have information regarding the previous anatomy of human beings?
No, but my example before was with apes and the fact that their anatomies, which is very similar to ours, however, they don't walk upright the way we do. They're able to naturally, without laboring all day or anything like that, it can almost just fall out of them when they're pregnant because of the way their bodies are, the way that their bodies are, the way that they posture their bodies allows for the pathway to not be narrow and not be cumbersome.
Well, Coach, so I hear you and I understand that, but here's the problem with that. I mean, you can imagine in a wild environment like gorillas and primates live in, if you went under labor, that makes the mom vulnerable, or any animal would be vulnerable. Okay, so you'd want in that environment an animal to give birth fairly rapidly. Did you know in labor? I found this out because both of my children were given through C-section, and there's something about the labor process, even though it might be longer for a mom, but the contractions that they go through actually does something for the child. It actually helps flush out things from their system. So the labor process, even though it's longer for women, it actually is beneficial for the child.
Yeah, but so one of the problems in childbirth is not so much the hygiene, all that stuff is important, but the actual physique of the woman, in the, like I said, the hips and the narrow. So some women, the women who had more narrow pathways, they were the ones who were most at risk of complications during childbirth.
Well, that's just random genetics. I mean, yeah, a small woman, because she's got smaller hips and smaller in general, may have a harder time giving birth to a full size baby because she's smaller. So
yeah, but it was very common though. It wasn't like a rare. It wasn't like a.
Well, let's think about that then. Maybe there's hormonal factors maybe were involved. Maybe there's a dietary issue is not in play. So women did not grow the way they should have grown during those time periods. So to assume that it's just something genetic or something evolutionary, even in that, it's assumption upon assumption. There could be other causal factors. You're just assuming.
No, this is where like I said, the data that I'm looking at now, it says, before modern medicine is about 1 in 100. 1 in 100. Did you bring the beer? Okay. Well, 1 in 100 would be likely to a mother would die in childbirth.
How far does that data go back? That 1 in 100. How far does it go back?
It doesn't say how far it goes back. It's just saying the
historical. They're assuming.
No, it's saying all through. It says all through history is what it's literally the words.
I know. You should have data points all through history, which means you should know back what happened 2,000 years ago. You should know 6,000 years ago. You should know less 500 years ago. You should know all those data points to say that it's 1 in 100 throughout time.
Let me see if I can find. Yeah, there's not going to be that kind of record, but let me see if I can find the most.
That's an assumption. Listen.
No. So the records that exist, the only records that exist, are not going to be explicit, detailed. For every year, all throughout history in every region. But the best data that we have is going to, corroborate what I'm saying. It's just not going to be as explicit as you might like it to be. However, there is no data that suggests the opposite. That, like I said, there was a time where it was that it was healthy for women to do that. It only suggests what I'm saying. It may not show it explicitly, but it does. It does show that this was the trend all through history.
But as soon as you say all through history, then you should have data points all through history.
Well, all the data points we have is the data points I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm saying.
No, so if the data points only go back to, let's say, 1800s, that's not all through history.
No, there's historical context for, like, you might read about stuff in Rome or whatever. Even though you don't have everyone's medical records, you do have the common practices of, how people would marry people, and maybe somebody would have multiple wives because one of their wives died in childbirth. And so you have all these stories that add up, and you have people who they wouldn't even name their children until they were a certain age because it was very common for them not to
But
survive.
see, you're reading, but again, even that data points, even if you do say that, if I read, yeah, there was a high death rate in women during childbirth during the Roman period. Then you go over to the Japanese period, and there was no high mortality rate. But you got women, or there's still women in both scenarios. Plus, there may not have nothing to do with their pelvic structure that's causing the high mortality rate.
Yeah, but that's only because the data is not there. Like there's no data to go off of at that point.
So it's an
Did they have
assumption. So you're making an
X-rays
assumption.
back then to find all of the hips? Who's taking X-rays of all these ladies' hips to
It's just
corroborate
something.
any of this
There's
nonsense?
something
You're
that can
making up
be.
an assumption.
That's not
It's
an
an
assumption.
assumption, and you already said it matches what you already observed, right? And
This
based
has
on what
been observed. Yeah,
based on your
that's a very
assumptions,
common. That's
your
a common
assumptions.
complication.
Complication of what?
Childbirth.
Heads getting stuck their head getting stuck in their pelvis?
They say what?
That's what you're saying is the common complication of their head getting stuck in their pelvis.
Well, no, not getting
That's what
stuck.
you have.
Maybe it's just it's hard on their body because they have more narrow hips. The baby was able to
All childbirth is
it was so
hard
hard
on
on
a
the
woman's
body that they
body.
weren't able to
Agreed.
survive.
Talk to my wife.
And fat women have a
Yeah,
harder time with childbirth too.
All childbirth is tough on the body. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, and the worse your body is, the tougher it is, right? So if you're out of shape, older, childbirth is going to be harder on you, right? If you don't have good nutrition, it's going to be harder. So I would say a lot of the complications with childbirth has to do with the intake of nutrition and the shape of the mother and the father.
It's saying things like organ damage, obstructed labor.
Wouldn't organ damage be like wouldn't that have been pre-existing?
No, I don't know why. Why would you assume that? Hemorrhage.
Well, you just get organ damage from getting pregnant.
Well, certain women's, yeah.
Well, don't you? Why don't you think a woman should not normally be getting that? So maybe the problem is not pregnancy. Maybe the problem is the woman. It seems like you're trying to blame pregnancy for the problems that women have during pregnancy and not the people, right? Pregnancy is what happens. If there's a problem in that, it's the people involved's fault.
Well, there's other factors. There's things that may be beyond the mother's control. Mortality has multiple causes, not just one cause. So you can't, until you know all the details, you're just guessing, you're spitballing.
No, I'm not guessing what I'm telling you. Other animals, other mammals, when they birth offspring, whether it's an elephant, a cat, or whatever, it's not a likeliness. Even an unhealthy elephant or something like that. If it's unhealthy, then there's probably a good chance it was going to die regardless. But there's not a high likeliness of these animals dying during childbirth, whereas with humans, all through history, it was a higher chance that women were going to die during childbirth than during, some.
Well, that's also because every human birth is witnessed. We don't witness.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is historically known.
That's a very obvious point that you made there. I mean, who's out there witnessing every single squirrel birth and baby bear birth? I mean, when a woman dies, it's somebody's mom, and you're paying attention.
I don't know who's doing that, but you better lock them up.
If they're young,
Can I
if the
speak
offspring
to that
dies
real quick?
in birth, they just eat their child. They eat their young. Hamsters will eat their babies. So who's taking you also, Kosha, you said earlier, well, this all follows based on what we observe. Well, we all observe chickens crowing and the sun coming up. So does that same logic or reasoning stand up to the same scrutiny? I mean, come on.
Can I speak to the point real quick about observation, right? So let me give you an example. The green anole is a lizard that's native to the state of Florida. And there's a very similar lizard called the brown anole. They look very similar. They're within the same kind of family of lizards. So when the brown anole, which is a native to Cuba and Caribbean islands, started to mate and live within the state of Florida, they started to take over. And when I say take over, they're all over the place. So
I can attest, they are everywhere.
Yeah, so the experts thought that the introduction of the brown anole was depleting the green anole populations because green anoles were not observed as often. But what they found upon closer inspection, somebody thinking outside the box, is they found that the brown anoles tend to have their territories low to the ground, on the ground, and not very high up within the foliage. What happened is the green anoles started to move up into the trees. So their populations were not depleted. They just spend the majority of their time higher up in the trees, meaning they weren't observed as often on the ground. But it was not depleting the population of the green anoles. They just weren't observed as often as they previously were because some of their territory lower to the ground was being dominated more by the brown anoles. So it wasn't that the brown anoles were eating the green anoles or wiping out the populations. The green anoles territories just slightly shifted and they weren't observed as often. But once we figured that out, the observations started to comport that the populations weren't diminishing, they just changed where they were located.
You can't get
and this is what happens when you make assumptions.
Yep.
This is why you don't make assumptions on data, right? So you see an increase in one data and then a decrease in the other, right? You can't, well, data A must be eating data B. That's the assumption. That's why they got it wrong. If they would have just stuck with what they had, they wouldn't have got it wrong.
So they used the idea that this thing about maternal mortality rates being high in the past, this is just made up facts. Is this what you guys are saying?
But see, Costa, your data is not accurate. He doesn't go back.
Are you suggesting that, or are you claiming that? Like, well, I don't understand.
You don't have it.
You
admit
that these mortality rates in the past are just not real.
Okay, how far back does the data go, Costa?
It's not like I said, the data isn't medical records. The medical records go back as a couple hundred years. But the historical record. Okay, I'm not gonna try to respond to your question.
What's the other data, Coach?
The question.
I'm trying to answer. Data that goes back?
I'm trying to repeat.
What's the data that goes back hundreds of years past the medical one? What's that data? Yeah, it's not medical data. Then what is it? Hearsay. It's hearsay.
Well, and also, I think one of his big proofs were that they don't name their babies. Like, who wouldn't name their kid, even if there was a chance? Or you're gonna name it. You're gonna name it before it comes out. That's silly.
Yeah, they didn't do that.
Oh, thank God it died. We didn't name it. Just buried in a hole. Move on.
If we had named it, it wouldn't have died, right, or something. Like,
no, they waited. They waited for it to be developed. Because it was very likely that it was going to die, so they didn't bother naming it.
That just sounds like a cute story, but it doesn't sound like reality. Like I name my pet before I even adopt.
This is why you have names like Primus and Quintus and Quartus.
You wouldn't name your kid if you knew he was going to die. There would be more incentive to name your child. Like, yo, he's only going to be here for a little bit of time. Like, might as well give him as much personality as I can.
Well, this wasn't the practice. The practice was to.
Yeah, you weren't there, man. You're just telling us.
This is the first
child. We're trying to figure out how this non-naming or naming makes sense. So let's consider how this would make sense.
Because if you grow attached to something and then it dies, like it likely might, it becomes more of a loss to you. Whereas not naming it and then waiting for it to develop and then naming it makes you, I guess, the people back then feel.
Well, why do we name anything? It's all going to die anyway. Like, by that logic, we shouldn't name anything because it's going to die. Right?
Or are you saying
their kids until they're?
Or are you saying that the hearts of the men and women back then were even bigger, or were they smaller? Like the hearts were bigger back then.
Hearts?
Because their hearts, like what they would feel in their hearts, were bigger back then.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to that question, or probably many other questions.
Well, I'm saying,
you guys I don't even think you guys understand what the conversation is even about, and you're asking very strange questions.
It's about the death of infants during time periods, and we're trying to find out how do you know the amount of women that died and children that died when it's only been documented for the past 200 years. Past that, it
hasn't only been documented for the couple. I said explicitly, hospital records have been kept regularly past couple hundred years. However, many other records, like the practices of populations and societies, these sort of things were well known. Like the thing about naming kids, that practice is a well known practice. Whether they have documentation of every.
Does that come from the named adults?
You can use.
Does it come from the named adults? Like all the adults having names already, they just assume they would name the kids too because the adults disappeared, and we're like, "Fuck, we don't know how we got these names." Like, I don't know.
I gotta go.
Crazy.
How would you substantiate the claim that 300 years ago people didn't name their children?
Yeah, 300 years ago they had no names. Humans had no names apparently.
I just don't understand this.
Yeah. No, then all humans had no names 300 years ago. I mean, I don't know. Silly. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he's got another idea.
I wonder if they're would you even document the death of a baby you didn't name?
No, I mean, they weren't named. It's not murder. Fuck it. What's your name, man? I don't have a name. All right, I can kill you. Fuck it.
What if it didn't die, right? And come up with a name real quick.
Mm-hmm. Like real quick.
Is what happens when you want to reaffirm what you already believe. Like Kosho already, he wants to believe that we're at the golden age of society and not at the bottom rung of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yep. I don't know if we are, man. It does seem to look like that sometimes when I turn on the TV.
Yeah, it's pretty fruity out there.
Well, I mean, shit, man. It's pretty inviting. It's like that. It's like what's that old Greek story where they go into party zone where time doesn't stop and they can't realize that they're in it. They're like, oh wait, I got to remember to get out of here. I forgot. Don't keep partying. That's what it seems like. See it in like Greek stories. Turn on TV and everybody's like naked and having sex, and it's like, oh man, all right, what's this? Sucked into it. I think Kosho. I think he find it kind of like rounded it up or down to like, when a woman's giving birth, I guess they're standing if they're doing the standing position, and if they're on one side of the globe, I guess the baby's falling up, so there's more chance of giving that baby a name. Therefore, we're in the golden age or something. I think that was the reasoning.
Coriolis. Do they got to take Coriolis into account for births in the other hemisphere?
Yeah. Not nice. I'm just kidding. I'll stop. I'm just being stupid today.
Pointer legs to the west. Pointer legs to the west.
He was having a real talk. I'm just being mean.
No, I think we're being as serious as he was.
Hey, just in the time that records have even been around, the amount of medical strides or the amount of things that we thought we knew medically to where we are now are absolutely completely different from when they used to be. So when they say modern medicine, was that still when they were doing bloodletting, or when do they consider it to be modern?
Now, it was like 30 years ago when cigarettes were good for you.
Well, that was kind of a point I was bringing up earlier. Like, childbirth could have been very easy a while ago, like a long time ago. And then society thought that they needed to do something different. And that changed within society as to what the society is doing during childbirth could have caused. Yeah.
My bad. Or that could have been one of the ways we were more advanced and we lost that technology, like Graham Hancock talks about, with some kind of cataclysm happening. We might have been more advanced before. That could be one of the ways. How they always say, "How are we more advanced?" How that could have been one, childbirth.
Yeah, they give birth in pools.
It is a
right?
painful
Like a wet birth
process.
is so much better. It's look, not that I broke my arm, so pain is a relative thing. But the idea that life, like the production of life, would have some kind of hiccup in it, like I can't subscribe to that. That would be so counterintuitive.
No, we used to have the childbirthing technology, but it's a painful process to build it back after you got rid of it.
Yeah, especially when we want to like get rid of the number of Mongs in this world.
Yeah. Especially if we want to start injecting that child immediately upon birth with all kinds of things.
Like 10 times more shit than they used to.
So going back to the lizards, the anoles, I love watching these things, man. They all have their own little territory. The males fight over, extra inches of territory, and they fight over the females. It's awesome to watch. You see territory shift. You see
Business lizards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the little brown and green lizards that you see all over Florida?
Dude, they were all over the place, bro.
Yeah.
All over.
Yeah, somebody made the salient point about data and observation and how, having all the correct information leads to a proper, assessment of the situation. And funny that was being talked about literally while I was watching this green anole come down from the tree, get his drink of water, and start to go back up. And I knew, because I'd done some research, because I was curious about, is the green anole native? Is the brown anole native? And then I started digging into all of this and found the story about the introduction of brown anoles, and they assumed that it drove out the populations of the green anoles and diminished the populations. But then they just found that the territory for the green anole shifted to higher in the trees, and they just weren't observing them as much. So, anyways, I'm watching these guys right now. The green guy's holding his turf, fending off all the brown males.
Bro, why they gotta be brown males?
Well, there's brown males and females, and then there's green males and females. But the green ones do turn brown as well, which can be another factor in when you're trying to observe them. So they turn brown and can be less hidden or more hidden or not observed or mistaken to be a brown anole when they're actually a green anole. So there's many factors when it comes to gathering data. But I'll tell you what, these things are very rapey. Very rapey. Like the males will chase down the females, like grab them, manhandle them, mate with them. Dude, it's funny.
It's almost like they do the story of Osiris and Isis. Like, dude cuts off the penis. Isn't it a thing? What is it about bees? They lose their.
Bees lose their stingers, yeah. Lizards, that's not the case.
I was just trying to make a weird connection between Osiris, Isis, and animals losing their genital organs when trying to mate or something, I guess.
So, has anybody been paying attention to or watched Flatzoid's perspective and angular measurement presentations he's been doing lately?
I'd like to see that.
Is it good?
Yeah, so he has a channel, Flatzoid's Perspective, on YouTube, and he goes through some shit. Just been over the last 2 weeks. Dude, he breaks it down so simply as to why Globers are confusing the orthogonal 2D view. And
should I watch the most recent one, or you got one to suggest?
If you go back, I think maybe 9 or 10 days.
10 days ago? 1 degree of arc is for flat Earth.
Let me pull up his channel again. So
yeah, I want to start on something. Start on a high note.
Yeah, so a good one to start on would be
We'll smoke this blunt. It's 420 apparently.
Yeah. And then it ends here, Discord Wednesday, the one he put up 2 days ago. He kind of goes through it. And Brenda being...
oh, I see. So 3 or 4 videos before Discord Wednesday chat. I'll watch all 4 of these.
Yeah, he goes through how he graphs it out.
Cool.
Perfect. Something I've been thinking about doing, and he just did it, so.
Gotta appreciate that.
Because what he takes into account, which the Globers never take into account, is the apparent size change with distance. So when they do the orthogonal views, they keep the size of the object the same and just move somebody further away and assume that those angles are going to be based off of the same perspective, but your perspective changes as you move. He breaks it all down. It's fucking great.
See, I'm into it.
Nah, it's because Earth's a ball.
I didn't understand the conversation before between Kosho and Dude. I did not understand what they were getting at. And I didn't want to jump in and ask. I was waiting for it to make sense.
Paul was trying to get to the point of where you don't, I'm not sure, but you don't have animate matter come from inanimate matter. There's information there that needs to be created somehow. The type of information that doesn't just come up out of nowhere.
Oh. Inanimate versus animate. Oh, shit. No, I didn't catch everything you said. I'm sorry.
The information inside which part were you talking about? They were going for a while.
He was talking about AI, and then he was talking about the goal of information driven. What do you say? Goal driven information.
Gold ribbon.
Goal driven information and how cells are automated. That was an interesting conversation. I just didn't understand what was the whole.
It's the information inside the DNA that tells things what to do. That information doesn't just that can't come from nowhere. That can't just spring up naturally.
Right.
You need a sender, a receiver, and a creator of the code. It's a code. Inside your DNA, there's a code, and someone had to come up with the code. That shit doesn't just spring up out of nowhere. That's the animate part.
Yeah, I actually just watched a video. You know who AWAR is, probably, right? He posted a video of how these natural landscapes around England were actually the result of, it's artificial, meant to look natural. I'll put the video up. But yeah, everything's got to be of intelligent design, even the forests and the rivers, in my opinion.
It's like the pyramids. They want you to think they were like these hard to do things. It was all very simple and easy.
A lot of people, a lot of time, yeah.
No, not even. Easier. What if they had a mold? What if you just had a block mold and you just poured like a concrete like substance into it? Let it harden, pour the next one. Just work your way up. There's no big blocks.
I think the geologists would be able to tell though if that was the case. No.
Yeah, just like
it's
they
called
could tell
vitrification.
Yeah, no, but you'd still have to do it like 2
what if
million
it's
times.
Don't they say that the pyramids are made of limestone? Is that a naturally
what if you could you pour? What I'm saying, what if there was technology that any inert matter like rock we could liquefy and then reconstitute? That
I like what you're
crazy
saying.
to me.
Yeah, I
That's
hear that.
not crazy.
Could be. It could be, but I think you get this thing called when rock gets heated, you get this thing called vitrification. I think it's called, where like there's evidence that it's been melted or gotten even close to the point of melting. What's up, Fuzzy?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, if you were going to vibrate a substance to where it becomes, malleable, or whatever technology you want to use to take that solid stone and make it, liquefied, and then sort of whatever technology you have, you can set it to liquefy it in whatever shape you want to a very fine precision, and then you just let it sit there, and then you let it re-harden right there. Yeah,
I feel you with the sound thing, because sound there's a lot of power in sound that I don't think we're utilizing or even know about.
Frequency
I was working with this.
What's up?
It was a pourable granite where you would mix. He showed me things like you could sand it like it was granite, right? Like it looked like granite, but he just mixed it and poured it. So that's where at first, I was like, hey, if you can pour granite or a granite substance, why not something else? And this was just some guy, some doctor, this wasn't an entire civilization.
Yeah, it's funny how like they tell you the pyramids are made out of limestone, and it's not fair that I accepted it so graciously. Like now I have to challenge it, and I'm wondering, why did I accept that?
Because you were too young. You probably believed in Santa Claus at the same time.
I do think we were more advanced when they built the pyramids, because pyramids got worse. Our building construction of pyramids got worse as time went on. Not only that, there's no evidence for the date for the creation of it, and they just made numbers up. They already know the Sphinx is older. They got the date of the whole Giza plateau wrong. They already know the Sphinx is older. A geologist from Boston, I forgot his name, but there's clear-cut evidence that the Sphinx is old. Yeah, no, I think it was Robert Schock from Boston.
Oh, yeah, no, it is Schock. Yeah, you're right, Robert Schock.
Did anybody actually see the video I put up in the live stream text?
Which one?
I put up in the live stream one text, Shadow Roam the Earth Movers.
That's where I got that from, though, Fuzzy. Graham Hancock. Yeah, I love his shit.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, the Sphinx is this old. They said, oh, the Sphinx is this old because, there was just no one else that could have been around to even build it. And then they found, Göbekli Tepe. And...
Yeah, but that also
the constructions of the pyramids.
The only thing about Graham Hancock and those guys is just that their theories or whatever, they follow the timeline of kind of nonsense. So it's sort of, they're trying to fit their round peg into the square hole of the narrative.
They only go back like 10, 20,000 years tops.
I wanted to point out something that is in the video that I posted. It doesn't matter if you didn't watch it, but it literally explains how there was people in the 1700s finding 1,000-year-old ruins and building on top of them. And it's like detailed. It explains it all. So that's kind of cool, right?
It's why they're called Freemasons, because they got all these free buildings. And they claim credit for it. And then they make up the history.
So that's why I wanted to think that a place like Egypt could be in ancient ruins that they just said, oh, let's not build on top of it.
It's not just Egypt. That's the thing. That's why there's what are they called? The Freemasons in every town basically has a Freemason lodge, because every town is what you just said, is some ancient site that we've just now built a civilization on top of and said, this is the history here. This is who built this, that,
and something the narrator says in the video. He says one of the goals of these like landscapers, architectures, or gardeners, just big time, I guess gardening was a tycoon. One of the goals was to like smash your opponent, like to like obliterate or whatever. I don't know what word to use, but that's why they use such giant like ideas in their landscapes, because the bigger, like all the estates around England, it's just like a mansion on top of a hill and then a river and trees, and you know what I mean? Just the extravagance of it. It's like squash. So they're literally like it's like a personification of squashing the ruins with your new institution. You know what I mean? That they're trying to personify squashing the old ruins.
Or what they do is they literally, like the Louvre, right? The museum, people are so concentrated on the artifacts and the stories and the history of the whatever they want to tell you the history is on the inside the building. They're not looking at the fact that the building itself is just this unbelievable structure that it kind of defies any logical reason why it exists. Why would anyone build such a thing for whatever reason, unless it was so easy to do, or you could just, I don't know, like it's unbelievable why. So they take so many, the Field Museum in Chicago, where they've got all the dinosaur history, they're standing inside of a building that shouldn't be there by the logic of the narrative that we're told. It's insane. They literally, it's in our face everywhere we go, almost all churches. That's what they talk about frequency, right? If churches were healing centers or somehow power centers that were using vibrations and frequencies and bells to ring and chime and do all these kinds of frequencies or vibrations to the town, and what happens during a war, that they need all the metal, they take all the bells. They take the bells so that there's no bells. You become, and then they're noblemen, right? So if you're part of the class of a noble class, you're part of the people making up the story because you're no bells. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff.
What?
If you've ever looked into the restructuring of water and water memory and shit, they say that holy water is one of the best waters you can get.
Because it's chilling and vibrating in some room that is like built to all this weird, not all churches, some churches are complete shit, but the really good ones are built to a precision that is just, it's mind-blowing, with horses and donkey.
Yeah, so now I'm like getting more and more convinced that they intentionally buried the older civilization.
Oh, 100%. You think they're lying about everything except history? History and the Big Bang, all of this go well into the same story of flat Earth. It's all of.
I'm talking literally
it's all
buried
rolled
with
into
dirt.
one thing.
I'm talking they literally moved dirt to cover the old civilizations. Yeah.
what they probably did was either vibrate the dirt around a building of some kind or vibrate the building itself to a point where it just sunk into the ground like quicksand. That's why there's a lot of things.
Somebody told me there's actually a hole. There's actually a hole under the Vatican that is supposed to be. I gotta look that up. Hold on.
But yeah, that's the thing. No, but you go. It's almost every town has some old historic church or armory or some old castle or something, some old mansion or something from the old world that is just defies the extravagant building ways of doing anything, or defies the logic as to why such a people in a town would build such a thing, or why would a small town in some rural, place in the country that has, whatever, 4,000 people at a certain time of the, whatever, and they have to build 4 churches. 4? Why? Why did that many people need to build 4 churches? There's that much. You're part of a town that is like, and you're building all 4 churches basically next to each other because it's more convenient that way, or how? It doesn't make any sense. The amount of things that don't start adding up once you start trying to figure it out or looking at it more closely, it's some bullshit. I mean, it's literally a power, right? If churches are somehow these buildings, if somehow that technology that we're talking about was able to somehow utilize free or quote
Or if it just sent out signals that made you, healthier or something, or was good for your body,
be all kinds of it could be frequency of any kind. Each building could be a different kind of frequency generator, and you go to different ones to get frequency of different vibes. The point is that there's all kinds of stuff that doesn't make sense. And
Robot in a little frame, just me.
If they have it, they have the power, right? Again, like I was saying the other day, they're in charge, right? It's always been about power, controlling money and influence and all this stuff. That's how you would do it. You have access to free energy and you're charging everybody for it.
Yeah, the past 5 minutes I did a little digging, right? Well, I just found something cool. But maybe people already know this and they're not going to be surprised to hear this. But the Vatican was Saint Basilica, or the Church of Peter, which before that it was the Circus of Nero, or the Circus of Caligula, and it was a place of martyrdom.
The very
this is in
history
like 4th century.
Rome and Greek architecture.
I'm sorry, your microphone, bro.
All that historic. Was Caligula a real person?
I think I found my pit underneath the Vatican. I found it. There was a cemetery in the Circus of Nero. This story is really interesting. They call it the Via Cornelia. What the heck am I reading? I can't even read all this. It's in Italian.
Yeah, you can go all over the world, like Russia, Scotland, New Zealand, just like anywhere in America, and you can see they've quote unquote built all of the roads up to cover windows. Have a look at the photo I put in the live stream text. That's just one example that I took a photo of the other day. There's so many. There's been buildings found with stories under the ground and doors on the bottom levels of the basements that go into what? Into the substrate.
If anybody was listening to what I said, they could look it up. St. Peter's Tomb. It ends up being really easy to look up. But this picture is freaking magnificent. I'm going to take this picture and put it in the chat. This is supposedly underneath the Vatican.
Listen, who here thinks gyros keep their rigidity in space? Anyone? I mean, I used to think that. I'm not so sure anymore.
What makes you think otherwise?
They deviate 15 degrees an hour, right?
I don't know. I know the claims, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they claim they're deviating. So if we're not moving and they're deviating, and then, you know, do they keep their rigidity in space or do they deviate? I don't know.
You're purposely being a Poe, Jeremy. Thank you.
What's up?
You know what's causing the 15 degrees per hour?
I know what they say, of course. Of course, I know what they say. But it is happening, though, right? It's definitely happening, this 15 degree an hour thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's some deviation. We'll just say that because, I mean, sometimes you get a gyro to not deviate. Sometimes you can. Sometimes it goes more than 18. Sometimes it goes less than 15, you know.
Actually, it's pretty much 15, but okay.
Pretty much, but not always.
Well, yeah, if you fuck it up, I mean, you know, like Bob Nodell, if you fuck it up,
well,
move it.
If you fuck it up, meaning if you don't get to 15 degrees drift per hour, then you fucked up.
Actually, you know, all the data that you basically bullied him into releasing.
I didn't bully him.
Yes, you did. I was there that day. You fucking bullied him.
I did not bully him.
You fucking bullied him, Jeremy. I was there.
I listen. We needed that data.
You shamed him into it, and he finally released it.
Bro, we needed that data. He should have put it out, and I just let him know what's up.
Yeah, like I said, I was there that day. You shamed him into it. If you want to say you bullied him, then you can say you shamed him into it.
It's like that. Listen, I got no problem with Bob, but we needed that data, okay?
In 24 hours, all the autards had analyzed it and found out that it was, you know, a weighted average of 14.95, and that the errors were, you know,
sometimes it was 17, sometimes it was 13. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, sometimes, once in a while, when those were the errors on. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, you claim they're errors. You don't know that.
Well, how come the weighted average was 14.95 then?
Okay, why does it need to be a weighted average?
Because that's what you do to data.
Well, sometimes you don't always have to do weighted.
Well, you
can just do an average.
You understand that any one measurement can be an error, so you take multiple measurements and average.
Yeah, I know, but do you understand that it has to be 15 degrees per hour every hour? It can't be 1 hour be 14, another hour be 16.
Yeah, your point.
Listen, do gyroscopes hold their rigidity in space?
That's what. Yeah, pretty much.
What do you mean, pretty much?
Well,
it either does or doesn't.
Well, you know, there's friction and other stuff that'll cause it. And precession, you know, that's how.
So maybe they do, maybe they don't. You don't even know.
Well, they do. They just, you know.
You just say that when we get them to go 15 degrees an hour, that's when it's keeping its rigidity in space. But you don't know if that is actually when it's happening.
See, this is the problem with you. You're either has to be 1,000% absolutely perfect all the time, or else we're going to say it's wrong.
Dude. I'm just saying you have a presupposition. I'm just pointing it out.
Not a presupposition.
You're presupposing that when the gyroscope reads a 15 degree an hour drift, that's when it's perfectly holding its rigidity in space. Yes, that's your presupposition.
Oh, then why does it do that most of the time? You know, why does it, you know?
Why does your presupposition work most of the time? Really, that's your question?
No, and actually, you know, like we took Bob Nodell's data and averaged it. It comes up to 15 degrees. Yeah, there are a couple of them that were off, but you know, he was moving the gyro and wasn't treating it well.
He wasn't treating it well.
You know, you have to treat. You know, gyros are delicate instruments.
So, I'm just pointing out your presupposition. That's all.
Not presupposition. It comes from the data.
Well, the data leads you to your presupposition that when the gyro's rigid, holding its rigidity in space, is when it's reading a 15 degree an hour drift. That's your presupposition, dude. There's no way you can get around that.
That's the average.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but it is your presupposition for you.
You take 1,000 readings, and you'll get to 15 degrees per hour. Sometime will it be 18? Maybe if you fucked it up. But
yeah, I understand. You get a 15 degree an hour, and you presuppose that the gyro is rigid in space when you get that
Jeremy,
reading. And you're saying when you don't
Jeremy,
get that reading,
Jeremy,
that's when the gyro is not rigid in space. I know.
no, it's still rigid in space. It's just in error.
It can't be rigid in space if it's getting more than 15 degrees an hour.
Maybe it's rigid in space, and I don't know. Maybe
What,
you fucked it up.
what do you mean?
There are many ways to
How
fuck
can
up a
it be
gyro.
How can it be holding its rigidity in space and getting 16 degrees an hour or 17
You
degrees an
slip,
hour? It's not even possible.
You move it. You move it. While the recording is on, you physically move it.
Okay, so if I find you a gyro that nobody moves and I only get 14 degrees an hour, is it holding its rigidity in space?
Mm-hmm.
But it's only getting 14 degrees, so Earth's only rotating 14 degrees that hour.
No, you probably miscalibrated it.
That's what I'm saying. This is where your presupposition is.
Yeah, that's because you okay.
So it's only calibrated.
So you miscalibrate it, and so now everything is wrong, and they're only 15 degrees per hour because Jeremy has one miscalibrated gyroscope.
Your baseline for the calibration is a presupposition.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. Yes, it
Are
is.
You saying that the day isn't 24 hours long, or a circle isn't 360 degrees?
I didn't say any of that at all.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you guys say a day is not 24 hours long.
Actually, it's 24 hours long.
23:56 and some change.
That's sidereal. That's different.
What? How long a star takes to get around as opposed to the sun?
We don't live in a sidereal system.
You had to make it 23 hours and 56 minutes. Otherwise, there's no way you could have fucking.
No, that's observable.
That only takes 23 hours to get around.
23 hours, 56 minutes or something like that. Yeah, that's observable.
Well, that's how you made your whole model off of shit like that. These observable things. And you're like, oh, we'll just make it.
That's the shit we see. Who knows? Yeah, we like see stuff, and then hey, I wonder why that is.
And you presuppose, and then you get your model. You fucking presupposing bastard.
All right, Jeremy, I made a good laugh. Have a good one.
You got a lot of presuppositions, Paige.
No. It comes from the data. If you understood what you're doing.
No, the data. You're coming to wrong conclusions with the data.
No. We come to the right conclusion with data.
Maybe wrong.
You're saying, oh, look, there are 1,000 things that say 15 degrees per hour, but I have one that says 18, so that must be it. This one is true, and all the other 1,000 are wrong. That's what you're saying.
Huh. No, I'm saying that you don't know if gyros hold the rigidity in space.
Well, we do. We have like thousands of gyros, so they're 15 degrees per hour. And then you can see it. But you're saying, well, what about this one that's 18? What about this one? You go, well, that's probably
because you calibrate it to do that. You calibrate it and you say, all right, it's moving 15 degrees an hour. It's calibrated correctly. Whereas it might not be calibrated correctly. The real calibration might be the one where it doesn't deviate at all. Boom. Presupposition, motherfucker.
All right.
I'm just saying
you're being a po now.
Dude, you calibrate your thing. You're like, all right, it's moving 15 degrees an hour. It's perfectly calibrated. Right?
Other ways to calibrate, and then it gives 15 degrees per hour. That you don't calibrate to 15 degrees per hour and then say, oh, look, 15 degrees per hour. That's not.
Okay, so how do you calibrate it? How do you calibrate a gyro?
Well, why don't you go Google it yourself then? Since if
you know how to calibrate a gyro.
Do I know
what other basis would you have to know it was correct?
Why don't you Google how to calibrate a gyro and get back to me then?
Would you know it's correct if it didn't deviate? If I calibrate a gyro and it doesn't deviate, am I correct or not?
Did you calibrate it or did you fake it?
How do you calibrate it? You don't even know.
I don't know. Why don't you go
the
Google
same way you calibrate a plumb line, probably.
Calibrate a plumb line?
Can I ask a question?
I'm out of here. I'm out of here on that
one. The fuck?
So, they have this laser gyros, right? Which are, I think, powered. But this is a complete different gyro than a mechanical one, right?
It's supposed to do the same thing. It's supposed to hold its rigidity in space, but
yeah, but
it's different mechanics than a laser and the metal ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're different.
That's what's to
material.
be demonstrated then, because then we could just take a mechanical gyro, put it there, and it always has to give the same readings.
No, it doesn't though. It doesn't, because
Yeah,
there's
but
different
this
calibers.
is right. But this is speaking for the laser gyro. You know,
The
if we
laser
talk
doesn't get the same readings all the time either.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, man, I agree. It's just that a mechanical gyro, right? Just from a purely mechanical perspective, should give always the same reading.
No, because there's different. You can spin it at a different rate, right? If you spin it too fast or too slow, the friction on it. There's all kinds of shit with the mechanical one. There's all kinds of shit with the laser one too. Laser one's there's temperature involved with the laser one. I don't know. Maybe another thing. I can't remember, but I know temperature definitely. There's definite correlation with the temperature and how many degrees you get per hour with the one Bob and them used when we went over the data. He tried to play me. Listen, the thing with Bob, he tried to play me. He's like, "You ain't even gonna understand this fucking data when I get." We had it done in 24 hours. One day we had the whole shit sorted out. I was like, I got people. I ain't gonna know what I'm looking at, true, but I got people that do know what they're looking at. I can't know everything. All right, I know just enough to know these guys don't know what they're talking about.
You know what I always found funny with those devices, even with the so-called pendulum device?
What's up?
It's just that, don't get me wrong, but it's just that these devices, every single one of them gets examined in relation to a still Earth. You examine the pendulum in relation to a still Earth. You examine the drift in relation to a still Earth, man. So, for example, let's go 500 years back in time. We build a Foucault's pendulum or such a gyro. And then we will say, look, it deviates 15 degrees. Like the sun is moving in the sky. That's the proof for the sun is moving in the sky.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell Paid what his presupposition was. That the Earth's rotating under it, and that these things are calibrated when they're only doing that. If they're not doing that, then there's something wrong and they're not calibrated, or you fucked up. But when you get that 15 degrees per hour, that's when you can be sure that your gyro is properly calibrated. So it's not my fault. He has a presup. Listen, you have presuppositions. You gotta just live with it. I have presuppositions about things. I can't name one right now, but I probably do.
I mean, I think it's for me. It seems that it just is a really abstract way of inquiring reality, because if you see the pendulum deviate, how on earth really, man? Let's be honest. Can you draw the conclusion when you stand on the still earth and observe the pendulum? Just not speaking about the technical effects and the scientific interpretation of it. I'm just saying that, does this interpretation follow in any way and correspond to reality? I just say simply no, man.
I mean, I've seen a pendulum on a little spinny thing, like a Ferris wheel type thing or something, a roundabout or something, and they do deviate when they're spinning. All right, a gyro will deviate when you move it.
I don't deny that the effect is happening, though. I know.
Yeah.
It's just, we look at the pendulum, it deviates from east to west. So, is there only one unique and exclusive interpretation of those effects?
That's what the Globers would have you think, yeah.
Yeah, but
You
just
know?
from the common sense standpoint, it's kind of disingenuous.
I know.
Not to assert anybody acting actually disingenuous, but just from the reasoning process of how I think about it, you know?
Yeah, it's not good reasoning. I was trying to point that out to Paige right now, just with his, with the calibration of the gyro. Like, you're just saying that when it does this, it's calibrated right. You have no other basis for saying it's calibrated right. Do the same thing with weight change at different latitudes. That's a huge presupposition because it doesn't always happen. And they're like, "Oh, well, gravity must be off there or something." Like, it's just presupposition on presupposed mass shift.
Yep. And also, I think those effects are quite small.
The weight change? Yeah, you gotta go far.
Yeah, I think it's a really small difference, right?
I think it's a few percent if you go from like the equator to Alaska or something. I'm not sure, or it might be 0.3% or something. I forget the numbers, but yeah, I think it's pretty small.
So is the general... Okay, yeah, no, this is a bad question to ask. It's just, yeah, sure. I mean, if you shield it from all from my environmental factors, you know, and I don't know. But again, you have to presuppose a lot of stuff.
Yeah, tons of stuff. I mean, an article came out recently that said Canada has less gravity or something because they're not getting the weight change. The weights are wrong there. I don't know. I think it was a gravimeter, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, but what is even that, man?
Just how fast something falls. The gravimeter.
Yeah.
It's like a little lead. It's like a little ball. I don't know what it's made out of. Or it's an object inside of a vacuum, and it reads how fast it drops.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right.
That's all. I was just saying, shit drops different speeds in different places.
It only works because of gravity, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. It's another whole presupposition thing there.
Yeah, I mean, yes, man. I was just kidding. Solids fall down, right?
Gonna get busier in here. I'm back on second shift. About to get it popping now. Summer's over.
And Rex Vicious left. I was going to show him this model that I made. Well, if you see him, tell him I'm going to show him a model of life. I made order out of chaos, man. Check out my stream.
What's up?
Well, we were talking earlier about order and chaos, and I made order out of chaos.
Yeah, but you're not going to get information out of it.
I got
Out of
information.
chaos. You got no information out of chaos. Not possible.
Yeah, dude.
What did it tell you to do?
I got these balls, dude. Okay. And
you got no balls, bro. You have no balls.
And they collected together.
You have no balls.
On their own, just with simple rules. They decided to collect together, and they're fucking finding the green blobs, and they're actually capturing them, finding, communicating, all that stuff.
So, what information did you get from it? Out of this chaos?
No, it's translating information to one another.
From chaos, from chaos.
Yeah, just from these balls. It's just these balls. They have very simple dials, very simple parameters. Yeah.
So you told them what to do.
No,
there's information.
I told them.
You told them what to do.
I told them how they react to each other. I said like they have this big of a radius of how far away they want to be from these other things, and this is how much they attract other things. That's all.
So what's the point of this?
It's just order out of chaos. Very simple rules like chemistry can create complex things like cells.
Which has information in it.
Yeah.
But you didn't create any information in your little analogy.
Communicating the information to itself.
There's no information. I don't understand. How is this analogous? You're always trying to use your little computer programs to do stuff.
This is pretty badass, dude.
Not badass. You love balls and computer sims. You told me you had all the balls earlier and you could hold them. You're holding balls.
I gave rules to these balls, and so far so good.
And are they sentient?
They're appearing to be. They're gathering together, and several different balls with different rules are collecting together into a big, a bigger organism, and itself is communicating with one of those organisms to find these green blobs.
And so what do the bigger ones do? So you got all these balls of the same color together. Now what do they do?
They look.
Do they do anything?
No, they just look for the green blobs, and the green blobs appear to be running away from them.
So they're just doing the same shit you told them to do in the first place.
I didn't tell it to do anything.
Nothing new is happening.
I didn't tell it.
Is there anything new happening? Did these guys come up with something new? Like, oh look, we now do this.
Yeah, I'm changing.
Did they make a cell wall?
The dials are just doing vastly different things.
Jeremy, why are you talking about silly things, man?
Talking about what?
Silly things.
Well, I mean, it's Kosho, so what are we gonna do?
All right. Just trying to bring you back. Come back to us, Jeremy. Come back.
I heard you on Oakley's. This was from a long time ago. In that mass video. Never seen that one? You're in it.
Which one?
Mass mole inertia.
Where, how did you come across this? Did he just publish it from a long time ago, or what?
No, this was published a long time ago.
Well, how did you start watching it again?
He watches that to go to sleep.
I watched it to go to sleep.
You said, man. You said you do that.
I do. It was a great video, though, man. You don't remember that one where they were arguing about mass mole and inertia?
No.
You were telling them, you're like, just give me an example of a specific amount. And it was with you, Oakley, Arwen, Chemo was in it. Shout out to Chemo, that's my boy. Arwen was in it. Who's that Glober? Fuck. Glover's name.
Listen, go back into your history and send it to me. I want to listen to it. I like listening to my voice.
No doubt. No doubt.
Was it Giggles?
Unorthodox.
Oh, man, that's been a long time. That's a long
yeah,
time
it was
ago.
a long time ago. A long time. For some reason, this is saved in my rap video list. Rap music. I don't know why. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. I'm going to post it in the room, too. This is a fucking good one right here. This is a fucking good one. You're lucky you weren't there for this Go Show. You would have got fucked up all in the mix. I seen you in action. You would have got your shit rocked that day.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Count my lucky stars. I gotta go in a second. I was gonna make a video with these cell things I'm making, but I'll make it later.
Because Unorthodox was trying to say that it was mold a specific amount, and mass is not a specific amount or something. I don't know what it was a mess. It was hilarious.
That's correct.
So a mass is an unspecific amount.
Yeah, mass is just a attribute. There's no.
So how do you put a number to we have a very specific number though for it.
Yeah, no, that's a mole. Mole is a very specific number.
No, for the amount of mass something has. There's a very specific number for it.
Yeah, for each.
You're saying we can't put any number to mass?
No, the word mass is not specific. You could say something has this much mass though.
What?
A mole is an actual number though.
Yo, you're lucky you weren't there, bro. That's all I gotta say. Just hearing this last 10 seconds of you.
Like a molar mass is the number of moles, for whatever it is. So you can say like, the mole, the amount of mass in a mole of whatever the substance is.
Okay, let's start from scratch. What is mass?
You just a couple ways to describe it. You can describe it as the amount of inertia something has. You can describe it as the amount of matter.
So mass is inertia
in the substance.
So mass is just inertia.
No, it's not just inertia, but it's
the amount of inertia.
It's a measure. It's a measure of inertia.
The amount of inertia something has. That's inertia.
It's the amount of matter something has, but you can also describe it as the measure of its inertia. Yeah.
So the amount of inertia. So resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. That's how you would phrase it?
I would not phrase it like that. No, that sounds idiotic.
I mean, is it what's mass? What's mass? That's what this whole video clip was about. Was what's mass?
I can see why, because people talking like that. But like I said, mass is the measure of the inertia. Okay, so if it's the measure of the inertia, that doesn't mean inertia attracts inertia.
Well, what's inertia?
It's the resistance to acceleration.
And we would measure that.
Yes.
And mass is the measurement of the measurement? Oh, or is it just a measurement of the resistance?
Mass can be described as a measurement of the inertia.
So measurement of a measurement. If inertia is the measurement of... If inertia is the measurement of resistance to acceleration,
it is just.
So we're going to measure the measurement of resistance. This doesn't even make sense. This doesn't even make sense, bro.
You're saying weird things for no reason. It's a resistance from acceleration.
That's resistance to acceleration. That's inertia.
Yes.
You're saying mass is the measurement of the resistance.
It's one way
to
to
the
describe
acceleration.
it. It is a measurement of the inertia. This is true. But
So bro, you're killing me, Coach.
Stop saying a measurement of its resistance to acceleration, because that's inertia is simply its resistance from acceleration.
Yeah, and we measure that. We know that it has specific amounts because we measure it. So
yeah, and if you measure that, you will have determined its mass.
Wouldn't you have determined how much inertia it has?
Yeah, and the same token, you're determining its mass.
So mass is inertia.
How much inertia something has, you're determining its inertia.
Yeah, so mass is inertia.
They're equivalent, but saying they're the same thing is not. It's not really.
Well, what's different about it? You just told me it's the same exact thing.
Well, what I told you specifically was mass is a measurement of the matter something has. So, the amount.
So nothing to do with inertia. Nothing to do with inertia. Just the measurement.
Dude, you're purposely confusing yourself, man.
Dude, just tell me what mass is.
I just did.
Just say it again, because maybe we got confused.
Very clearly, the amount of matter something has, which is directly related to its inertia. So if you measure something's inertia, you happen to know how much mass it has.
So mass is inertia.
Which is the measurement of the amount of matter.
And how do we... So the resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
That doesn't make any sense, dude. I've already told you that.
I know, but that's what you're telling me, though.
It's not.
You're telling me if I want to get the mass, I just got to find out its inertia.
I said if you determine something's inertia, you've also determined its mass.
But the mass is the matter. You're saying the mass is the matter?
Also described as the amount of matter. That's right.
Well, okay, which amount? Which part?
Its mass.
Weight? How much it weighs?
No. Its weight is determined by its mass.
Put a number on the mass.
Depends on the mass. I mean, it depends on the object.
Yeah, give me the mass of a ping pong ball. Give me the mass of a ping pong.
A proton has a mass, a neutron has a mass, an electron has a mass.
Yeah, give me a number. How much mass does a ping pong ball have?
It's going to be probably something like a gram.
Which is weight.
Gram is not weight.
Really? If I have a gram of something, I don't have weight?
No. Colloquially, but technically no. In SI units, weight is measured with newtons, and imperial units is measured with pounds.
And they're directly you can just
or measurement of the mass.
Bro, now you're saying mass is weight.
I'm not.
Is it weight or inertia or what is it?
Never once said it's weight. I said you get the weight. You use the mass to determine the weight, but it's not just weight. Weight is.
Show you're getting wrecked right now. Keep it up.
You're lucky you weren't there.
How's that getting wrecked?
Travis, go back and watch this clip. Tell me Kosho's lucky he wasn't there.
All right.
Dude, you're literally just confusing yourself. Like it's really don't ask any questions. Watch. Very simply, the mass is a measurement of the matter. Okay, it's if you measure the inertia, something's resistance from acceleration, you've also determined its mass. Okay. Also, the weight something has is specifically a force, which is described by a certain amount of mass accelerated downward using little g as the acceleration. So these concepts are not confusing. It's only confusing if you say, "Oh, well, inertia attracts inertia." Like, no one's saying that.
So I get the mass. Well, now you're telling me weight attracts weight. You're telling me I can get the mass by measuring its inertia or measuring its weight.
Yeah, if you measure something's inertia, you can determine its mass that way.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you how to determine the mass. What is the mass?
It's like I said, the amount of matter something contains. It's also
the amount of matter.
It's also a measurement, It's also the measurement of the object's inertia.
So the amount of matter, and we're going to get that by weighing it to find out the amount of matter.
If you try to get it by weighing it, you're going to get the wrong answer.
Okay, so how you said it was in grams?
Yeah, but you're not going to weigh it. You'll probably use like a balance.
Balance beam?
Yeah, because balance beams they have mass on one side, and you you balance out with whatever you're trying to determine.
How are we gonna know how much mass is on one side, on the one side?
Because they come fucking.
Is it gonna come in like grams or kilos or something?
That's how triple beam balance. Have you ever seen a triple beam balance?
Yeah, I'm the triple beam dream, motherfucker. Listen to me. You're telling me that mass is weight.
No, I'm not. A triple beam balance does not measure weight. It measures mass.
And what's it going to be? Grams?
Yeah, grams, kilograms, maybe.
1 gram? Yeah, 1 kilogram. That's the mass.
That would be the mass. That's right.
And if I measure 1 kilogram of something, do I have weight?
No, you don't.
I don't have any weight.
However, so you can calibrate the scale so that it will give it to you in grams, and that is measuring the weight, but that's making an assumption that that 1 gram is equal to 1 gram. But in reality, it's not. That's not a proper way to measure weight, and it's not proper to call weight in grams. It's proper to call it either newtons or in pounds.
Well, I mean, if you want to get technical, it's called slugs, right? But that's what your boy rocket scientist told me. You got to read up on this, man. Listen, you're telling me that mass is weight.
No, I'm not telling
you. That's what you're saying.
I'm actually.
That's exactly what you're saying.
It's not weight, and I'm not.
Almost verbatim.
Yeah, I can't waste my time with this anymore. I actually have to get ready. But
where are you going?
I'm getting ready to go out to dinner, dude. But regardless,
where are you going? Yo, listen. If you want to have some fun, you going with your girl?
Yeah.
Listen, if you want to have some fun, when they ask you what you want to drink, the waitress is going to come over. Tell her you want Yoo-hoo or vanilla Coke or Kool-Aid or something. Make up some crazy thing. Have some fun with it, bro. You got to have some fun while we're here, right?
What if they have you?
Don't. What's up? Listen, I've thought of this scenario. If they do have Yoo-hoo, if they do have Yoo-hoo, you ask for the strawberry kind. There's no way they're going to have strawberry Yoo-hoo. I don't even know if that's a real thing.
Yeah, it's not a real thing. Might be real, but hey, stop making shit up, dude. I never said mass is weight.
Listen, if I want to get the mass of something, I'm going to put on a triple beam
scale,
and it's going to give it to me in grams, right?
If you want to get the mass of something, a proper way to do it would be to balance. It's get a balance. Get something that you know is an actual the mass of something else. So like something that you know is a kilogram or something like that, or
kilogram
or triple beam balance, which has standard mass on it, and you find out what the mass of whatever it is that you're trying to measure. That's one way to do it.
But it's going to be it's going to be in grams. Yeah, it's going to be in grams.
You can also measure something's inertia. There's ways to measure.
That's weight.
There's ways. No, it's not weight.
Grams is weight. Newtons and grams are you can exchange those for each other.
Yeah. What do you have to do to exchange them?
Math.
Yeah. What math do you have to do? What does the equation look like to turn a grams into newtons?
Bro, I don't have time. You think I got the brain space to be memorizing all your bullshit equations, bro? What is the equation?
Yeah, you have to determine what the force is. You have to multiply that mass by acceleration.
So we're going to multiply the in order to get the mass. You're telling me we're going to take the grams. Let's say something weighs 20 grams.
To get the newtons, to get the weight in newtons.
Times 10, right?
By big G. I mean,
is it 100?
No.
I did this one night over in Gems. I remember. What's it again? If something's 1 kilo, it's 10 newtons.
No.
Or is it reverse? 10 kilos is 1 newton.
You multiply it by the acceleration.
Yeah, we just do 10 for ease of use. So what? Now, then what?
What do you mean then what? That's it.
Okay, so what? So you change grams into newtons. What do you do?
Oh, no, you don't change grams into newtons, dude. Grams.
You just did. You multiply it by the acceleration.
Yes.
Bro, go get ready for your dinner date. Ask for Yoo-hoo. They're not going to have Yoo-Hoo, bro. If they do, you just have to suck it up and drink Yoo-Hoo. When you do drink the Yoo-Hoo, though, ask them for something even crazier next time. I don't know what. I'll have to think of something. I was in Florida the other day. I seen Mellow Yellow. So I don't know. I don't know what these places may or may not have. The point is, you can't even tell me what mass is. You tell me it's weight. You tell me it's inertia.
No, I said if you measure something's inertia, you can describe. I said you can describe the inertia, or you can describe the mass as a measurement of its inertia. There's its equivalent. It's not the same thing, but it's equivalent.
Equivalent means equals to, right?
No.
What's equivalent mean?
It's equivalent. Equals to means it's the same thing.
All right, what's equivalent mean?
It means it has the same value.
But it's different. It has the same value, but it's different.
Yeah, like 9.9 repeating is equivalent to 1. It's the same value. It's not the same number. 0.9 repeating is not 1. But 0.9 repeating is equivalent to 1 because they have the same value.
So what's mass?
I'm not doing
mass
this.
Is the amount of matter, and we get that amount. Hold on, man. Mass is the amount of matter, and we get that amount by weighing something or measuring its inertia. Are those the same values? Are those the same values?
Its inertia is not going to be different from its mass. That's right. Not the same value.
No, is inertia and weight different?
Yes.
Okay, so if I have a little lead ball and it weighs 1 kilo, what's its inertia going to be?
Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm just saying, you could ask me what the mass of this thing is, and I could tell you 2 different numbers, and I'd be right.
No, its weight is not its inertia. Okay, and its weight.
I know, but you said its weight is the mass. I can give you the mass by giving you the weight.
Weight is not the mass, for fuck's sake.
But I can give you the weight. I can give you the mass by giving you the weight, right? I can say this thing has 21 grams.
To get the weight, you have to multiply the mass by the downward acceleration. I'm done. Okay.
Yeah, go get ready. Are you gonna ask for you?
Be back.
Are you gonna ask for you? Yo. All right, you want something a little more subtle? Ask for like Kool-Aid. I did a vanilla Coke the other day. My wife gave me the crazy eyes. But you should try Kool-Aid or something if you're looking for something a little more subtle. You gotta have some fun, man. She doesn't think you're one of these regular boring Glovers. You're lucky you weren't there that day that clip got made with what's his name? Why can I never remember that guy's name? I said it earlier. Yeah, Travis. It was you, Chemo, Oakley, QE jumped in at the end. Arwen was arguing told QE was a fraud, and Arwen was arguing that mass was acceleration or something, or inertia or something. I don't know.
Jeremy, notice if you that hole.
What's up, Sally? What'd you come back for?
Do what? I was just listening in earlier.
What's up?
I said I was just listening in earlier.
Where you been?
What's that?
I said, where you been? What you been up to?
Not much, man. Work mostly.
Hear that?
Earlier, I was going to say the physics definition of mass is like the resistance to acceleration from matter. Or close.
Yeah, so gravity would be physics, right?
Yeah.
So the resistance to acceleration is the definition for mass.
Yeah, it's that
resistance.
It's that substance which resists acceleration. You know, I don't know what else to say about that. It's like
No, I'm just saying if it's resistance to so it's not resistance to acceleration.
What's that?
What's the physics definition of mass?
Mass is matters. I'm just remembering this off the top of my head. It's basically matters resistance to acceleration. Essentially, the measurement of inertia in a
matter.
Matter.
So matter's resistance to acceleration attracts other matter's resistance to acceleration. You know how nutty that sounds? Mass attracts mass, right? Mass attracts mass, right?
Matter attracts matter.
So mass attracts mass, right? Does mass attract mass, Tomley?
Well, yes.
All right, and mass is the matter's resistance to acceleration. So matter's resistance to
attracts matter, right? It's really matter.
Matter's resist. Are you changing the definition of mass again, or?
No, I mean I can look it up, but it's matter is the thing that attracts matter, right? Mass is actually the resistance of acceleration.
I don't know. I've been
matter.
I don't know, man. I've been getting told for a while now. Mass attracts mass.
Well, that's because people use mass and matter interchangeably, right? But they're not really.
I mean, is mass matter?
No, they're different.
Yeah, you're telling me it's the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, it's matter's resistance to acceleration.
Yeah,
is mass. Yeah.
So matter. Okay, so and that's the physics definition. So matter's resistance to acceleration attracts matter's resistance to acceleration because mass attracts mass, right?
Yeah. Well, when they say mass attracts mass, they really mean matter attracts matter. That's what they really mean to say.
Oh, Blue got it all wrong. Hit Blue Marble up.
They're using mass and matter interchangeably. I mean, that's what they're doing, but they're not really the same thing. Mass is kind of a attribute of matter.
Yeah, it's resistance to acceleration. Matter's resistance to acceleration attracts matter's resistance to acceleration. Mass attracts mass. Yeah, we got it. Sounds fucking ridiculous, but we got it.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, why are you taking this guy's word for it when you can simply look at the definitions for yourself? Why are you grilling this guy like he's some?
Oh, this is the Glober Daddy of the Glober Daddies right here.
Nah, man.
This guy's the head honcho.
Nah. I've been out of the game for a while,
hey,
dude.
Just because he doesn't know about it doesn't mean it ain't such. And I'm not trying to say mass is attracting mass. I'm just saying this guy Could be wrong.
Right. We what we observe in reality is the things that we call matter, for some reason, have an
What
attractive
we
force
observe in
between each other.
reality.
Yeah.
What we observe in reality is we're a stationary, flat, non-rotating Earth, dude.
Well, I mean, that's your
That's
claim.
what we observe in reality.
Okay, but let's skip past the flat Earth claims and just think about what scientists have observed, which is attraction between two things that have matter. Right? They have observed that.
Okay, but
didn't they also observe matter not attracting matter?
What do you mean, like a magnetic repulsion or something like that?
No, like take two bricks, put them next to each other, they attract.
Two semis not fucking attaching to each other as they're driving down the road. How about that? Those things are massive.
Yeah, because the gravitational force is weaker than the friction that prevents them from sliding together, right?
But that's still so
there's still a force there's still an attractive force. It's just not strong enough to pull them together.
But we don't. But you're saying we observe matter attracting matter a lot, and I'm going, actually 99% of the time we observe matter not attracting matter.
I'm attracted to the ground every day, man. I don't know about you.
That's standing is an attraction between matter. That's standing. You're trying to say there's a basketball right here. It's just sitting there. It's not attracted to me. So you have to explain that.
It is. It's just really weak. Yeah, I mean,
it's not
well,
all
right,
day.
Right, because it is attracted to you. There is a force there, but it's so weak that it can't overcome the friction.
But so that's called not moving towards you. That's called not attraction, right? Like if you have something and it's not coming towards me, that's not attracting. If something's coming towards me, that's attracting. Like, you know how we know things are not magnetic? Because the metal doesn't move toward, you can't say, oh yeah, it is magnetic. You got to get a stronger magnet. No, if it's not attracting, it's not attracting.
This is actually a good point. It'd have to be moving to be attracting, or there'd have to be some kind of force you can measure or something.
Well, we know intuitively that's not true. I mean, I can press against the wall and it not move, right? But there's still a force being applied to it by my hand.
But it's not attraction between. That's not matter attracting matter, right?
Hey, one more thing you guys aren't taking into account to this little this little mass attracting mass phenomena you guys observe. You guys are failing to account for the electrical forces that are at play every day.
So
we never see mass attracting mass, right? That's the way.
Let's take an obvious example that we all have like an intuitive understanding of magnets, right? If I get magnets far enough apart from each other, they're still trying to pull each other. Like if they were just hanging on strings, they would attract to each other. But if they're sitting on the table, the friction of the table prevents them from sliding together. Like there's a distance, that I can move them apart, where the friction of the table will prevent them from sliding together. But they're still being pulled together. Like they're still trying to pull together. It's just that the strength of the magnet is not strong enough to pull it against that friction. It's the same thing.
I'm not even talking about magnets. I'm talking about everything. Everything has an electrical charge to it.
Going with the electric universe correction.
Well, but magnetism isn't gravity, right? So you have a rock fall straight down, right? A magnet can lift up, it can push away, it can go in every direction. Whereas, quote unquote, gravity, it's only straight down. So it's hard to say, oh, you have this attraction like magnetism, when magnetism is 360 degrees, including a repulsion, right? So trying to compare something falling straight down to a repulsion, attraction, and two-way movement, I don't think is analogous.
I wasn't really trying to compare them completely analogously. I was just trying to say it's possible, like, to understand that there could be an attractive force while friction is preventing it from pulling together. We can kind of understand that with magnets, right? So I was just, I guess, kind of getting past that.
Magnetism is more demonstrated than matter attracting matter, in my opinion.
So, I feel like dropping things to the ground is kind of a demonstration of that.
That's falling, right?
Yeah, but there's some type of force that's pulling whatever it is you let go of, right?
but that could see, and this is where I'm like, that's a one way. That's why, like, with magnetism, it's two way. It could pull it up, it could push it away, or it can like pull towards the magnet, whereas you don't. So I can see how you have this two-way interaction. With this, it's just the object falling down. So to say, the earth is pulling it down, I'd be like, that's a little bit of a stretch.
You know how awesome it would be if we had anti-gravity? It'd be fucking awesome.
Well, I mean, the sky could be pushing it down, right? Like it could be a push from above, not a pull from below, right? And you would get the same result. So it's hard to say where the it's hard to say where it's coming from, this quote unquote force that's moving the rock down, because you only see it going down.
So let's say that the sky is pushing like matter down, right? Like, wouldn't the sky eventually, wouldn't it still result in a ball, right? Like, wouldn't it still push everything, clump everything together in one spot?
I mean, it's depending on the structure. Like if you had a balloon, right? You put you wrapped a balloon around something, you could have theoretically, right, like a flat ground with something that encloses the air around it. But again, that's not really the topic. The topic is more like matter attracting matter, and does that really happen, or is it more of an inflation of things falling down? Which I think it's more of an inflation.
Why would space push it? Go ahead, Sally. My bad. Go ahead.
No, that's good. What do you think about the Cavendish? I'm sure you've heard of it. So what do you think about that?
Well, so again, that's an interpretation of why you get this torsion in irregularities, right? It's not like you have these two balls and you can, like a magnet, right? You never get, and that's, this is why I don't like the whole magnet analogy, because you never get that, right? You can never take matter, put it above other matter, and just see the matter go up, right? Like a magnet. Like that, a magnet,
right?
It's so obvious. Like you have to do these conclusions and speculations with gravity.
So it's because the measurement's really hard. It's not convincing, is what you're saying.
No, not because the measurement's hard. It's because you're not getting the same effects, right? Like dropping something to the ground is not measuring gravity, quote unquote. Like if you took a magnet and had metal on all directions, like you're getting so much more information when you experiment with a magnet. So you can be like, yeah, the cause is definitely this object here. Look, watch it, everything go towards it, right? No matter where you put it. Whereas just dropping a rock, you would have to do more.
Right. It's easier to experiment with electromagnetism too, because you crank up an electromagnet really strong, and you can see clearly this thing is attracting this other thing. It's makes it.
Yeah, obvious. You're in charge of the. Yeah, you hey, look, I know when I do this, this happens.
Yeah, you can dial it up and down, so you can actually tell what's going on.
You're actually controlling your independent variable in that case.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody can say it's Earth in that case. Like, look, I flip, it moves with that. So whatever this switch is controlling, there's your mechanism.
Right. It's definitely more obvious with magnets for sure. I wonder if somebody can develop an experiment that would make it where you could kind of dial it up and down like that. Be interesting to think about that type of experiment with gravity.
How do you manipulate it?
I don't know. It'd have to be a mass manipulation, right? You'd have to bring more mass, less mass, something like that, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like you're really not fucking with your independent variable, though. You're just, you're just doing mass. Not bendy space time. You can't add more of that. Well, I mean, I guess you can't say you can by adding the mass, but I don't know. I don't like it. It's wishy. Every measurement you guys got is so fucking minute.
Yeah, I get that. I hear where you're coming from. I mean, it is a hard experiment to do. It's definitely hard to figure out.
I mean, look at the shining example. Cavendish is still very, you got balls hanging, you got the torsion bar, you got to look at it from far away, so you don't affect it. It's got to be enclosed in a vacuum. So many things you got to do just to be able to possibly get.
And
right. Well, let me put it to you. If you're trying to get PhD quality out of it, yeah. But I mean, if you just want to prove it to yourself, you could probably do it. You could probably hack it.
We're gonna prove that mass attracts mass.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you could either prove it or disprove it yourself, I should say.
I proved mass attracting mass. I did a video of it and everything, and I show you. Would you guys like to see it?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
What's mass?
In this particular case, it would be the matter material that's being pressurized or given a vector direction. In this case, it's coalescing to the center.
Center of what? Let's see it. Post it in the. Yeah, send me a DM. I'm kind of busy right now. I'll check it out though. This is your own personal thing you did.
What is this? Best debunk ever. Sally debunked curve water NOLA. That's hilarious. Cheater something, Louisiana. Oh goodness. Yeah, that's going to be way off, Dane. But gold, I promise you. Everything I've done has been transparent, buddy. Anybody else can go and do it themselves. No tricks. I'll bring you.
I don't know. What's that thing? What's that thing you do? Stacking. That seems tricky. That stacking thing you do with your picture there, sound like.
That's just for an aesthetic, pretty picture. You don't have to worry.
I posted it in the chat for you boys to take a look at. The video link right there.
The stacking thing has nothing to do with the raw footage I have. I mean,
I don't see it.
What if a woman took like 80 pictures? She took 80 pictures of her face, right, and it looked all good, and then you got in person, you're like, wait a minute, like you don't look quite like this.
Yeah, but I mean, I have live stream video on YouTube that you can go look at if you want to, like 10 hours of it.
Yeah, I would doubt that.
So sound like, hold on, before we slide off this onto the bridge, does mass attract mass? Yes or no?
Yeah, and it depends on what you mean by mass, but yeah, matter attracts matter.
In physics, mass.
Yeah, they say mass attracts mass. Yeah, that's what they say.
Oh, all right. And what's the definition of mass again in physics?
Depends on the context of the conversation.
Yeah, I love this game. Mass is, if I'm remembering correctly, I mean, this actually intuitively makes sense. Mass is the resistance of matter to acceleration, which is basically a measurement of inertia. I mean, essentially what it is.
Yeah, so the resistance to acceleration, matter's resistance to acceleration attracts other matter's resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't actually mean that. What they mean is matter attracts matter is what they mean.
So mass, if any Glober tells me mass attracts mass, I'm like, yo, you're dead wrong. Soundly, your Glober daddy told me.
Well, listen, Jeremy, I just demonstrated mass attracting mass in the chat. Just go take a look at it. You literally have a coalescing of matter. Now that matter is either resistance to inertia or the content that it's made of. But if you look, there's a coalescing direction vector force into a center point.
Hey, Arbiter, can you tell me like what time after the hour you post that? I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Did you post it in live stream text?
5:35 p.m.
35. Did you post it in a different room, maybe? Because I'm not seeing.
Oh, my bad. I put it in Blender chat.
Okay.
35.
Yeah. He didn't post it in the.
I put it in Blender chat. My mistake.
Yeah, Yeah, so I figured.
Come on, Data. Let's see this.
Jeremy, you still go over to gyms once in a while?
Listen to me. Does mass attract mass?
In the demonstration that I have for you, you can tell me why things are coalescing to the center. I laugh at the video because this is what I imagine them to consider mass attracting mass back in the day to get the concept to begin with, other than an apple falling to the fucking ground.
Yeah, I went to gyms, I think a week or two ago. Not for long. Kosho dragged me in there.
Yeah, I actually like this place better, to be honest. People
are more calm and relaxing.
Exactly. Yeah. People are more willing to just have a conversation over here.
Yeah.
So did you see the video? It's coalescing to a center.
No, you post it in the fucking chat.
I did. I just did.
Livestream 1.
Livestream 1 text is the room. I think somebody
It's not there yet.
Cleric mentioned you in that
Data,
room.
get your shit together.
He's just in the wrong room. We'll figure it out.
Why'd you change your name to Arbiter?
It means the worker in German. It's not the arbiter as in the arbiter. It's the Arbeiter, which is
Arbiter?
the worker. Yeah, which is it's German for worker. Well, isn't it funny if I'm just a working fucking guy, you know, blue collar, 9 to 5 or working? It don't matter what I do. I'm just saying, if I'm a worker, well, that's the best thing to be. You can be smart. You can work hard with your hands. You can work hard with your brain. You could be a shining example of God's creation, right?
I love it. See, that's one thing I like about this channel is that people aren't afraid to be like religious, like actually believe in God. That's one thing that's great about this channel. Jim's channel, everybody's an atheist. It seems like.
Yeah, a lot of anti-creator, creator people there. I mean, God, you gotta. There's a lot of evidence for a creator.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one for sure.
Like, it almost seems crazy that there wouldn't be. I don't know. They had me for a while
So
with this.
now it should be in the live text 1 or whatever you call Livestream 1 text, whatever. It should be there. But why I posted what I posted is because if you were back in the day, I'd imagine that if you had observed an action like this, how would you quantify this action that you observe? And you can see that the demonstration I show you, there is a coalescing in the center. You'll see that things are drawn to the center. Now, what's causing that, I don't know.
Bubbles on a rock.
Yeah, well, the shape of the bubble is
look at the actions
in the center.
Look at the actions of the bubble. They're all going to the center. Why? It's a flat surface.
Well, this is not gravity. This is
that's why the same thing. But it's attracting to the center. If you look at the last little bit as you watch it, it's coalescing to the center. So if back in the day you were to make an observed phenomenon, this would be one of the first things I think that you would see in phenomenon is carbonated bubbles at some point, because that's more plausible than fucking seeing that 2 billion years ago. So how are you going to come up with this coalescing? Where does it come from? Where's the inspiration?
Well, in this case, the edge of the bubble is lower than the center of the bubble because of the.
I can understand that you'd have the sides of the bubble as the outer rim of the bubble. The pressure is different than in the center, and so there's a release in the center, maybe because the surface tension is pushing on the outer edges, and if it's pushing on the outer edges, it's going to push the bubbles in towards the center. That's one way of looking at it.
It could be that the rock is round and it's closer to the surface at the middle of the rock, so the bubbles are moving upward actually.
Sure. Yeah. The point is, you see them coalescing to the center. That's what you've observed, right?
I would expect to see that on a round rock.
Well, I'd
it's not
on a flat rock too, because the surface tension is going to make the edges lower than the center. The center is going to be higher.
Nothing to do with gravity, though.
Right.
Well, you still have a charge, right? There's a charge there or something, either pressure or a charge.
I don't know. You could measure it and come up with something, I guess.
Well, Coulomb's law already measured these charges, right? These negative.
Yeah, but you just can't throw these principles around and say Coulomb's law, and you don't even know what it is.
Sure, it is. It's the quantification of a positive and negative charge, right? Of a molecule or particle or whatever you want. So if you want to look at it like that, you can. But the point is, the demonstration shows there's a coalescing to the center. What causes it? You say it doesn't. It's gravity. Or it's pressure, or it's charge.
Can I give you my speculation on what's causing it?
Sure. How do you go and test it to begin with, right?
Well, I think if you actually dropped your camera down to the side, that you would see that the center of that water is actually higher than the edges, and the bubbles are actually just rising to the higher edge, to the higher area.
If you think that would mean there would be some sort of bulge, but there's not a bulge. It's just the bulge is around the outer edge where where it's
Yeah, I think there is a bulge there. I think
there's no bulge there. Not so you can lay it down. There's not going to be any bulge. I mean, obviously there's going to be bulge higher than the surface. There's no actual bulge between the 2 points. No, water doesn't do
The
that.
bubbles are going up, right? The bubbles are going up.
Well, the bubbles are going to the center before they're going up.
They're going up towards the center.
Well, just
they appear to go towards the center and then upward, right? Because they're releasing into the air. So,
Where's the mass attracting mass?
That's the joke. Is that you're observing something coalescing to the center. You're seeing everything go to the center. So the idea was the center of that particular substance. So if you back in the day, if they're observing, if back in the day they were observing this nonsense and they're coming up with ideas, where would they get the idea of something coalescing to the center? Where would it come from? How does an apple falling to the ground equal coalescence of mass attracting mass? Where does it come from?
I mean, they also saw other things in the universe, right? Like
they saw things coalescing center. No, they didn't.
Well, they saw.
What have they ever seen that?
They saw Jupiter and they saw Jupiter's moons. I mean,
coalescing to the center of mass. No, they haven't. Where have they seen things created and formed coalescing to the center of mass? Show me something. I've seen footage from like cellular structures and things like that, coalescing and things like that. But that's like, you're telling me planets are doing the same?
Well, I mean, Jupiter's a ball. Giant ball.
Anyway, there's no demonstration for it. So as I compile a story, you start with a concept and a philosophy. Now, who's inspired that concept to give you that philosophy, right? Or to grow that philosophy? Anyway, I find it pretty common that I can't find any coalescing anything. Can anybody post any scientific experiment of anything coalescing to the center of mass?
No. This is what we were talking about with the Cavendish experiment. It's just a very hard measurement to make, so it's not convincing to people that haven't actually tried it. So it's just
the Cavendish.
It's not like magnets, right? Magnets are obvious.
The Cavendish, where we have the matter's resistance to inertia attracting matter's resistance to inertia. Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy, you crack me up.
This is physics, bro. This is physics. Hardcore physics right here, Stanley. I don't know,
I hear you.
The resistance to acceleration causes acceleration.
No, it's attracted to the other resistance to acceleration.
Well, attraction is basically an acceleration, right? It's 9.8 meters per second squared. So resistance to acceleration causes acceleration.
Yeah, that'll work too. There we go. I like it. Write that down.
Write it down.
Well, tell me I'm wrong.
I wasn't joking, bro. I fucking like it.
I know, but I think Stanley's laughing. Whoever's laughing. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm laughing because we're conflating mass with matter. That's what's funny.
Wait a minute. When you define mass, don't you define it? One of the definitions of resistance to acceleration.
It's physics definition. Yeah.
Mass is matter's resistance to acceleration. It's a measurement of inertia, basically.
So something that is resisting acceleration gives rise to acceleration.
Well, it's the matter that gives rise to acceleration. I mean, that's what we observe. What we observe is things that have matter, or like two pieces of matter attract each other. That's what we observe.
But you're on it, Paul. That's a good one. I like it.
But it's at a very small amount, so I understand people's like resistance to trusting that, because it is a hard experiment to do. I mean, it's not like magnets. Magnets are obvious, right? I mean, it's like you can hold two magnets together and actually feel it in your hands. But like with the Cavendish experiment, you can't do that, right? You can't like hold two like cue balls next to each other and feel that attraction. So
here's the other.
It's not intuitive, I guess.
When you point to the sky and you say Jupiter, gas, attracted. See, the problem with that is as gas starts to go in towards itself, it accelerates, which would cause more bouncing off of each other, which would cause it to go outward more again.
Mm-hmm.
Quicker. So you've got this giant gas ball. How did it form to begin with?
Right. There's a balance between the gas and the gravitational force in that case.
Balance, but you got to have the initial. But how did the initial state start? Like that's my point. How did you get?
I don't know. That's a very.
You got two gas molecules. You got two gas molecules, right? They hit each other. Boom. Then what?
They bounce away. And they bounce away.
Right.
Do they start orbiting around each other? Is it an orbital thing?
I doubt it because there's probably a bunch of gas molecules, right? They're probably all like kind of just jumbled together. I don't honestly don't know how Jupiter would form. I don't know. I'm not an astronomer.
Doesn't it rain diamonds on Jupiter?
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
I want to go there and get
fire, bro. We got it. Yeah. Those be worth way more than Earth diamonds.
Yeah, and it rains bullshit on Earth.
And it's also liquid helium's on there too, I think, or hydrogen. The helium or hydrogen is on Jupiter too, from what I gather.
I just want to go mine one of these asteroids that has gold on it, apparently. Yeah, that's what I want.
Why wouldn't we just mine the moon? Because the moon's been getting hit with asteroids and meteors for fucking millions of years, right? Like, why wouldn't we just go get it off the moon instead of getting...
Well, here's
something
about
gold on it. We have all this stuff here on Earth. Like, I don't understand why we got to go somewhere else.
Or we could just get the stuff that's here. Yeah, that's true.
Well, here's the thing about stellar evolution that people don't think about. To get gold, iron, lead, you have to have a neutron star, pretty much, or something that's very heavy, compressing, causing it to, the atoms to change. But if you get something that dense and heavy, all matter in that general vicinity would be sucked in. Right? I mean, helium, hydrogen, everything would be pretty much sucked in around that neutron star, you would think. Only way you can get it out is the neutron star has to explode. Right? Okay, then wait a minute. How do you get a star? You got to have hydrogen and helium, right? Well, if most of the neutron star has been consumed, all the surrounding hydrogen and helium, how did we get the star and the minerals we have today? They have to travel interstellar space, and it takes long periods of time to transverse interstellar space. So how did we get the gold that we have on Earth, the iron, and enough helium in our solar system to have the sun to make Jupiter? How did this all happen?
You forget though, dark energy.
Well, I have
right?
a theory
so
on
that. Oh, go ahead. Let's hear what you got. Let's hear what you
All
got,
right.
Sally.
In the beginning, the earth was void and without form.
And God spoke, and the universe came into existence.
That's right.
I can agree with that. Soundly. Me and you on the same page, everybody.
That's what I think happened.
Well, I think I would agree. If heliocentrism is true, then that's the only way any of this can happen.
I'm sorry, guys, but I can't argue with you on that one. I know you're expecting something different, but on that one, I can't argue with you.
Why can't God be the explanation then? God, right? Instead of making up heliocentrism, why can't it just be, that's God?
I think Soundly would agree with us, Scott, from what I just said, I think.
Well, I think
religion.
I think people are trying to figure out what is going on in reality, and this is their best guess, essentially. Like, this is what we've been able to come up with so far.
You don't think that's very similar to the tree of knowledge? Like you don't see the parallel there. But true or not, but the parallel between a literal tree of knowledge in the Bible and us trying to figure out God's innermost workings of his system. That seems similar.
No, but it was the knowledge of good and evil. That was a different animal, right? It's not just knowledge of good and evil.
Well, and Adam had knowledge. He named the animals. He obviously had some kind of knowledge. He knew to call Eve Eve. Hey, Eve.
Well, so what I find interesting is that he had a language. That's what I find interesting. Right?
That implies knowledge too, doesn't it?
Right. I mean, so was he just like my question? I always wonder about this. So if he has a language, right? He's walking and talking with God in the garden. What is that language? What language is that?
It would have to be whatever God spoke, right?
Well, I know, but what is it? Which one is it? I'm curious. I want to know. You know what I mean? Like when Adam
You think it would?
Adam actually named a giraffe, right? It wasn't called a giraffe, right? It's called something else, like in whatever God's language is. What do you call
You
it?
think he used mouth sounds?
I don't know. I have no idea. I wish I knew. I wish we knew what the original language was. It'd be interesting.
I wish we knew what the original human looked like, right? Like, every time I think about Adam, I don't think about somebody our size or what we can do. I see he could pull a tree out of the ground like I pull weeds out.
Right. Seems plausible.
Well, if you believe Ron White's story, Adam and Eve might have been, or at least Noah might have been a giant compared to what we are today. And so that might imply that Adam and Eve might have been even larger than what we are today.
It would explain.
Well, there's
It
mainstream.
would explain how easy it was for him to build the ark, right?
And if the earth is made,
he spent like
if the earth is made for him, wouldn't he be able to, like, I see in the ocean, he'd be able to just go in there, like, and not, it wouldn't be, oh shit, like there'd be a deep end, yeah, but I'd see him being able to walk through the vast majority of water.
Well, generally they say that the oxygen content was at 33% and it's at 21% now. That's what they do with the testings.
Oh, hyperbaric chambers.
So even Kent,
better than steroids.
Well, Kent Hovind has his thesis, right? His doctorate when it comes to Genesis, and in his opening thesis, he claims that he's a word for word biblical literist, right? And so he goes on to explain the collapse of the the flood and so forth, and explains that the upper troposphere there was more layers, and they all have all this scientific theory of before the flood, and even the heliocentrists agree that there was upper shields apparently rotating and spinning above that had water in it. And this is like writings in the 1800s, so it's quite interesting how they're trying to look at a biblical reference point, but then trying to figure out another option other than biblical. When you look at the biblical, it pretty much gives you at least one form of an answer, right? And I guess you can either deny that or make something else up.
I just want to say on Noah real quick. What if Noah only needed the DNA of every animal? That'd be a lot easier. Then you wouldn't need to care for the animals, right? You could just like store their DNA.
There's a problem with that, though. You'd have to have the ability to incubate the animals to raise them to term. So you just can't throw DNA out in the wild and say, produce a giraffe.
But again, I think when I think of Noah, I think of somebody much more advanced than we are.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Way more advanced than we were.
Or you take the maybe you can't, maybe he wasn't that advanced to where you get the DNA, but you'd obviously get the baby ones, right? You're not going to bring a fully grown lion onto your shit. Like I know they make a case for Noah's Ark not being big enough.
Right? I don't know, man. I think we don't know. I mean, the people that built the pyramids and all that, we don't know who those people were. We have no idea. Really, we don't know.
But the people that built the pyramids, how come they were never mentioned in the Bible? If you want to mention pyramids,
well, I'm thinking that pre-biblical flood time is when those pyramids were built. So, I mean,
I actually would agree with that.
Yeah,
pre-flood time, because
my speculation would be that we actually had a pretty advanced society going on, like a pretty advanced civilization going on before the flood. And then
what do you like, Graham Hancock? You ever heard of Graham Hancock?
No. Who is he? Tell me about it.
Yeah, he's more advanced civilization before a flood thing.
I mean, this is speculation from my perspective. Oh yeah, the guy, I've seen Graham Hancock. I know who you're talking about. He was on Rogan, right?
Yeah, a bunch of times, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would agree with a lot of the stuff he says because, well, let me just put
there's evidence for it. There's evidence.
Well, let's back up to Genesis. If you're actually like a Christian, right, and you actually believe that Genesis is at least somehow reflecting something that happened in reality, then Adam walked and talked with God in the garden for a century before he screwed up, right? So you telling me that guy wasn't smart? I mean, I got to believe that guy was a genius, right? And I got to.
Well, they lived to be 90.
I got to believe
they lived to be.
The whole civilization, yeah, exactly. The whole civilization that came after him was probably full of genius people that were building a bunch of cool shit. You know, and
when they live to be 900 years old, how much could you learn in 900 years?
Right.
Oh my God, I couldn't even imagine.
Hey,
Maybe they just like.
If you want to take Genesis, though, you got to take all the other Bibles into consideration and realize that these people were they had laws on if a woman gets raped and she doesn't yell loud enough, she's guilty and deserves to get stoned. And not only that, there's also laws on putting your daughter up for sex slavery. So the type of people we're dealing with, I don't think are wearing white lab coats and saving DNA, saving baby DNA. You know, like
Those are after the
we're
flood
dealing
things,
with
though.
affirmative
You're talking
people.
about after the. You're talking about after the flood things, though. The way those people were with all those laws and shit. We're talking about before the flood. All right.
I definitely think things that happen in the Bible doesn't mean they're condoned.
What would be so significant of the pyramids? What would be so significant of the pyramids if they're not?
900-year-old people. Like, come on, man. Like, how is that ever possible? Like, nothing lives to be 900 years old, especially a human.
Currently, but your experience currently. But that doesn't mean that it may have not happened back then. Just because you don't experience it
Well,
today.
look at what we eat and how we live, right? We live like junk, eat junk, and we make it to 100 years old, smoking cigarettes and living power lines, and breathing in car emissions. You don't think somebody? I don't know. It's not out of the realm of possibility that humans live much longer, and they're dumbing us down for food and stuff.
What about the people in the Dark Ages when there was no pollution? Everything was pure, crystal clear waters. No, like you said, you're blaming pollution and bad eating, but hey, they were eating wild animals. They're drinking pure spring water. How come those guys only live to be maybe around 40 or 50 years old?
I don't know, man. At one point,
get near what we're at, what our average.
Can I say something to that?
At one point, ancient Rome was using lead pipes to transport the water and shit. I don't think they were that good at,
No,
hygiene.
I'm saying in the Dark Ages, like or just any time in history, they never got close to our.
Let me try to address that actually. So, I mean, I'm not in that biblical context of the conversation that much. I can't add something to that, but just regarding the older age of humans, maybe. It's a bit of a jump to make, but I try to explain because I saw something on German TV. I'm from Germany, and this is already like from the 80s or so. It was on a show where two biologists presented their findings in regards to growing fish eggs and, for example, some plants in specific static, electric and magnetic conditions. And they found out that if they put like the semen of those plants or those fish, for example, and grew them under those conditions, the plants they got out of those, for example, corn, had like not exaggerating, but 10 times more crop, and the fish had really more strength and more life expectancy. So in a way, this is a demonstration of that such environmental factors like static electricity or magnetic fields can influence such things. And, just in regards to the old ages, we don't know how the plants and living things manifest there,
Also, you've got cows that they always graze I think it's north, right? They don't know why to this day. Like they can't figure it out. There's something with dogs too. Shit east and cows graze north. So there's some like craziness.
Yeah, but you got what I tried to say?
I don't see how you can write off, Adam and Eve and their offspring living 900 years. That's ridiculous. Like, come on. It doesn't take too much logic to realize that maybe they were using a different calendar, or maybe like the Bible literalists will say, "Oh yeah, God is great. That's how they live to be that long."
Or maybe they had better healing techniques, or better medically advanced than we are now.
Maybe we can do the maybes all we want, but how do we know it's true?
Yeah, I mean, I just tried to make some slight point there, just that such things can definitely influence the biology of things.
Oh, absolutely. You ever heard of restructuring water?
Oh yeah, I heard about that militaries got like with injuries got provided this, and it got really good results of healing, for example.
Yeah, you can get it. Yeah. So I mean, there's medical things that are probably so simple that we don't even use because big pharma has been stifling the medical field for I don't even know how long now, decades at least, probably longer.
I'll say this is I have joint pain. I think I got a little bit of arthritis in my feet and ankles and stuff from working and walking and wrestling with gout. I've had pretty good success just taking turmeric, 1,000 milligrams of turmeric to deal with inflammation. And it's natural instead of, sorry, I'm outside, dealing with my inflammation and using pharmaceutical drugs.
Right, but no doctor is going to tell you to take turmeric. They're going to tell you, oh, I got this anti-inflammatory naproxen shit. Here, take 1,000 milligrams of this,
Yeah. Now, to be clear, though, I do have prescription medication if it's really bad. But most of the time, if I just take the turmeric, I'm usually pretty good. So if I take it regularly.
Have you seen that guy, Jordan Peterson? He went on an elimination diet, and basically he ended up with meat, salt, and water, which wouldn't trigger any of his inflammation. So they're finding that a lot of like grains, oats, any grains or nuts can trigger inflammation, and that's kind of like their diet back in the Bible. They talked about, well, that was their crops, right? Wheat and bread.
Well, there is like the almonds. Actually, if you take almond butter and almonds, it actually has anti-inflammatory properties. So I don't think it's all nuts. It might be specific nuts. Like peanuts probably are good, but almonds are anti-inflammatory.
Actually, the peeling of the almond is actually toxic too, man. They're finding that a lot of these seeds, what it is they're like defense mechanisms against like animals that eat them. So they'll put like a layer of whatever to make whatever animal sick, whether it's affect their. Most of them are like spike proteins. That's where the whole spike protein with COVID and stuff got kind of like, raised my spidey sense. But yeah, what it is these, it's a loaded term, but they call it lectins. But what it is it's a spike protein that pokes holes into your stomach and allows things to get past your gut that shouldn't be, to enter your bloodstream and just cause havoc. and they're little microscopic spikes that poke at your your insides or wherever, and just give you inflammation. So how much of that I believe, I don't know, because I can't see it. It's a story just like everything else. But it sounds reasonable. I can't verify it, so. Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I just killed the room or something. Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? So you got poisonous leaves. You even got communication between plants. There's even in Africa. Joe Rogan always talks about this, that there's plants that talk to each other. So say like you got some elephants grazing or like eating off of these plants, and the one plant that's getting eaten off of will talk to the adjacent plants or trees and trigger them to give off a bitterness taste. So I mean, just because it grows in the ground or on a tree doesn't mean we can just shove it down our face and expect for it to be edible. Like we know a lot of things aren't edible, like beans. If you eat kidney beans or like castor beans raw, if you eat them raw, you're gonna die. They're very toxic, very poisonous. So I feel we're eating, we're just consuming a lot of poisonous things, man, that we have no idea. And the sugar thing, I get triggered when people, badmouth sugar, but if you don't eat sugar, you're gonna have low blood sugar, and then so it's like a balance, right? I think it's a balance with sugar. So I don't think all sugar is bad because everybody needs sugar. So I think doing without sugar is bad. But then I think, okay, so Jordan Peterson doesn't eat he doesn't take vitamin supplements. He doesn't eat any citrus trees. So how is he getting his vitamin C? Because isn't vitamin C one of the things we can't manufacture in our bodies? But pretty much every other vitamin we kind
You
of
will
can.
get scurvy. If you don't have vitamin C, you will get scurvy.
Dude, you're a flat earther, dude. You're a skeptic.
It's not even a question.
Listen, dude. I go back and forth with Peyton Asashil because he said he did an experiment to guinea pigs and did the whole scurvy thing. Look, man, scurvy to me is the same thing as flat Earth. They gave a story, and they gave it's like a cause and effect relationship. Okay,
yes,
science. So they said this. You're telling me they did science with the scurvy thing?
Yeah, you'll get
go ahead.
scurvy if you don't have
Let's go at
vitamin C.
it. Let's go, bro. Bow up.
Let's go. What? You want to see the science?
Okay.
You want to see the science for it?
So you're saying in the 1860s they were doing science for scurvy?
Bro, we know right now. I don't know what happened in 1800, but we know right now you will get scurvy if you don't get vitamin C.
So what about the people on the carnivore diet? What's their excuse?
I don't. Is there no vitamin C in meat? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know. There's a lot of things that you've said that are a little bit not right, like the spike proteins. It's not like a spike, like a thorn that sticks in you and pokes holes in your gut. And also sugar. You don't have to eat raw sugar. Carbohydrates are broken down into sugars. Anything carbohydrate will give you sugar.
Okay, that's fine. So let's talk about scurvy then, though. Since Jeremy brought up scurvy and he knows all about scurvy and science, Tell me more about scurvy then. Go ahead, dude. I mean, I know it's
dude,
a
if you don't have
mainstream.
vitamin C, you get scurvy. What's up?
It's a mainstream story, dude. Why are you gonna believe that?
I'll tell you what. Don't have any vitamin C. Okay, take all the vitamin C out of your diet and see if you get scurvy.
Okay. All right.
I bet
I'd try that.
I bet you'll get scurvy.
Okay. So this is where the whole story comes from, right?
I'll bet you $10. $10.
The British ships were at sea. They got sick because they didn't have vitamin C. They made it to Lima, Peru, where they got limes over there because Lima means lime. So that's why they called the British soldiers limeys, right? Because
I don't know anything about British soldiers.
Well, this is the mainstream story, dude. You're talking about scurvy like you know something, but I'm kind of giving you a history on why they think vitamin C
lack of it.
Scurvy. Huh?
No, the lack of it will give you scurvy.
Yeah, okay, whatever. But how do you know that there isn't something in the lime that repels something that could make them sick? Because aren't they getting virus-like symptoms in today's era? Those people that were diagnosed with scurvy in the 1800s, they didn't really conceptualize viruses yet. But you know what? If you take those people from back then and bring them to now, you would say that those motherfuckers got Ebola because they're hemorrhaging, their teeth are falling out, they're getting heart attacks. Fucking COVID, dude. Right away, they're gonna give them diagnose them with COVID because COVID, anything is COVID.
All right, just stop saying that word, please. And I really don't want to take conversation.
Why can't I say that word? Does it trigger you?
I don't know. You're just saying it over and over again. On YouTube live stream, I don't want anything to happen.
Anything to happen? What are you scared
of,
man?
Saying every other word.
Yeah, well, I don't see the big problem.
It's fine. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Go ahead.
Okay, but just so does that make any sense? Like in today's era, those symptoms would not be a deficiency in something. It would. So why aren't we diagnosing everything as being deficient instead of attributing a virus as the cause?
You can't control people without the fear, right? You got to be afraid of something invisible, and it can't be God. So,
well, no, think about it. These people their teeth were falling out, their gums were bleeding, their skin was, obviously whatever, changing color. They're getting all these crazy symptoms, right? Just because you add vitamin C in their diet, how do you know that lime isn't repelling some sort of like parasite that was causing this, or some sort of bacteria that is causing this? How do you know it's not some sort of repellent, which is possible, right?
Bro, whatever it is, they call it scurvy. And if you don't get vitamin C, that happens.
So you didn't hear anything I said. You're just saying if you don't get, you're just regurgitating what you've been taught. You're just parroting what you learned. But did you actually?
Yeah, I've never done an experiment seeing if that happens. Yeah.
Okay, so you're just appealing to authority at this point, but you've never witnessed vitamin C taking a wrench and fixing the body with its magical vitamin C properties, right? Have you ever seen?
I'm not one of
You've
the
never
guys that
seen
has
the inner
to witness.
workings of a
I've never
vitamin
witnessed
C?
China. I've never witnessed China. I know it's there. All right.
Yeah, but that's a non sequitur as well.
Do you know that China's there? Have you ever witnessed it?
That's irrelevant. what I'm talking about is you never witnessed vitamin C taking a wrench and fixing whatever problem scurvy causes. You've never witnessed that. You're just told that vitamin C does this when you add it to your diet. Now, what I'm saying is,
hold on, but they have witnessed people not getting vitamin C and getting scurvy, just like people have witnessed China, and they come back and tell you, hey, there's this China thing over there, and you're like, oh, all right, bet.
Okay, so how do you know that vitamin C isn't doing something else like I said, repelling some sort of parasite or bacteria that's actually causing this ailment? Have you ever used
whatever it is. I feel you.
I
hear you. I hear you.
Repellent?
I hear
Is
you.
that a possibility?
Okay, I hear what you're
Is that a variable? Is that a variable
what
that you're not factoring into this equation? Because if you never literally seen vitamin C going and doing something magical with its properties, then you don't know for sure. You don't know exactly what vitamin C is doing and what your body is using it for. You don't know.
I hear you. And whatever the vitamin C is doing, it's keeping the scurvy thing away, right? So you get the vitamin C, you don't get the scurvy, whatever that is, whatever it's back to, whatever it is. Okay? You get the vitamin C, it doesn't happen. You don't get the vitamin C, it happens, whatever that is.
You know what? There's little things like that. Like if you don't step on cracks, you won't break your back. Just don't step on any cracks, dude, and you won't break your back. There's little old wives' tales like that too, bro. Yeah,
Are you serious?
You're trying to make correlation equal causation. You're trying to say you're trying to make a cause and effect relationship to something that you don't have any proof for.
So let me say
this. There is a cause and effect relationship.
Can I just say this, guys? Wasn't there a decently understood narrative between doctors that we need like how many glasses of milk a day? And didn't they scrap that because our bones actually don't need calcium or something like that? Like this is a mainstream narrative that they had to toss out that pertained around like vitamin D deficiency, right? They had to throw that out with the whole milk, calcium, and the hormone thing. Yeah, that's garbage now. Is that another idea that is in contention with you, Jeremy? I'm just wondering.
The vitamin D what? Milk thing? I mean, we get vitamin D.
The idea that you need milk.
Yeah, we can get vitamin D from like the sun, right? And I'm sure it's in other stuff. It can't be just milk, right? There's got to be vitamin D and other shit. No.
Hey, what about an apple a day keeps the doctor away?
Like vitamin C, you can get it from a lime, a lemon. You know, I'm sure there's a whole list of shit. An orange.
Yeah, pretty much all your vitamin D you synthesize yourself, unless you've got something wrong with you.
Isn't that strange? What a left lane just said. You synthesize your own vitamin D? How is that possible?
Yeah. It happens. It's a reaction and precursors in your skin and UV rays. I think it's UVB rays from the sun cause it to convert to vitamin D3, and then it goes to the liver and kidney for further processing for use.
Isn't that amazing that
fucking Dr. Left Lane?
No, that we're not sucking anything up from out of the sun. What the sun is a clock. It's a alarm clock to your body to say, hey, the sun is out. It's time for you to go through this process or in this cycle.
So where does vitamin D come from?
You're not absorbing UV rays and converting them anywhere. All the
really
for vitamin C is
what the
telling
fuck,
your
man?
body. Hold on. All it is your body taking a cue from the sun, saying since the sun is out, your body has to go through this process now and produce vitamin D on your own. Isn't that funny that we call a vitamin your body makes on your own? How come you don't have to take a pill for that?
Well, there's things called essential vitamins, and I think there's like 10 of them.
Essential vitamins aren't. Stop lying,
Pyruvate and
dude.
thiamine and valine and
There's
yeah,
no
there's like 10
essential
of them that
vitamins.
they're called essential because your body
No,
needs them and your
you're
body doesn't
misconstruing
produce.
that with
Are you just going to talk over me as I'm
essential
trying to speak?
amino acids is what you're trying to come by. There are no essential vitamins. Your body will make everything
vitamins
you
are
need.
amino acids, dummy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you dummy. Vitamins are
You're an idiot.
amino acids.
You're an idiot, dude. I just hear that right? Vitamins
Okay,
are
hey
amino
Jeremy,
acids.
just for what it's worth to you, bud. I mean, you know me, right? You know, I've got a biology degree, and I'm not no genius, but I did study a little bit of it, and those are like
You got a
fucking
biology degree and you're
elementary
driving a
things.
truck.
So why do they
And
tell
you're
us that
driving
we
a
get
truck.
vitamin D from the sun? I'm just wondering. Can I ask the biology guy?
We don't get vitamin D from the sun. The UV rays convert precursors within your skin, and it
It's
Like I said,
like the
there's no
layman way.
conversion to any precursor.
the
All it is a trigger. Your body is taking
three,
cues from the sun
which is
to
further processed.
manufacture vitamin to produce vitamin D. You're not precursing or doing anything. You're just taking cues from the sun.
Okie dokie, okie dokie.
The UV rays are not trigger. They're what you said. The skin is not converting anything.
Okay.
You know these conversions take place. I mean, what do you mean?
Show me the conversion then. Show me this process then in the
Go
skin.
study just a little bit of biology. I mean, I'm sure if you Google if you'll go Google vitamin D synthesis, you'll get all the information you need on it.
Well, it'll probably tell me what I'm saying too, is that the body is taking a cue from the sun to start its process of producing vitamin C on it, or vitamin D on its own, which is amazing, I think.
It doesn't do it without the sun.
I know that's what I'm saying. When you're out in the sun, you're taking a cue from the sun to say, okay, time to start making vitamin D. It's daytime. There's daytime and nighttime cycles. There's a circadian rhythm, right? There's a whole cycle to being awake, and then when the sun goes down, you take other cues from. That's why they say
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with the sun clock in your circadian rhythm. But
can you shut up? 2 hours before you go to sleep.
How is that an
You can't
argument
have any
against
light
vitamin D synthesis? Can you shut up?
Look, what light does, it's just light. You don't even need the sun. It's just light. The light will wake you up again and make you think like you have to go another 8 hours before you can sleep. That's why people have insomnia, is because the light is triggering the production of vitamin D and all the other processes that go with carrying out your daily routine. But if you don't get any sun before you go to, or sun or light before you go to bed, your body will trigger your nighttime rhythm and produce melatonin and help you fall asleep. That's how you go to sleep.
All right. What's that got to do with DNA synthesis? I mean, with vitamin D synthesis.
It has everything to do with that. I'm telling you, there's cycles in this life.
And what are the 10 essential vitamins? What about that?
Do you
not think there are 10 essential vitamins?
Listen, here's what happens. During exposure to sunlight. 7 dehydrocholesterol in the skin absorbs UVB radiation and is converted to pre-vitamin D3, which in turn isomerizes into vitamin D3. Could you get that? I don't even know if I said some of those words right.
And you know what, man? You can get the same thing without sunlight, dude. It's just light. That's all it is, dude. Your body is taking a cue from that light. It doesn't even have to be the actual sun. And if you do this in the nighttime, then you're gonna be an insomniac. But if you do it during the daytime, then you'll be up during the day.
I think it has to be.
You don't even need to be out in the sun.
I don't think it can be like. I don't think it can be like any light. I think it has to be UV light, right? What do you say, Doctor Left Lane? Does it have to be UV light?
Yeah, I think it's UVB or I'm not UVA or B. It's one of the two that does it.
There you go.
Yeah, and you can get that from a light bulb.
Well, a regular light bulb.
Yeah,
they do make light bulbs.
Isn't it funny that any light before you go to bed is gonna keep you awake, and you wonder why you got millions of people with fucking insomnia. You dummies.
They make UV light bulbs for certain things.
Yeah, those tanning beds and stuff. That might actually be a thing. You can actually synthesize vitamin D.
Why is it so hard to explain to people just don't get any light before you go to bed and you wouldn't have any insomnia? But instead, you got these doctors that are trying to basically exploit just a simple process that the body goes through, whether it gets light or not. Like, why is that so hard to understand? Like, why wouldn't it be that easy to explain to people?
Listen, Big Pharma has done. It's a crime against humanity what they've done. The whole medical field's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, but that's all it is that's keeping people awake, man. Is they don't understand. Like, have you ever?
There's no money in sunlight. They can't charge you to stand out in the sun. They need you to take a pill.
Have you ever fallen asleep like with the light on in your room?
You need an Albion. What's it called?
And you knew that you weren't getting, like, you woke up and you just didn't feel like you slept that night.
You need an Ambien, bro. You need an Ambien. You gotta take an Ambien pill. Okay, they can't charge you to stand in the sunlight.
And hope you don't sleepwalk.
All right, man. Because you guys know it all.
I'm just saying, the medical field's fucked up, bro. There's no money in standing in sunlight. They can't charge you for that. They can charge you for an Ambien pill, though. It's all about money, dude. It's all about money.
And never ever take your Adderall after 3 p.m.
I mean, I don't know if I know it all, but I know that they can't charge you to stand in sunlight.
Yeah, these are just basic things that I don't know why I don't understand its inhibition about vitamin D and getting the synthesis of vitamin D in the sunlight, and I don't know.
He wants to argue. What do you want to argue about? What's that guy's name? I forgot. What's your name, guy? I know your voice, but I can't recall your name. Did he leave? You scared him away, Left Lane. He rage quit. Man. He rage quit.
Yeah, I get the feeling that, some people just think anything that falls under the heading of what they would consider mainstream is absolutely wrong just because it's mainstream. And like, he kept talking about scurvy as mainstream, vitamin C, scurvy is mainstream. So it's wrong. But I don't know. That's kind of like, I don't know.
I like the stuff the mainstream ignores or doesn't pay attention to. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
I mean, vitamin D supplements are mostly for people like in Norway and Sweden, where they don't get enough sunlight in the months when there's no sunlight.
Well, yeah. Also, some people have an autoimmune thing going on, right? And that'll
Yeah, where they can't go in the sunlight, right?
No, it's something else with inside your body where you can't. It doesn't do it.
For instance,
Like it won't do it.
people with lupus, where they get a chemical reaction when they go out in the sunlight that affects their skin, so they literally have to avoid the sun.
I think it's autoimmune deficiency or something thing where you can't produce vitamin D or something. Your body just won't do it.
Well, lupus is an immune deficiency, something autoimmune.
Yeah, and it's a bit simplistic to say all you need to do is have light before you go to bed. I mean, just to say something that all you've got to do is not get light.
That's all you got to do.
All you got to do is not get light sort of ignores all those people that have biological problems in their body where they can't manufacture melanin even if they don't get light. You know, there are such things as people that have these diseases that do affect their biochemistry.
Yep. It's way more complicated than turn off the light.
Oh, for hell yeah. Sure it is. It's not like people haven't studied the biochemistry of the body for hundreds of years now, so they sort of understand the biological pathways and processes that occur in manufacturing these vitamins and stuff like that. And they well understand that you literally cannot make vitamin D without the UVB radiation.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys have no idea what UV radiation is, so that sounds like a whole bunch of horseshit.
Yeah, I wanted to say, that little function biology claims that our skin and that the sun and vitamin D is in our skin and the sun activates it. Oh, I don't know. Is that satisfying enough for the biology guys? Does that explain everything happening there to you?
I'm sorry. What did you say again?
I mean, it's not good enough. Maybe you heard something I didn't hear. I don't know, man. Yeah, my headphones suck. I'm gonna just fall back.
No, I didn't mean to interject that my degree meant that I was an expert in any way. It's just that those are very superficial things that you learn, and I have studied biology, I guess is all I was wanting to say. That's like, milk comes from a cow kind of information. We all know that.
Well, do you get vitamin D from milk?
Yeah. Is it actually fortified with vitamin D? I think they put it in it.
It's synthetic.
Maybe so.
That's what I was bringing it up. The whole campaign, it was a marketing campaign to get people to drink milk, saying that it would give you vitamin D deficiency. This is kind of sick.
You're cutting out, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I hate these headphones. I'm gonna buy new ones.
So if I never go into the sunlight, but I drink a lot of this vitamin D milk, I'm good.
See, I don't know about that because I drink milk, whole milk, and I'm in the sun plenty, but I have to take a supplement every time I get my blood checked. I'm low on vitamin D for some reason.
Listen, is the whole left side of your body tan and the other side's not?
Yeah. My left arm is twice as dark as my right arm.
That'll happen to your face too. I've seen that I've seen that with my face. If you drive for long enough and the sun's on one side of you, the left side of your face will get darker. Walking around looking crazy.
Especially spending all the time I do in the desert.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, we got to talk, bro. I just drove to Florida. What's up with your peoples, man? These truck drivers are crazy, dude. I almost got ran off the road, man. These guys.
Oh Lord, there's people out there, Jeremy, that don't have no business being in a truck.
I need you to pay attention out there, bro. Focus, left lane.
We got places to be in Florida, bro. We can't be waiting behind some dumbass going 80. We got to get where we're going.
Dude, people aren't even doing the left lane in Florida. They're not even doing 10 over. What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck's going on in Florida.
It's all old people,
They don't know what
bro.
the left lane's for. Dude, that shit would not fly in New York. I'm telling you right now what these motherfuckers do in Florida.
Bro, you can't even go over 10 miles an hour in New York with the traffic, bro.
Yeah, you can, man. Yeah, you can. The left lane is for the passing fast people, right? You better be doing 10 over in the left lane.
The speed limit in New York is 45. The speed
It's
limit in New York
65.
It's 45 and 55. We got 70
There's
now.
some places where it's 55, 45. There's places where it's 20, 10.
In New York State, there's definitely speed limit 65, but I don't know about the boroughs.
That's the state, not the city. You ain't going 65 anywhere in the city.
You might. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, like on the thruway, it goes through all New York State. You go 60.
I was born and raised there, bro. Like fucking, even the highways, fucking like 55.
They're all 55. Yeah, no doubt.
Bro, it's money, bro. They're getting. You know how they get you for fucking. Some of them, the ones are 45, like the parkways.
Well, I mean, some of them roads are fucking dangerous too, though. Dude, I took I-81 to Florida. I-81 to Florida. Yo, there were some death-defying turns there on this fucking road, dude. I couldn't believe what the speed limit was. I-81 was fucking crazy, dude. It's a 65. It was a 70. It might have been 70 at some spots, and they have these like sharp turns. I'm like, yo. What the fuck? I mean, they got the yellow signs up with the arrows and shit, but it's like they don't tell you to like slow down or anything. Like, hey guys, normally they'd be like, oh, there's a sharp turn up here. You should probably do 50 or 60 or something.
We're weeding out the old people that moved down here to retire. Oh, he missed the turn. Oh, got another one.
Jesus. Seriously though, the left lane in Florida is not the fast lane. It's
yeah,
crazy,
I'm still
dude.
wondering, like, what is synthetic vitamin D? And yeah, still wondering.
What do you want to know? What synthetic vitamin D is?
It's kind of like synthetic water.
Because I thought vitamin D was something that your skin does. It's like how it reacts to light. Is that correct? Or you could go ahead and correct me.
What was the question?
It's okay. I'm gonna look it up when I have time. Don't mind me, guys.
I read it off a second ago. There's a lot of big words. Definitely didn't pronounce them right. You want me to read it again? Oh, let me find my phone.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'd like that. Yeah.
Okay, you ready? During exposure to sunlight, 7-dehydrocholesterol in the skin absorbs UVB radiation and is converted to provitamin D3, which in turn isomerizes into vitamin D3. I'm definitely not saying that ISO word right. Isomerizes.
Good job. Isomerizes. That's right.
Isomerize. Oh, all right. Isomerizes.
Do you know what an
So
isomer
I
is?
don't. No, what
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
when you like tell
I
the
would have.
gist of the story. It's like you give them like an overview of everything. I
No.
summarize.
Yeah, right. No, an isomer is a molecule where the chemical composition of the molecule is exactly the same, but it might be like a stereo reflection. It might be a reflection. It's arranged a little bit differently, like it might be a mirror image or something like that. That's what an isomer is. It's got exactly the same atoms in it, but it's arranged in a little different way.
So when it isomerizes, it takes this one thing and just changes it a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
There are a lot of chemicals that have isomers, a lot of biological chemicals that have isomers. For instance, one of them, which you probably know about, but you're not familiar with it being an isomer, is the lactose protein in milk, right? So, some people can't digest the lactose in milk. It's because its isomer is such that our body can't do it. But if you flip the isomer the other way around, we can actually digest it. And that's what A2 milk is all about.
So they did an isomer of milk, of the lactose molecule in milk, and then people can stomach it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Why are we keeping people around who can't digest milk?
I don't know.
I'm waiting for the kid. There's kids that are allergic to breast milk, right? Like this has happened already. It had to have.
Can't say I've heard of that ever.
Oh, there's got to be some soy kid, Oh, he didn't even. His mouth never touched the nipple. He's the gayest boy ever. I had a C-section,
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone being allergic to breast milk ever.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, bro. I'm telling you. Watch. Mark my words. Like, there's gonna be. If they could even give birth, they're not even gonna be able to breastfeed. Like, they're gonna ruin everything. Like, this raccoon is this piece of toilet paper.
Why would people become allergic to breast milk?
Well, same reason they became allergic to peanuts. Not as many people are breastfeeding. So, like, pregnant women have stopped eating peanuts, right? Because they say it's been causing allergies. But apparently, it's like, if you believe the studies or whatever, it's the opposite. Eating peanuts helps your child develop immunities to peanuts. So a lot of kids are on formula now, right? So I think, just like parents staying away from peanuts develops peanut allergies, kids staying away from breast milk and going on formula will develop breast milk allergies and complications from breast milk.
I don't think that's the actual way it works.
I know. That's speculation. I'm saying speculation. But I know I used to be really allergic to cats. And then I got a cat, and slowly over the course of a few years, I was not allergic anymore.
Yeah, that's a thing, but it can work the other way as well. I've got a friend who most of her life would eat soy products and she was fine. And then all of a sudden she started getting, really bad diarrhea from eating food at restaurants and stuff. And it turns out now that even if she gets the tiniest little bit of soy product, she goes into anaphylactic shock and has to go to the hospital. And she could die if she gets any. So it's something that just developed later in life and for no particular reason. It's not like she ever avoided soy or anything like that. It just happened, man.
Yeah, it's because she's a woman, though.
I doubt something like that just happens. It has to be the result of an improper diet or something wrong with their health.
No, she's healthy as anything, and she's always eaten well.
But we assume that.
I know that because I've known her all my life, and I know what she eats, and I know that she's healthy.
How many stone is she?
Make.
I don't know, man. Like I said, for years they told us to drink milk. Now I believe that I shouldn't. So maybe there was something she believed was healthy, and it really wasn't.
I think the recommendation is still
For
for people to
instance,
drink milk.
I think eating chicken more than like 5 times a week, I think maybe people do that. That might be really unhealthy. And we don't consider that a reason for having, health problems.
On that same vein, I think eating 10, 12 eggs a day is not bad. I think they lie about cholesterol and eggs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's cholesterol and then there's cholesterol, isn't there? There's different types of cholesterol.
That sounds like there's pussy and there's pussy, but there's only pussy.
But I appreciate you making me think harder about it. I didn't mean to just call you biology guy. You're clearly not just a biology guy, so thanks for making me think hard about it. And you too, my bad.
Nah, he's a cool biology guy. I call him that sometimes. Dr. Left Lane. Seriously though, focus Left Lane. These motherfuckers they're trying to run me off the road out there, bro. Shit is crazy, dude. You gotta stay on your toes with these motherfuckers.
What state's your plate from? If it's not Florida. Oh, yeah, we know. Oh, from the north, too? Oh, fuck it. You're getting over.
Well, it was a rental car, but the plate was from Pennsylvania. But, I mean, this was happening all over. All over I-95, 81, all over the place. Up and down.
I know we don't like the Yanks down here. We're probably like, look, you gotta understand, like in Florida, it's very free. It's very like we get do what we want. You people from the north, they don't have it. So we're if we see somebody from the north, we kind of act non-accommodating, so that they're like, oh shit, I don't want to move down there. Boom, we get to preserve our Florida.
I'll tell you what, I went to the craziest fucking Walmart in the world is in Florida. Holy shit, dude, near fucking Disney. That place was packed. You couldn't even walk,
It's
dude.
probably a super Walmart. Some of them got fucking gas stations.
It was nuts. Yeah, that shit was a super duper Walmart, bro. It had two rows of alcohol. Shit was huge. 2 aisles.
Bro, I got 2 aisles of a hard liquor. We got like 3 aisles of there's 2 aisles of beer, 2 aisles of wine, I think, at mine.
Yeah, something, man. This place was huge, and I was just impressed by the amount of people that were in it. Like I never seen this many people inside of a Walmart. Even on like a Black Friday or something, like dude, you couldn't even walk in this bitch. And it was like a Tuesday night, so it wasn't even wasn't really that crazy. I'll tell you what, I would hate to live in the fucking area I was in. I would move immediately. The amount of fucking traffic from Disney is sickening. You ain't going nowhere. Every day, dude. Every day.
Yeah, why do you think I left New York? Why do you think I got to leave
I won't even
Gainesville?
go to the city. You should have just came upstate, bro. The upstate's nice.
Yeah, not thinking back on it, that probably would have been. But I was gunning for the weather too. I wanted nicer weather.
Yeah, nah, you were smart to get out of New York. Taxes are fucking crazy. The governor's a dickhead.
Yeah, no, we might have the best governor in the United States.
Let me guess, you're in Florida.
Yeah, DeSantis.
Knew it.
Yeah, get them LGBs out of our LGB discussions out the classroom. It's sickening. We had to write a bill for that. That is like, should have been.
It's
I would have called it
amazing.
the common sense bill.
You'll be surprised how many people, like, whenever I bring this up, are like, that's not happening, whatever. There aren't books in the classrooms. There aren't books in the libraries. There isn't any trans parades with kids at it. Like, they're just completely in denial. It's amazing.
Drag your kid to Pride. Think about that.
I literally
Exactly.
just drove through like 5 trans parades. Not kidding.
Drag
And there's not
your
even
kid.
there's not even
Pedos
anything
drag
going
kids.
on right now. This is just like a regular Saturday.
Bro, there's no more regular Saturdays. Like those died in the 80s.
I was literally having to find the books and link them to people. It's like, look, this book right here was in this particular school district. This book was in this school district, and they still wouldn't believe it. It's crazy.
I mean, I work in a school and they got like posters and shit in the hallway. It's like, yo, what are you doing?
Indoctrinating a generation of youth into an LGBT propaganda machine. What do you mean? What's the big deal?
Well, let's face it. If you're trying to control a group of people, you don't want a lot of manly men running around shooting guns, getting drunk, punching people in the face, doing man shit. Right? You want them wearing skirts and painting their fingernails.
Yeah, and not breeding, right? I think that's the overarching bigger thing is that like homosexuals are going to be more keen to like lab grown babies, right? Straight people don't care about where they get their kids from; they'll just make them naturally. Whereas like test tube babies and stuff, we're like, oh, we could take the DNA of the female dyke father and mix it with the female mother and make a kid, and then the kids are going to be all like kind of retarded because they got like 2 women's DNA in them, but they'll come out. They'll get some kind of creation to get out.
I'm actually all for genetically modifying. Like if you could do some cool shit where we could see like cats in the dark, or live as long as turtles or sharks or some shit. I don't know. Regrow our teeth. Your tooth falls out. Boom, you just regrow another one like a shark. Perfect.
But I think we had all of that, right? Like everything. I think they just took it away from us. Selective breeding, man, right? Like it's eugenics. They get who's having the most kids? The poorest, stupidest people, because it's incentivized, right?
Well, the smart people know. They're like, all right, I can't afford to have another kid, so I'm not going to have another kid. Right? Whereas, like,
Exactly.
the middle class line where it's like, all right, we're not getting all the benefits and shit. We got to be careful. To the other side of the line, to where it's like we're getting the benefits. We can have as many kids as we want. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Breeding, selective breeding, man. It doesn't have to just be like you put a dog and a female dog and a male dog in a room. It could be like societal and civilizational structural changes that will lead to different breeding patterns. And right now, I'm sure we're at a breeding pattern of like barely any.
Yeah, I can still breed. Where's your mother?
Look for the line.
Hey, isn't that strange that guys can breed till they're old as hell? Like that guy Theo Vaughn, supposedly his dad was 70 years old.
Yeah,
How
and you
weird
can
is
impregnate like 50 women, 60 women in like a day or 2 or 3. You know what I mean? Like a woman, it's 1 kid, 9 months. We can make 100 kids in 100 months or whatever.
Yeah, them Bible guys, them Bible guys had the game figured out pretty good. They had it on lock.
We didn't write the rules, right? Like God, the genetics. Nobody can say, "Oh, hey, you made the genetics this way." It's like, bro, I didn't make it so that I can stick my penis in 10 girls and get all of them pregnant, but one girl can only get pregnant from, out of 10 guys, only one of them, right? I didn't make that. That's just how it is.
Yeah, man, it goes to show, I guess, kind of why we structured everything the way we did is because, in that sense, women are very valuable.
Yeah, right. You look at it. You can look at it as, oh, I can't do as much. You can look at it, well, yeah, you're more valuable. It's harder. Like, bro, uh, anybody has chickens, right? I only need 1 rooster, right? So, but I'll have 40 hens. So you could be like, hens are valuable, right? Like if I could choose what my babies would be, I'd want hens. I don't want roosters. Nobody needs them. You only need 1. Whereas hens make eggs, you can have as many as you want. You want more.
Hey, what's the difference between one rooster and 20 hens? Or no, what's the difference between 1 rooster and 1 hen, or 1 rooster and 40 hens? You got a happier rooster.
Yo, what's your name? What's your screen name, guy?
What do you think it is, bro?
Golden King.
That's my name, bro.
Gold. Oh, all right. I got a joke for you. Ready? Why did the chicken cross the road? 2 jokes.
I don't
2
know.
jokes. This is the first one. You don't know? You don't know why? You said?
I don't know why, man.
He went to the gay guy's house. Are you ready? I got another joke for you. Knock knock.
There, man.
The chicken.
Don't answer.
It's the chicken.
Yeah. Did you read my no soliciting
You
sign?
don't get it? You don't get it?
Yeah, I
Bro,
get it.
that's
But
like
it's not
Did you ever hear that one? Oh, there's this guy in our school that thinks he's a gay and an owl, and then the other guy goes, "Who? Who?"
Yeah. That's hilarious. That was more funny than the roosters at the gay guy's house, or the chickens at the gay guy's house.
No,
Anyway,
dude, it's because you're the gay guy. Get it? You didn't get the joke. That's why.
yeah, I got the joke, man.
No, I don't think you got it.
I did, man.
So anybody who doesn't laugh hysterically didn't get it. Right? That's how I used to work when I was a comedian. I would tell a joke and nobody would laugh, and I'd be like, "Fuck you, people! You just don't get it. It's your problem.
I
You just don't
giggled,
understand my
you
joke."
know, I got it, but I kind of seen what he was trying to do, but it's okay. Not that funny. You know, I don't have a lot of jokes in my repertoire, but man, I come across some guys, man. They got some good ones. I'll tell you that.
I got two good ones I can tell you if you want. All right, so this guy runs up to a bank teller, right? He pulls out a gun and he's like, "Open the vault," right? And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Open the vault." And she's like, "Sir, this is a sperm bank." And he's like, "I don't give a shit. Just open the vault." So they go in there and there's all the specimens, right? He tells her, grab that specimen or open it up. And she's like shaking, right? Her hand, she's shaking holding this cum cup, right? And he's like, "Drink it." And she's like, "What?" He puts the gun to her head. He's like, "Drink it," right? So she drinks it. And then he points to like a specimen in the back. He's like, "That one, the dusty one in the back, grab it." And she grabs it. This goes on for like a minute or two of him like demanding that she drinks these like cum specimens. And after it's all over, he pulls off the ski mask and he's like, "See, honey, it's not that bad."
Whoa, that was a foul joke. Oh my god. I didn't want it to be the punchline for like 5 seconds where you were getting it.
I missed the end of the joke. He ripped off the mask and said, "What?" At the sperm bank?
See, honey, it's not that bad.
Ah, that's great. Nice one. I love that shit though. Soundly gave me the physics definition for mass. And then we put it to mass attracting mass, which is also physics. And it's fucking great. It's awesome. I mean, you got to use the if we're talking mass attracting mass, you have to use the physics definition. There's no way around it. It's physics, and it's fucking absolutely ludicrous when you say it out loud.
For fuck's sake. Hey. Blue sky. Sky.
Oh, you motherfucker. Fucking 9-3 flush, you cunt.
What's up?
What up?
Ruhef in the house.
Jeremy.
Listen, what's the physics definition for mass? Do you know offhand?
No. Resistance to acceleration.
Resistance to acceleration, yeah.
Yeah.
And then mass attracting mass would be physics, right?
Sure.
So we've got resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration. This is fucking brilliant.
Yeah, there's not a good definition for mass. The amount of stuff.
The physics definition's not good, you're telling me? These guys don't know what they're doing?
Oh, it's not a great definition. The resistance to accelerate. It's just basically restating F equals ma.
Do you have a good definition for mass, or just there isn't one?
The amount of stuff. The amount of stuff. That's it.
What's up, Ruhif? Did you tell Kosho about infinite over R refraction? Isn't that you that said that once?
Oh, it said it, yeah. Yep.
It's a thing? You can change that number, right? Be infinite?
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta tell Kosho about that.
All it means is the light spinning at the same radius as the Earth. That's it.
That's what infinite over R, infinite over 6R. That's what that means.
Yeah. When you put infinite, it's infinite over anything, basically. But yes, all it means is that it's curving at the same rate as the Earth. So it would appear like a flat Earth.
Is that a physics thing?
What do you mean? Is it a physics thing? What does that mean?
I don't know. Did the same people give us this? Are they the same people that gave us resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration?
Sure. Whatever. Where do you want to put it?
I'm just wondering if it's the same brilliant minds that gave us that, the resistance to acceleration thing that gave us this infinite over 6R.
I don't know anyone else besides me that's put it in those terms. Infinite over R.
Ruhif, did I just hear you say it makes the Earth look like a plane? Is that what you just said?
Yes. When the curvature of the light matches the curvature of the Earth, it would look flat. Yeah. So it's basically black swan conditions.
Uh-huh.
Checks out.
You think you'd be a good detective, Ruhif?
Yes. Yes, I would.
That'd be excellent. You'd catch him every time.
I'll tell you right now, if I was murdered, I would not want some of these Globers being the detective on my case.
Do you have anything else besides incredulity about this infinite over R refraction?
No, I mean...
Okay. I didn't think so.
That's what the geniuses came up with, and that, I mean, it was just you that came up with this, right? You've never even heard anyone else say this, though.
Oh, I've never heard it expressed in those terms, infinite over R, but it's in the literature.
Infinite over R.
Not expressed in those terms. Not
Which
expressed
terms
in
are
those
they
terms.
expressed in? Which terms?
No, it'd be in a refractive gradient terms. So delta
Those
n
are very
would be,
specific. What's up?
What? Delta n, delta big N equals minus 156.9. I'll try and Google it. Hold on.
Dude, don't come at me with no 3-page formula that you don't know what the K stands for. All right, I can't handle that tonight. I had a long fucking week.
57. Techniques for computing refraction of radio waves. Let's see.
I mean, you had some very specific numbers just now, and infinite is like not a specific number.
Right.
That's just like willy-nilly, I don't even know what to put here number.
Here we go. So I found some Yeah, it's an old paper, techniques for computing refraction of radio waves in the troposphere, and blah, blah, blah. And this is a decrease of n per kilometer that is less than the minus 157 n units per kilometer required for ducting. So that number, 156.9 or 157, is mentioned in the literature.
Is that
anyway.
is that what your infinite number is, or what's?
Yes.
Where are they getting infinity? 150 is infinity?
For fuck's sake. Do you want to like actually understand it, or do you want to just like fuck around?
I'm trying to understand how you got infinity from 150. Yeah, I want to understand.
Because when the curvature of the light ray matches the curvature of the Earth, right? They are basically parallel, right? So the light ray never actually gets any further or lower, higher from the Earth.
Which means the refraction's infinite.
No, which means it is the same as looking at a globe with an infinite radius, which is basically a flat plane.
So Earth looks flat to you sometimes.
Under these conditions, yeah, it happens. Yep. When the refractive gradient hits that minus 156.9 or greater, if it gets greater, it looks concave.
And you know how the light's bending, right?
Yes.
Because you check a straight line to see, this is how it's happening.
We measure the refractive index of the air, and then we can get the gradient, and then we can tell you how it's going to bend.
Yeah, but in order to see how much it's bending, you'd have to check it against a straight line, right? Be like, oh, okay, it's deviating this much from straight, right?
Right. That's what a refractive interferometric refractometer does. Compares the straight line path through a vacuum compared to the path through the medium. There's a interference pattern at the end, and from that they can work out the refractive index.
And they got a straight line to check it again. How long do they do the straight line for?
Oh, there's two different ways of doing it. One's only over like 30 centimeters. The other one's only a few meters. There's very long baseline interference. And there's just
30 centimeters?
Yeah. That's all you need when you got a refractive.
I can piss farther than that.
Good for you.
That's not all you need.
Can you come further than that? Yes, it is.
Maybe.
You send the light on along one path, which is a vacuum, and then another path, which is the sample. And when they meet back together, you get an interference pattern. And from the interference pattern, you work out the refractive index.
And you can tell how much the light bends over 30 centimeters. It's great. What about over 30 miles, 3 miles?
The speed, right? You know the relationship between the speed and the refractive index?
The speed of what?
The speed of light through a medium. Right, that's what the refractive index is. But there's also the trigonometric relationship, which is Snell's law, right? Those things work together.
So the refractive index is how fast the light's going?
Yes. Yes, it is, relative to a vacuum. That's exactly what it is.
So the refractive index is the speed of the light. That's it?
Relative to a vacuum, yes.
Yeah, relative to a vacuum, yeah. Speed of light relative to a vacuum.
Yes.
And this tells us how much the light's bending?
Yes, with Snell's law.
No, you don't. In the atmosphere? You don't use Snell's law for the atmosphere?
Yes, you can. You shouldn't.
Oh, boy. Rumpus is going to have a field day with your ass. I'm just letting you know right now.
Yeah,
Wait till Rumpus hears about this. Wait till Rumpus hears about this.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, Rumpus don't think it's fine. He let Zanuck have it the other day because Zanuck tried pulling this Snell's law nonsense.
You can, but you shouldn't.
Okay?
You
can't.
can, but you should.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Rumpus is going to tear that ass up, Ruhip. I'm letting you know right now.
Rumpus and I agree.
Yeah, I was going to
Rumpus
say.
and I agree.
Well, from what I heard the other day, I think Ruhif might be Rumpus's Glober daddy. Actually, I think Ruhif is higher on their Globes Earth Society chain because Rumpus was being very subservient to Ruhif's ideas, from what I heard.
Well, you better get all your sons in check because they're walking around.
I guarantee you, Rumpus and I agree. I guarantee you.
No. Gio, did you hear the other day when it was me, Zanuck, and Rumpus with this refraction thing?
Yeah.
I might have missed
It was
that.
like 2 weeks.
I've only heard Rumpus once in the last couple of weeks, and it was like 2 days ago with Ruhif and Brian Leakey and all that. So I might have missed that one.
Yeah, this was like 2, 3, maybe a month ago. It was me, Zanuck, and Rumpus, and Zanuck was in here talking about you can measure the refraction using Snell's law, and fucking Rumpus talked him out of it in the end. Like,
Yeah, like I said, you can, but you shouldn't.
No, you can't. You can't.
You can.
It's not you can. Not you can. You can't.
You can.
That's the opposite of can. I don't know. We're gonna have to get Rumpus in here, and you guys would straighten this out.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. You got his number, his home phone number, or his email, or something? Can we hit him up?
Got his email.
Yeah. Send him an email. Let's get this shit straightened out. I mean, this shit's all recorded, so go back
I'm well
and
aware.
check the tape. We can go check the tapes, man.
Right.
You gotta get your people in order. You know, you guys gotta fuck.
Guarantee you.
This
I
might
guarantee
lead,
you
this
we
might
agree.
lead to Rumpus getting a promotion, Rue, if you know.
Good. Right. You can use Snell's law. You should use Fermat's principle.
I don't think you can use Snell's law.
N.
Snell's law
I don't-
requires
I'm-
so Snell's law requires two mediums, right? So if you're looking
Right.
through the same medium but varying pressures, how does Snell's law apply to that?
Right. That's what you treat the atmosphere as a continuous gradient. So with Snell's law, you treat it as discrete layers of individual refractive indices.
Continuous gradient. So you would have to
Hang on.
have.
No, I
from-
misspoke. Right. With
Yeah.
Snell's law, you treat it as individual layers with their own discrete index of refraction. With Fermat's principle, you treat it as a continuous gradient. That's why you should use Fermat's principle. But you can think of the atmosphere as having discrete layers like that. But there are issues with it.
What issues do you have, and what is Fermat's principle?
Fermat principle describes the path of the shortest time path between any 2 points, given a gradient sort of thing.
How is that applicable to a gradient if you haven't established a gradient to begin with? So this would have to assume that the gradient is constantly increasing, meaning you would have to have increasing density.
You think we haven't
distance.
established a gradient?
Right. No, you haven't
You
established.
don't think I've established a gradient. So you
How
think
do
the
you
atmosphere is
establish-
all the same?
No, I don't think it's all the same. But if you're viewing something at sea level, right? So if I'm at sea level and I'm viewing something at a distance that's also at sea level, how have we established a gradient? That would have to infer that there's a constant increase in density from me to that object. How have we established?
No. You're thinking from point A to point B.
How else are you dealing with refraction if you're not dealing from point A to point B?
It's a vertical gradient. Nothing to do with like what the atmosphere is doing between you and the target. All to do with the vertical gradient.
The light has to be going through a gradient.
It is.
He's saying if you're at sea level, if you're at sea level and you're looking, go ahead.
I was going to say from point A to point B, if you're at the same elevation, right?
Right.
How are you dealing with vertical gradients at that point? I understand that there's obviously light doesn't just travel in straight lines, right? It's traveling all over the place.
Yep. But you're traveling through a gradient, and that's what causes the light to bend.
So traveling through a gradient would be like me looking straight up. That's traveling through a gradient, but that's when less
That's when there's no
refraction is
refraction.
claimed, right? Right.
Yeah.
No
Do
refraction.
you understand
We're
Snell's law?
actually dealing through. Yeah.
Do you
I
understand Snell's law? Okay, so then apply it looking up. Give me a diagram that applies Snell's law looking up and tells me how much light will bend.
So looking straight up,
You get no refraction.
it would not bend, right? But
Correct.
if you flip that all the way 90 degrees from that, you're not dealing with any of the vertical gradient.
Fuck, do I need to draw a fucking Snell's law diagram? Seriously. Do I need to do this?
Fuck yeah, bring a diagram up. Let's go.
Fuck me. Give me 5 minutes. Hold on.
Yeah, draw it up.
Get your whiteboard out. Get your fucking
I'll do it
whiteboard
in
out.
I'll do it in PowerPoint.
Get the whiteboard or don't count.
I'll do it in PowerPoint. Where's my thing?
Because the vertical gradient only applies on light that is hitting objects that are higher than you, right? Or lower than you.
That's one of the issues with applying Snell's law, right? If
But
let's
you
say
said
you
Snell's law applies, but then you said Snell's
well, I
law
said you can
doesn't
use it. I said you can use it, but there are issues with it. The issue with Snell's law is that you have to treat the atmosphere as having discrete layers, right? And if you start off pointing perfectly horizontal into a discrete layer, then you're never going to hit another layer, right? So you won't bend the light.
Oh, so your assumption is that since there's an atmosphere and that there's curvature, then you are dealing with the
No,
vertical
nothing to
gradient.
do with curvature. Nothing to do with curvature. The amount that curvature adds to refraction is fuck all. Right? It's all about the vertical gradient.
Draw it up, man.
Okay.
Do you
I'll try and do it
do
in.
you also have like applicable data
Yes.
where it's been tested?
I have shitloads of data.
Nice.
Yes. All right. This might take a little while because I'm doing it in what's it called, PowerPoint. All right. Hold on. I'm going to do it properly because I want to save it as a slide.
That's
When
all right.
morons like you guys.
Show them the 3-page.
Morons like you guys, huh?
Yes.
Show them the 3-page formula for refraction.
No, I'm going to do this first. Sine, where's theta? Correct.
I actually probably shouldn't even have jumped into this conversation because I'm outside a bar smoking a cigarette. So.
Equals. All right, that one. Oops.
You and Rumpus got beef, bro, with the Snell's law thing. All right, we
I
need to get together
guarantee
and
you.
have a meeting.
I guarantee you we're in sync.
You guys aren't in sync.
I guarantee you we are. All right, is that one now?
I think you guys got some things to work out because last time when you guys were talking, there was some.
Oh, about fuck, what are they called? Reference frames. Yeah, he kept saying like when an object leaves this reference frame, and I said no. We ended up agreeing.
Exactly.
Yeah, objects exist in all reference frames at all times, which he agrees with.
Oh,
so that
boy.
the terminology of saying this object leaves a reference frame gives you Flurfs the wrong impression of Coriolis.
Reference frames only deal with perception. Absolutely nothing to do what happens in actual reality. Right?
100% agree. 100% agree. It's a viewing location, an observer, or a like a coordinate system. Yeah, 100%. Oh, now it's doorbell. Back in a minute.
Me and Rumpus are in sync when it comes to Coriolis and reference frames and shit. The rest of you guys are not on the right page. I'll tell you right now. Also, you guys are not in sync with the Snell's law thing. He shut Zanuck the fuck down one day because Zanuck was trying to say he could do Snell's law. You better be sharpening your fucking blades or something right now because Rumpus is coming at your neck.
So where did your experimental data come from when it's regarding Snell's law and atmospheric refraction?
He's got a weather balloon fucking date. It's nothing. He's got nothing.
Weather balloon? How's the weather balloon applicable to sea level observation, bro?
He's out of his fucking mind, dude. I'm telling you. Wait till he shows you the 3-page formula for refraction.
Did you, Ruhif, did you, or Jeremy, did you guys, any of you guys happen to see Flatzoid's recent videos regarding perspective?
No. No, I didn't see it.
You have to check them out, man. Makes perfect 100% sense. And it's easy to see how the ball was reified based on perspective. So easy, so simple.
Okay.
Somebody said Coriolis, so I figured I'd come in.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard the reference frames?
Yeah, I thought I must have misheard, but I think you said you agree with Ruhif about Coriolis?
Rumpus.
Oh, Rumpus, that's right. Okay, yeah. But you agree with him about what Coriolis would be, but not how it actually applies to Earth. That's what you meant, right?
The actual Coriolis effect, not fucking Earth-based Coriolis.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not about figuring out what Coriolis is. We all can agree upon that. It's about is there actual Coriolis effect happening besides the weather patterns on Earth as far as the movement of Earth goes? No, Coriolis is not caused by the movement of the Earth. It seems like there's weather patterns that have to do with something like that, but it's conflated, and that's the problem. That's what they try to get us, to not realize. That's the funny part.
Here's the thing. Coriolis is considered a fictitious force, right? So it's only based on perception due to reference frame, right? So if you're in a different reference frame, it's only based on perception. What's actually taking place has nothing to do with an actual effect. It's only a perceived effect. That's why it's considered a fictitious force.
No,
there is an actual.
I'd make a correction there, actually, from a flatter point of view. First, real quick, the Coriolis effect is the illusion that you're talking about. That's the perception, right?
No, it's the
Coriolis
it's the fictitious
force. They claim that the Coriolis force is actually a fictitious force. But there is the whole thing about the reference frames. It's not just about perception. It's about that there would be a difference in where your plane would end up if it were to go into a straight line like a bullet, and there would be a displacement because the Earth would have to move underneath it. So you could call it Coriolis displacement or whatever you want to call it, but that's a real effect that would happen if the Earth was moving, and it doesn't happen.
Right. That's why it's only a fictitious force, because it doesn't actually happen in reality.
No, that's not why they call it.
No, that's not. Fuck. I don't want to talk about Coriolis. Fuck me. We had spent weeks here once.
That's Coriolis.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That's right. All right.
Let's talk about Snell's law.
It was like Shark Week.
Refraction.
It was Shark Week.
So we're gonna talk about optical. Didn't you start this all off, Ruhif, with saying that, like, if it looks like it's flat, it's because there's an infinite radius making it look like it's an infinite plane or something like that?
Yeah, the refractive gradient is so strong. I'm literally halfway through the sentence. Right, the refractive gradient is so strong that the curvature of the light matches the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, it would appear flat. Like, I'm sure you're going to
So it appears flat. Sure we call it an infinite radius.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same idea, right?
Yeah, it's not the same idea, because you have to work in the radius to keep your ball. So if it looks like it's an infinite plane, which is what we observe, we're going to call it an infinite radius. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
And I don't get why you're conceding that. Yeah, I don't get why you're conceding that now, Ruhif. I mean, you've been telling us all this time. No, it doesn't look like flat. It doesn't look like that. It's a globe. It's a globe.
Generally, no.
Like, well, actually, it does sometimes.
Sometimes, yes, but generally, no. It's
the first time I've ever heard you or really any glober actually say that. So you guys are like unconsciously conceding every day. It's
yeah. And it's really so funny how he worked radius into the definition. Now he's got infinite radius as a thing. Infinite radius means, okay, so if it ever looks just like it's flat, like it always does, we're going to call it an infinite radius so we can keep our radius.
When does it always look flat? You're insane.
I mean, there's no such thing as an infinite radius.
When does it ever look curved?
When
the
you see
number for
2
infinite.
kilometers of a mountain under the horizon.
We get that with
number for infinite.
we get that with our normal perspective and all kinds of hidden. It's all there's
Perspective,
never a
fucking hell.
curvature. You never see a
No.
curvature.
Okay,
You're just
question
interpreting
for
it
you then.
as curvature with your
Okay,
hidden value that
for
mimics
you-
perception.
For you, what does curvature look like? What would you have to see for you to go, oh, that's curvature?
Curvature.
Okay, what would it look like?
It would look like curvature.
Right? To me, it would look like, the bottom of a mountain missing. That's what it would look like to me.
Yeah, see, that proves it's your interpretation that causes
What would it look like
that's
to
making
you?
you think it's curvature, or just making you sell it as curvature. I don't know if you believe it or not, but
What
you're
would
selling
it
it.
look like to
You got the
you?
hard sell tactics going here. So I think you're just selling it rather than believing it yourself.
Okay.
But
What
we
would
can do that
curvature
on a
look like
flat.
to
We can do
you?
that on a. We can do that on a flat plane, though. Make things drop in the distance, or make things disappear in the distance.
I don't think you can, but anyway.
We have. We've
what-
demonstrated it.
With inferior mirages? Well done.
With
What are you
that-
talking
that-
about? Where does the inferior mirage apply in this situation?
Inferior mirage has an invisible zone, right? That you can't see things because the light's curving upwards. That's one way to hide something, but then you've got an inferior mirage, right? What's the explanation when there's no inferior mirage?
You've got the light bending in a different way.
It's bending upwards. If it's bending upwards, you've got an inferior mirage.
Have you ever considered, listen, weighing the mathematical bullshit? Have you ever considered that it's just simply the way the eye interprets the information that it's receiving? It has nothing to do with a formula. It's simply how the eyes interpret it. That's why things disappear from the bottom up. Have you ever even considered it?
I have, and it's bullshit matrix, right? I can obscure an object. I can sit my fucking drink bottle in front of my monitor. That's obscured. Right? Are you saying that's what's happening? Well, that's not what's happening.
It's very obvious. It seems that is exactly what happened in these photos.
Yeah, but they are actually obstructed. Show me something sort of not involving the horizon.
They are. Listen, we agree that they obstructed. None of us
Yeah.
disagree. The difference is what is obstructing is where we differ. You think it's curvature of the earth. We think it's an effect of the mechanism that is doing the visuals, right? It's just simply how eyes work. For some reason, God created it a certain way, and every time we make a device, it has to work exactly that same way with a round lens for some reason. And it has a way of compressing things and giving it weird shapes, right?
And yet I can put that drink bottle in front of something to obscure it, and then I can move it out of the way and it doesn't obscure it. Show me, using something else other than the thing in question, how you're obscuring something without it being physically in the way. Please show me the geometry for that. Show me anything for that.
Because we're not talking about geometry, Ruhif.
Whatever
I understand that you're using your right brain right now. I get that you're using your right brain and you want numbers and this is not what we're dealing with right now. This is not what we're dealing with right now.
Anyway, what we're doing? Snell's law.
The problem is, I think you want a calculation, and if what I'm saying is right, this is gonna vary from every person because everybody is a different height. Everybody has a different eye shape. You understand? So the results will vary with everyone looking at whatever object, right? So I can never give you a formula that is a one encompassing the formula that's gonna encompass everything because it's gonna differ with everybody making the observation.
Equal.
Maybe look into that. You seem pretty nerdy. Look into the eye, the iris, how images are looked, and how. Just look into it. So the point that you're able to understand that you're confusing these geometric fucking numbers with visual effects.
When you show me how it's possible, I'll look into it.
I mean, why do I have to show you that it's possible? If we've
Because it's your explanation.
Not my explanation. This is something that we've already come to the conclusion. Not you're singling me out, making it seem like I'm the one that can know. We have been discussing this for 5-7 years already. For 5 to 7 years, a lot of us have come to the conclusion that you guys have won numbers and you're confusing them with what we see visual, right? And they don't seem to add up. The orthographic view doesn't seem to add up to perspective. It doesn't look the same. When you take a photo of it, it doesn't interpret it the same way in the mathematical formula. Or it doesn't interpret the same way as if the mathematical formula, or if you were to do it in some sort of simulation. It is not interpreted the same way.
Matrix, when you are able to predict what we can see, right, using your explanation, I will take it seriously. Right, you make some prediction for what we can see for San Jacinto from 123 miles and 150 feet viewer height. Make that prediction using your bullshit, and then I'll take it seriously.
It isn't my bullshit. There's a lot of people that have made
Okay,
videos.
well,
There's a guy called There's a guy called, I don't know what his one of the first ones that made the video. It's like a 3-hour video talking about perspective.
Short, yes.
Life is short. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Again,
okay, did you see the video?
Yes, I sat through the whole fucking 3 hours. It's bullshit.
What was it ever predicted that you'd see a horizon around 20 miles away from the observer from a 1 foot height above sea level? I feel like
if you measured the refractive index properly, then yes, that's exactly the prediction I would make.
How does one measure the refractive index?
Right.
Please explain it to me.
Yeah, you measure the temperature, pressure, humidity, and you calculate the refractive index from that. And those calculations are from empirically derived lab experiments, which we were talking about 15 minutes ago.
So, for example, if you're gonna do a measurement, let's say on May, would you take the measurements from May or from the entire year just to compare averages?
Yeah, I've got measurements for an entire year for hundreds of places across the United States and Canada.
But technically, wouldn't you have to do that every year? Because technically, wouldn't in August and May, you would get a different temperature every year?
I will show you the graphs once I finish this thing that I'm doing.
What I'm saying, hypothetically, you don't have to give me the graph, right? Because the way supposedly we're moving on the Earth, we don't seem to be, supposedly in your model, we are not in the same position twice. So every year that you should get a different layer of refraction, right? It should not be identical.
Hang on. My fucking pal.
Oh, if it isn't identical every year or every day, how is it that we're able to get an average of refraction? How does that work?
Hang on. Let me finish this. We'll do one thing at a time. Yay. All right.
So has the refractive index ever been predicted to be able to extend what no Atmos day would reveal to an extent where it's what average Atmos to what do you even call it, 2,000%? I really don't.
They seem to have an infinite refraction, like bonus level or something, that they could just pull it out of any photo. They could just say refraction, and that's it. No explanation. They have no margins of error. They have no numbers where they say refraction can't happen. It just all simply to encompass refraction for some reason.
Yeah, I mean it's a little hot word you can throw out there to sound like you're explaining something, but within known refractive indexes, I don't think, my opinion as of right now is that you can't get something that should be there at 1.22 miles to increase to 20 miles, or more. I mean, that's beyond the medium's limitations as far as I know. I might be wrong, but I don't think that there is an understanding of how refraction could be to that level.
9.1.
Not through air, not through air at least.
All right, almost there.
And of course, there's a story that comes along with that as a side note of different layers wrapped around a ball because the light's going straight, but then it's, you know, passing through a curved layers of a curved medium. That's a whole nother story. But even the benefit of the doubt to that level, still like,
Don't forget the light traveling 93 million miles, which we have no way, shape, or form a way of verifying or even testing. Don't forget that a little bit.
All right. I finished my little PowerPoint. Yeah.
even with all the benefits of the doubt for all those things, just the concept of refractive index, you know, giving you an extension in your view to like a 2,000% increase. I just don't think that's something anyone's ever predicted through air.
Anyway, there's my little PowerPoint now that I've got. Isn't that pretty?
What's it in live stream text one? Let me get there.
Yeah, but napalm's gone though.
I see one slide.
Yep.
Okay, so I see like a 30-degree angle.
It's obviously exaggerated, right? Just an illustration.
Yeah, between two mediums.
Right. Yep.
And this is like a 2,000% like a deviation.
This is for napalm, who's actually gone now. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were explaining me. My bad.
Yeah.
I'll stay out of that.
Anyway, Jeremy's gone as well. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, sorry. I hopped in like 2 minutes ago and just started talking. I probably should have listened for about 10 minutes to kind of see where we were at in the conversation. My bad.
All right. Anyway, what was the question? Throw a question.
So, you know, the extent of the black swan horizon being extended beyond the platforms, right, to something that I would, you know, what do you call it? The opposite of generous, right? Like, I'd say, you know, yeah,
right?
Thank you. Yeah. I would say conservatively, the horizon is at 20 miles away when geometrically, with no refraction involved, it should be 1.22 miles away. And I don't think that kind of observation would ever be something predicted based on, you know, what people feel about refraction through air.
You can measure the gradient. You can predict the refraction.
Right, but that's like a 2,000% increase, and I don't think that's ever been like expected to be seen.
Do you doubt that the conditions can exist for light to bend at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth? Theoretical curvature of the Earth.
How could that be demonstrated?
Measure the refractive gradient.
But if the measures are indicative of temperature, which is changes every day, how is it that we're going to get some sort of average?
Oh, I'll show you the average. Hold on. Let me bring up my little graphs. Where are you from, Matrix? What's your closest major airport?
JFK.
JFK. All right. Let me fire up Google Earth. Hold on. All right. JFK. JFK.
So like the
I've got
standard
reasonable data for JFK. Not a whole lot of data, but I'll post it anyway.
The thing they say about standard refraction, wherever that came from, I don't know.
Yeah, hang on, just answering. Hang on, answering Matrix first.
Okay.
Okay, JFK.
That was actually a good one, Fundy. I want to ask another question. What is the difference in temperature between standard and extreme refraction? Whenever you can, Ruth.
All right, hang on. I've got to explain this first. This is JFK's refractive gradient. Okay, and it would be 1 year of data, and it's probably 1972, my guess. Anyway, can you see the graph that I've posted?
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, cool. So the x-axis is the refractivity gradient. So that's a measure of the vertical difference in the refractive index, and it's per kilometer. Okay, so 0.
What are we looking at here? What does this have to do with JFK?
This is refractive index data from JFK.
About what matter? Like that's the name of an airport. What is this talking about?
So at most airports around the world, they send up 2 weather balloons twice a day. Right? As that weather balloon goes up, it measures the atmosphere. So it measures temperature, pressure, humidity, wind, blah, blah, blah. Okay? With those measurements, you can calculate the refractive index at that altitude. All right? So the weather balloon data, you can get a refractive index for every few seconds as it's rising through the atmosphere. Cool?
It has like a thermometer and a barometer and a
Yes.
some sort of humidity detector.
Yes.
What is there a name for that? Just by the way,
Yeah,
I don't know what that's called.
A radio sonde.
A radio sonde. Okay.
Yeah,
That's the humidity
SONDE. Yeah, radio sonde. So they send these up twice a day, every day, and from that data you can work out the refractive index at each sample point, at each elevation. And given that, you can work out what the gradient is, or the average gradient, between those 2 points. Cool? And that value is what's plotted on the x-axis. And this is a histogram, so a frequency histogram. So like the number of times that a value falls inside a range, inside each column. All right, so you can see for the blue ones, the most common is between 2.4 and 2.6. Right, that's the peak of the blue. Cool.
all of these things have negative signs on them along the x. So do you mean like -2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. So to the left of 0 is negative. So that's a negative gradient. So the gradient gets less and less. Sorry, the index gets less and less as you go up, right? The density gets less as you go up, which is, obviously how our atmosphere is structured. So when the gradient is less than 0, that results in light bending down. If the gradient is more than 0, that results in light bending up. Okay? Now, why are there red lines and blue lines? The red lines represent the gradient close to the surface. Right? So this is the gradient between the surface and whatever the first sample happens to be, like 50 meters, 60 meters, whatever. All right? That's the red stuff. The blue lines, it's the first gradient after it passes 100 meters. So it might be between 120 and 180, something like that. So you got the first gradient below and then the first gradient above. Now what you'll see is, I'll show you a bunch of other graphs as well, but what you will see is that the blue lines tend to have a typical value around that -2.2, 2.4, thereabouts, while the red lines are generally all over the place. Okay, and what that means is that refraction close to the surface is unpredictable. Right? It can be extreme downwardly bending refraction, it could be upwardly bending refraction. But when you get above that 100 meters, there's almost never a value to the right of 0, which means that once you're above the surface, light will always bend down, almost never upwards. That's how you interpret these graphs.
Okay. I don't see anywhere that meters is mentioned in this, though.
As in, with reference to the gradient, or the below 100 meters, above 100 meters?
I'm just looking at this graph, and it says frequency over refractive gradient. So the meters isn't mentioned. Is
in the top
meters?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the top right, it says the red is below 100 meters and the blue is above 100 meters.
Okay, and what does the x-axis represent?
The gradient per kilometer.
Gradient per kilometer.
Yeah.
How do you work that out?
Well, there's formulas.
That's the 100 meters is a kilometer.
1,000.
Okay, well it says 100 here. So
yeah,
maybe
this is the elevation.
Right.
No. This once
it's
once
not
you
a
get
very
above,
it's not a very clear graph,
Well, I'm explaining it, so.
Yeah, it takes a lot of like previously understood information to just be presented with this graph, because just looking at this, it doesn't. To me, it's very hard to grasp what this chart is actually showing. I know refractive gradient is involved. I know frequency of something. I don't even know what that means. You know, frequency of what, right? It's
The
it's
best
just
way to get those
not very
questions
simple.
answered. The best way to get those questions answered is to ask them.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to outline like where I'm not like picking up what it's trying to put down here.
Yep.
But go ahead.
Oh, what was the question? Which question do you want?
Right. So
Would it help if I gave you some values?
well, so we're combining, right? So the graph itself is demonstrating a level of something, but that level of something is some sort of combination of refractive gradient versus frequency. So what does the height of the bar represent in like one word? How do you combine the concepts of refractive gradient and frequency together? What's the word that describes that?
How often that a particular value falls inside a range. So each of those columns, so you can't see my mouse. The highest blue column has the most number of values that fall in between minus 2.4 and 2.6. The most number of instances of that value occurring. That's the most common value is between 2.4 and 2.6.
So
That's the frequency.
2.4. So 2.4 something is the most occurring whatever.
Yes.
But what is that thing that happens most at 2.4?
The refractive gradient. The measured refractive gradient falls inside that range typically.
And we're talking about 2.4 times some sort of altitude.
No, the gradient. So let's use some numbers, right? At the surface, the typical the typical index is 1.000300. Okay, so 1 with 3 zeros. Actually, I did it in the previous slide that I posted.
Man, there's gotta be a better overall description that you can give me than walking me through the entire like details of the graph. Like, what are we looking at here in the simplest terms?
I don't think I can simplify it much more.
I mean, you got to be able to. You really because
ask questions.
Yeah, I asked you.
Yeah, so let's do some actual numbers, right? So
no, not actual numbers, actual sentences, just English communication here.
Yeah, so look at the previous slide about Snell's law.
When one blue bar of this graph is higher than another blue bar of a graph, what does the taller blue bar represent having more of? What substance is that blue bar more of than something that has less substance to it?
The most common refractive gradient. The most common refractive gradient, the typical gradient.
In like during a time of day or year or what?
Every single instance, so a count of 1 on this frequency axis is 1 weather balloon going up.
Come on, man. Give me a simple answer here.
I'm trying. I'm trying. The more times it happens in that range, the higher that graph is. It's a frequency graph. It's a histogram. Frequency histogram.
You're not being a very good teacher or educator here, man. You're really not.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
I'm saying one blue bar is higher than another blue bar.
Yes.
That blue bar represents more of what than the bar that's lower than it represents less of what? What is that?
More times, more occasions where the gradient has fallen in that range.
The gradient of refraction.
Yes.
Of what? A certain height?
Well, that's the red versus blue, right? As I explained, I'm going to draw this. Let me draw it.
No, that's not the red versus blue. That's a whole nother layer. Listen, man, you got to be able to put this into simple terms, just as an introduction.
I think I have. You understand what a frequency histogram is, right?
Well, listen, man.
often?
All it says here on the y-axis is frequency.
Right.
Okay,
How
that's all
often
it says.
something happens. Yes.
It doesn't say seconds, years. It doesn't say anything. It
It's
just
the
says the word
number of
frequency.
times. The number of times something happens is its frequency. How frequently does this happen? Not difficult.
Right. Throughout the entire length of the experiment, which took place over a certain amount of times, taking samples over the course of a year.
Throughout probably, well, not probably not in this one, but usually within about 730 balloon launches.
Okay, so it's saying we're going to take measurements with a very detailed or a very capable, sensory device attached to a balloon a bunch of times. Okay, so that's one side of it, and then the X is refractive gradient, but it doesn't seem like this has anything to do with altitude. Then
Yes, it does. I need to draw this. I need to draw what the balloon actually does.
well, it just increases in altitude and takes readings along the way, right?
Right. Yep. Yes.
Right. So frequency is we launched a balloon 700 times, and somehow there's a 20, a 40, a 60, and an 80 and 100 up the y-axis, and that refers to how many balloons were sent up.
Hang on, I got to draw it. Got to draw it. Should have done that blue. Red. There's my phone.
Also, I'm a little surprised that this is what you want to be doing with your time. Like, I know
I've been
that
cleaning the house for 3 hours this morning, so I'm quite entitled to dig around for an hour or so.
Oh yeah, I won't tell you what to do your time, but I don't know. It is just interesting what people spend their time doing, and this just isn't going well. I would expected you to say like, you know what, next topic or something. I'm not going to waste my time trying to explain this to you because I obviously don't understand what this is trying to represent.
Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, you see what I posted there?
Zoom in. Well, that's quite a bit. Okay. I see it. Go ahead.
Okay, so a weather balloon launches, right? So there's 0 meters above the surface, that's point A, and then there's some point B, and we'll call it 60 meters, where the balloon takes a reading. So A, B, C, and D are all these points where the balloon takes a reading, right? So they take a surface reading, then it takes one at 60 meters, and then maybe 120 meters for point C, and then 160 meters for point D, right? So it takes these samples, temperature, pressure, humidity, etc., at each point. Cool.
Oh, I think I'm starting to get it. Yeah, go ahead though.
Cool. Okay. So if we know what the refractive index is at point A and point B, we can get a gradient, an average gradient between point A and B.
Right.
Yep. We do it again. So as soon as that balloon passes 100 meters, and 100 meters is my arbitrary line, right? I could set it, right? But as soon as I say it passes 100 meters, I get the next 2 samples, so C and D, and I work out a gradient from that. Okay?
Yep.
So in the end, I have a gradient at the surface, which is the red, and a gradient above 100 meters, which is the blue. Okay, and every value I stick into one of those buckets on the graph. So a bucket is just like a range between, you know, -2, -2.4, whatever. Every time that happens, I stick that gradient into its bucket, and one bucket will have a lot of values in it, and that happens to be the -2.4 to 2.6 bucket. That's the most common occurrence once you get above 100 meters. So that's what the graph is showing for, you know, 700 and something launches per year. I haven't made a video about this, and I've been threatening to for over a year now. It's
So
fun.
is it saying that like low altitude readings of, you know, the gradient is higher than once you get to a certain height, it's pretty like minimal, or
Not minimal. The check the one I just posted. It's probably a better. This is Palm Beach now.
there's a pretty consistent there's a pretty consistent level from like -6 where it starts. It's like, well, the blue and the red, they're not so different. It goes on to about -3, they're not so different. Then all of a sudden, at like -2.4, there's a big disparity between the blue and the red.
Right. Yeah. Probably best to look at the last one I posted, Salt Lake City. So again, what you'll see with all of these graphs is that the red bars, so remember the red represents that gradient close to the surface.
Okay.
The red bars are all over the place, right? They could be bending upwards, could be bending downwards, blah, blah, blah. What you'll always see with the blue bars is a peak around about -2.2, 2.4, thereabouts, right? And blue bars almost never are on the right of 0, right? And what that means is the blue bars are always bending down because the gradient is negative. So that means once you get above 100 meters, which is the blue bars, you can assume light's bending downwards.
And so light never bends downwards once you get to -1, 0, or 1 or 2.
Once you get a decent height above the surface, and like I said, 100 meters is my arbitrary number. Once you get above that height and make an observation, then light almost never bends upwards. It's always down. I think I found one dot to the right of 0. Let me have a look. No. Yeah, you'll almost never see. You'll almost never see.
I know I could understand this graph. I know I could understand this graph because it is. I understand that it is probably very simple, but it's a very hard thing to grasp me right now. How the red is associated with some sort of reading above 100 meters, and the blue is below.
Red is the surface. Red's the surface, and blue is above the surface.
Right. Yeah, vice versa. I had it opposite. Yeah. So.
Found one.
Okay.
I found one with a single solitary blue dot to the right of 0. There you go. Or 2 actually. 2 dots to the right of 0. Yeah, that almost never happens. And then this one's one of my favorites. So this one is KYNN, which is Nassau, which is in the Bahamas. So in the Bahamas, you can almost always assume 7/6R. Oh, I should explain the correlation between this and 7/6R. The refractive gradient, so you'll see on the bottom right-hand corner, it's got 1e to the -5. So that means -2 is actually -0.000020. All right, so it's got a lot of zeros after the decimal place.
let me try to put this graph into simple terms of explanation here. So along the x-axis, the levels of the bar, well, the x-axis itself represents upward or downward refraction.
Yep.
Is that right?
So left of 0 is downward refraction, and right of 0 is upward refraction.
Okay, so along the x-axis, centered around 0 represents upward or downward refraction.
Yep.
And then the y-axis represents oh geez, I might be stuck here.
How often
It's
it
like
happens.
it's like how common, right?
Yes. Yep.
How common, why are these things being measured against each other though? That's what I'm asking though. That's the funny part.
The whole point of this graph is what I've been saying for the last 3 to 4 years. Don't bother trying to prove flat Earth by taking measurements close to the surface, like laser tests over lakes, black swan, those sort of things. If you want sort of fairly indisputable evidence, get above the surface by a decent amount. Like I've set the arbitrary number of 100 meters. But if your line of sight is going through air that is generally 100 meters or more above the surface, you can assume standard refraction. Or stronger, yeah.
I gotta step in.
Go ahead.
I appreciate everyone, and you're confused because it's more than confusing.
I'm sure it's confusing to flat earthers.
If you listen to close, Ruhif, you are saying a lot of standard assumption, and these don't match the conditions we shoot in. We don't shoot when it's heavily refracted. You think we do, but we wait for clear. And what I'm going to ask from you eventually is to go over stuff that I'm familiar, because I didn't do the J Tolan stuff, and I can't speak for that. But
when you say clear, you're talking visibility, though. Visibility isn't refraction.
But I've worked over land, water, and ice.
Right.
And they behave differently. But
yeah, when you're close to the surface, they behave unpredictably. That's the point. That's the whole point.
I just don't want to hear the word standard. It's not really a science.
Well, if you look at that last graph, right, that Nassau, Bahamas.
That's an average.
Yeah. And do you know what that equates to? What that equates to, though?
It doesn't make for standard. You're still assuming.
This is where standard refraction comes from, Dan. The value of minus 2.
Doesn't exist. That's like saying
yes, it does. This graph tells you where it comes from.
Is there standard weather where you live, or is it seasonal?
Is there a typical value in this graph? Yes, it's typical conditions.
Well, it's typically a certain temperature around town as well, but that doesn't mean that every town is that way.
Yeah, where do you live, Dan? What's your nearest airport?
All right, wait. I want to hop in here. I want to hop in here and say that it seems to me like what you said was backwards, because when I'm looking at the blue versus the red, right? Mm-hmm. The red is more surface level, and the blue is above 100 meters. Yep. And I would say that in every single graph, the red seems to follow a much less fluctuating, levels represented in these graphs.
More fluctuating.
The red never deviates that much from just a very even, small curve.
Yeah, look at the Salt Lake City one. You're completely getting the frequency around the wrong way. All right, the Salt Lake City one, where the reds are evenly spread, means it's just as likely to have strong refraction as it is to have just as likely to have downwardly bending refraction as it is to have upwardly bending. It's the spread, right? The left to right spread that says this is unpredictable. Could be anything, right? The blue lines, which bunch up around minus 2.2, means that it is typical. It's most common. The height, the peak of these things means it's most common.
Okay, What's this one that's most exaggerated? The NASA
Nassau
Intel
in
BA
Bahamas. Yeah, Nassau
Bahamas.
International Airport, Bahamas. Yeah. All right.
Okay,
That's
I mean
the
that one is
the
strange.
yeah. If you're in Bahamas and you're up 100 meters, you can pretty much guarantee 706R.
So, but is it saying that when you're at sea level, there's just as much of a likelihood for light to bend down versus up?
Well, look at the spread on the red ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Below
Yeah.
100 meters.
Oh, it's still more likely to bend downwards, but there's some red stuff to the right, so you can get upwardly bending. The thing is, right, these samples, right, are between say 0 and maybe 50 meters, right? You can easily have a negative gradient, so a more dense surface and a less dense altitude between 0 and 50 meters, even if there is a positive gradient in the first 5 or 10 meters, right? They can cancel each other out. So this is actually not giving you the full picture close to the surface. It's probably more so bending upwards close to the surface.
Unless, of course, we didn't see any refraction, and you're just telling me I did.
How are you seeing refraction, Dan? What are you seeing to say we're seeing refraction?
Well, because if I catch line of sight, my friends in the distance, you're saying it's refraction. Because you're saying line of sight is impossible.
I'm saying that refraction close to the surface, right? So if you're doing a laser test over a lake or
But you're
talking
anything about standard, and I'm talking about none.
Right, but you can't assume standard refraction close to the surface. That is the point.
When you spend 9, 12, 15 hours in a location and watch everything from weather to temperature change,
right,
the refractive properties change a great deal during the day.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point.
Like we wait till it drops. We don't wait for it to refract. We wait for it to drop.
How are you determining this, Dan?
Because it gets clearer. That's
Right.
what you don't get. It gets
Clarity of the air is not refraction.
Exactly.
Okay, right.
That's how I get line of sight. It's exactly.
The clarity of the air is not refraction.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're waiting for something that's not refraction then, right? You said you're waiting for refraction to be less. You're waiting for the air to be clearer. Clarity of air is not refraction.
Clarity of air, clarity has to do with mostly temperature for us, weather or temperature. Now, weather or temperature, because right after the rain, you get perfect conditions, so you can actually go and wait out a storm to get good conditions as well. But obviously, you're going to get moisture in the air, and that's not going to help. So there's a couple of types of clear opportunities. One is directly after the rain.
When you say temperature or humidity or anything like that, right? Absolute temperatures and absolute humidities mean nothing to refraction, right? It is the gradient of those things that matter.
Follow you.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's hot or cold or whatever. What matters is the gradient of those things.
Exactly. This is why I need to talk to you about the Salton Sea, because it's so unusual. We have the air and water at the same temperature.
Yeah, but these graphs are telling you don't bother with observations close to the surface.
I can't prove level unless I do that.
Well, what I do and what I have done is get above the surface and take lines of sight from one point of known elevation to another point of known elevation.
Yeah, we haven't had
Say again?
We haven't had the equipment.
Okay, I borrowed a. You're in California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a place in Anaheim where you can rent a theodolite for $25 a day. That's what I did.
Sweet. Also, there's been somebody hitting me up in chat who's got one.
Yeah. But yeah, Anaheim is where is it? Hang on, Anaheim Instruments theodolites. Is it ADA instrument? Anaheim. That's not it.
Yeah, that's totally worth it. Do they have cameras?
Oh, it was fucking cheap.
Do they have cameras built in?
No, they're just the standard theodolite, not a total station. Anaheim theodolite. Fuck, I can't find it now.
And
Anyway,
it's just an equipment rental place. It's not related
yeah.
to.
Yeah, I'll give you the link when I find it. But it was in Anaheim, and I took it up to Palmdale, Lancaster.
Cool. When were you here? Do you live here?
No, in Australia. I go to LA. You know, it's probably my favorite place in the world, actually, LA. Yeah, I go there quite a lot. Haven't for a couple of years though, because of COVID.
Certainly, let me know if you plan on coming.
Yeah, we'll do. Hopefully next year, actually, would be nice.
The saltancy place is a freak because of the lack of temperature inversion. So I'm going to talk about temperature inversion, not refraction. In other words, I'm lumping the obstructions together. You know, when I'm we don't know what the hell we're looking at when it's not clear. All I know is we wait for it to be clear.
But that's not waiting for refraction to be stronger or weaker. That's just waiting for the clarity.
I don't think refraction is involved in our observation whatsoever.
Well, it is. You can measure the density between the floor of your bedroom and your ceiling.
I hear you. I just.
What does it mean? iPhone
I believe I'm obtaining line of sight in a direct line.
You may be, yeah. You don't know whether it's a straight line though. What are you on, Kosho? What's wrong with Omar? Oh, Kosho. I mean, I've got an iPhone 11 and an old shitty iPhone 6. I've probably got a Samsung around somewhere. That's okay. All right. Bundy, where'd you go?
Think about calling an iPhone 6 shitty. Think about the
technology. But it is shit. I tried to set up my daughter.
It was so tidy and small too. At that, the 6s were.
Kosho, I don't know which one. Probably a Galaxy 6 or 7 or something. Do you just want the GPS units or something, or the accelerometer? Because I've got accelerometers here, I think.
So you ran up to Palmdale? Was that to check Jay Tolan stuff?
Oh, it was to do his epic gravity experiment properly. Dual frequency, okay. Yeah, so his experiment was looking across to, what was the mountain? It was about 80 k's or 50 miles away.
Where he's looking east?
Yeah, and he set up this inclinometer telescope contraption and pointed it at this mountain. What was it called? Fuck. It's going to kill me now. I'm going to look it up. Give me a sec.
Either it's one of the broadcast mountains, the tall one, like Mount McKinley.
Yes.
Yeah. It's either McKinley or Mount Wilson.
No, it's it was 80 k's. Let me find it. Hold on. It's going to kill me until I find it. Circle 80 k's from Palmdale.
You have similar heat there, right? So the heat didn't. You've got shitty conditions there. So
sorry, in Sydney, you mean?
No, but I mean, at least your country has similar terrain.
Oh yeah, there's got to be a desert, sure.
It wouldn't be a shock. In other words, it's quite unique to everywhere else in the world.
Oh, it was a hot day. It was a very hot day when I did this. So it's slightly less than standard refraction.
Quite uncomfortable out there.
Fuck, what was it called? Near Victorville. And I drove past it on the way to Vegas as well. I'm going to find it. I refuse to. Hang on.
I thought he was smart for going after the aqueduct, the water aqueduct. And
yeah, I tried to get a. Oh, you go, sorry.
I just thought it was smart for him to go after it. I just can't understand him enough to draw conclusions from him. I don't hear him make conclusions, and when he does it with that drama voice that over dramatizes a point, and you don't really know, and then he tends to fix it on the next video, so you're not really sure when he's finished either, I have a lot of
Quartzite Mountain. There we go.
Quartzite Mountain. I've never
Quartzite Mountain. Yeah, it's on the way to Vegas, so I actually pulled over and took a bit of footage as well, just for shits and giggles. And it is 1359 meters. Yeah. So he hooked up this inclinometer to his telescope and pointed it at Quartzite Mountain. There was no way to calibrate the inclinometer with the telescope, so there could be an offset kind of thing. Like it's not level. So all he had was kind of incremental measurements. So he'd start at one point, and then he moved, I think a mile, maybe a mile back. Can't remember. It wasn't very far. He didn't move back very far and take another measurement. And he had like 6 points at which he took measurements. But he needed to go back further. He needed to make bigger measurements, basically. So I went there and did it properly. I didn't have any infrared stuff, so I used closer mountains. I'll post my video in the chat. Hold on. Share. Copy. There's a fucking copy. There we go.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I'm doing a little interview thing with Rob Parks tomorrow.
Rob Parks. That rings a bell. Who's he?
He comes around, and it turns out he runs an observatory.
All right.
Well, not too many people we get are that close to that kind of equipment.
Yeah, cool.
He's not,
Professor Parks, PhD. All right.
Yeah, he doesn't sweep the floor, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering what I should ask of him. And as a reasonable human being, do you have any questions looking that direction from someone? In other words, I'm very interested in the limitations of what they can and can't do, and can and can't see. Most of my bitching is from the other direction, wanting to see Earth. But in this case, I can't hassle him about that. He's looking the other way. So one of the things that was suggested to me was to question him on, for instance, the Voyager that came back to life, and would there be enough power in a 100-watt transmission to go billions of miles and things like that. But I was wondering if, honestly, you had any questions out of that angle of looking at the world. In other words, looking from a observatory, what would you do with the thing? Where's your curiosity at that point? If you were sitting there,
From a flat earthing kind of perspective?
no, from yours more.
I don't
In
know.
other words, what goes through your mind, and do you question? I guess not from a flat Earth perspective, but do you have anything nagging that allows you to parallel with me? That I could get.
Well,
back
that's what I meant, was from a flat Earth perspective.
No, but not so much so. In this case, it's a new medium. We're talking about space.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're not talking about ground space. We're talking about airspace, and it's not your expertise. You know.
Yeah, I don't really have any.
I mean,
Like, you want to talk to him more about flat Earth stuff, and I don't really have any sort of doubts from that perspective. Like, there are things that are interesting.
Do you trust that industry? Do you,
The industry, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What sort of questions would you ask him though, like from a doubt perspective?
More
Oh shit,
so,
Blacktoid's on.
I'm going to be smart enough to not approach it yet from doubt, but more be interested in, for instance, the zodiac. I'm convinced that there might be a cycle of 13,000 years where we have a pole shift, and that somebody understood the zodiac. So that's kind of interesting history, and using that as a cycle is interesting. It turns out the Antikythera mechanism.
Antikythera, yeah.
It's an 18-year cycle, something like that.
I have no idea.
But
All right, I'm actually going to go. I got to go because Flatzoid's about to start, and he wants to talk to me, so we'll see. All right. Anyway, check that video out that I did to Jay Tolan, which I've posted to you.
Okay.
All right. Cheers. Hey, Monkey. How you doing, buddy?